Well, hello there. Guten Tag, allerseits. How is everybody doing today? Well, regardless of your answer, being here might just make it worse. Oh boy, this is going to be an interesting stream because guess what? We're not reviewing the work of others, we're reviewing my own work. Yeah, the target has been put on my head today. And who better to pull that trigger than myself? How is everybody doing on this nice Saturday afternoon? Good? Well, that's good. For those of you that weren't here a couple weeks ago, I did a stream where I reviewed the movesets of a variety of creators, and it was certainly an interesting experience, to say the least. For the most part, the movesets averaged between just like okay to pretty bad, all save for one that I was lucky enough to get as a palette cleanser, and I was not expecting to get because it was like 1 out of 30 something. Okay, good, but I think I put two of blank movesets to. I don't know what that means, but anyways, the responses I got to that stream range from things I'd expect to some unbelievable levels of apologetic cope. Like, people getting upset over me being straightforward with no filter is whatever. The Smash community is nobly soft, and I expected it to rile people for all the wrong reasons. And that's pretty much what happened with some folks. Call me pretentious all you want, it really doesn't mean much to me because I know that's not the point, as I feel that the best way to give people criticism of their work is to be as direct as possible. To those of you who rightfully stood up for my views on the matter, I thank you because a lot of the stuff that was said in response to those people is pretty much exactly how I feel on the matter. But yeah, getting upset because I was too harsh is whatever. People should be allowed to hate things if they're not well put together, and I'm not sorry for what I said at all. Like, you should be allowed to say you don't like something, and even more so if you can accurately explain why you don't like something. And yes, regardless of what the Smash community might have to say about these kind of topics, it is okay to say something is bad and not be sunshine and rainbows at every given opportunity. This kind of stuff has become a major problem with a lot of gaming communities, not just Smash, and I don't really have any interest in adding on to the problem. One of the main reasons I like people like Zesty Jesus is that he's someone who's passionate about what he likes, and is not afraid to tell people if something is bad or good instead of just kissing the ass of people who scorn that kind of behavior. And I feel the same as someone who is pretty much in the same boat as he is, because the fact that you have the energy to get rantorous and, complain and say things could be better shows that you care. And it's very difficult to see in today's day and age where, objectively speaking, a lot of people just kind of don't care about the state of like anything nowadays. The only thing I'll say about that is that I do kind of feel bad for Sleepy Swampert because he had several videos that people considered to be pretty good that never got covered, and the wheel picked probably the worst option it could. And I honestly don't feel like I did a good job of showing the potential quality of his work, because it was clearly just a shitpost. It wasn't very funny, but it was still not something to be taken entirely seriously. However, not in relation to Sleepy, but in relation to response, There were a couple of people that went probably a little bit too far with their responses, and while I feel they need to be addressed, I don't want to take too much away from this. I want stay focused on this. Maybe I'll do it after a video or two, because we're not here to talk about people blindly defending an asshole. We're here to review my movesets. So I've had a history of looking at people's movesets in the past, as I'm sure I don't need to tell you, as this is a direct sequel to me doing that exact thing a couple of weeks ago. But while that's the case, I've yet to take some serious time to look back at my own work. And that's pretty much exactly what I plan to do today. And I plan to look at it in the same lens I did for the others, minus the alcohol, as I don't think that's going to be a necessity this time around. The way this will work will be pretty much identical to the way I handled videos the last time I did this, which means it's time for everybody's favorite. The wheel. Thankfully, there's less to pick from today, and all the available Good job, Mouth. And all the available videos were submitted by members of the Discord, and some of these I'm surprised were chosen, honestly. For context, I like to view my years developing videos as their own select phases of my character design career. Like, for example, 2018 and 2019, I pretty much bunched them together because I started doing this at the ass end of 2018, and I barely did much throughout 2019. It was the early experimental years where I was just trying to figure out a format, and I was pretty much limited in resources, and I wasn't able to do half the stuff I wanted to, which is pretty much the reason why almost every single character was a character whose attacks I could pull straight from their home games, and it would have to work, and it would work like nearly one for one, like fighting game characters and action game characters. Other than like Doom Slayer, which I did generally because I love Doom and I really wanted to do a moveset on the Slayer from the beginning. 2020 was a year of experimentation, but I was starting to figure out a content format, and I tried to find new ways around my restrictions, which is how I have characters like Gordon Freeman and Captain Toad using hand-drawn references. And while I think the visual work for both of said characters still hold up and look good, they took too much time to put together, which is why I decided against that being the norm, because I didn't want there to be like only 3 videos a fucking year. "2021 was the year I felt I truly found my identity as a moveset content creator, as not only did I solidify my format that I would continue to use and refine over the years, it's also the beginning of me using SFM for my movesets, and with the issue of not being able to get across the design of the move now solved, I started doing more characters I genuinely loved and wanted to see get into the game, like Waluigi, who was the first character to feature my current style, along with characters like Heavy, Kiryu, Master Chief, Cinderace, etc. It was mainly my year of learning as I went with SFM, as I feel I not only got better at it, but, everything else improved around it as well. The pose work might not hold up to what I've been doing for less than a year later, but that's what moveset remasters are potentially for, at some time in the future. And they will happen. 2022, I'd say, was the year I took off as a moveset creator. Is on top of getting down the SFM look that would only continue to improve over time, it's also the point where the format got refined to a point where it was very much mine. The SFM quality went up, moveset quality went up, structure went up, everything went up this year. And this is also the year where I started putting in more effort to attack trails and adding even more of a visual pop to my designs. It's also the year that gave birth to one of my favorite movesets of all time in the form of Crystal, and I stand by the quality of her moveset to this day, even though I think that she came at a bad time in my transition between SFM work, and I do think that she deserves a remaster at some point in the future. 2023 was one of my best years as a content creator for a lot of reasons, and I think it's truly the year that cemented my work as the best moveset designs on the platform. as one after another, each moveset was a banger, as the kids say nowadays. The structure and effects only got better, posing and video structure just got better, and I managed to make it big with a couple of movesets that just took off because they came out at the right time, which are Peppino and Soldier. It was a great year. And now we're in 2024, and I will say with complete sincerity that all of my movesets this year have been fantastic. There are no issues with the stuff I put out this year, as notably slow as I've been because of personal issues. Which brings me to the movesets submitted, and I'm a little bit concerned about a couple of them. Some of them I know have issues, some of them I've already noted the issues of, and I've already stated they're going to get fixed in a remaster at some point in the future. And some of them I don't remember having any serious problems. Like, I'm not sure why... Like, the ones that stand out the most to me are Gengar, and maybe, like, Hisuian Trainer. Like, Gengar came out this year. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with Gengar's moveset. If you're going to remake Crystal, will you use a different model or the same one? Probably the same one. I almost also kind of want to omit Dante from this list because he was the second moveset I did, and that video is so fucking old. Like, I don't really want to go and review the oldest stuff I've done because I think that the problems with those videos are the most apparent and don't really need to be pointed out. It's also a reason why when I'm reviewing moveset content from other people, I try to stray away from the early stuff that they've done, because stuff early on should not be judged compared to what they have nowadays. That's why when I did FeliciaFan's critique like a couple of years ago, I specifically stayed away from like anything to do with his earlier movesets. Like, I know a lot of people were like saying, "Oh, Sands and Papyrus is one of his worst ones," but it was one of his earliest ones, which is why I never touched it. See, I think I'm going to omit Dante from this because I don't think I need to explain how much is wrong with that moveset. That moveset is fucking ancient. I think the starting point for stuff that's okay to start reviewing is pretty much after Doomslayer, which is right around where Ori is, which is why I think he's fine to be on this list. But yeah, let's not waste any time. Who will be the first moveset reviewed of the day? Okay. Meowscarada. Alright, let me go get it. It's like comparing a drawing by someone when they were a child versus drawing by them as an adult. I agree. Let's see. I don't inherently remember anything being super problematic about Meowscarada. The notable thing about Meowscarada is that she was the last moveset I did before the style of my content changed to what it is now. Like, the layout of stuff was back in the old archaic style that would be changed by Jonesy the very next video. Did you stop by, say hi, and best of luck on the stream? The retail craves the soul. Well, don't let it consume it. And have a good day, Joe. I'll see you later when you get back home. My ass having pizza when I get back. Well, that sounds good. I think we're having pizza for dinner as well here. But yeah, Meowscarada is an interesting one. This was done like less than half a year after the release of Scarlet and Violet. She's the first Pokemon from the Gen 9 games that I did. And she's not, and while she wouldn't be the last, and the ones that would come after her wouldn't be the last either, as there are more coming, I can assure you that much, at least a couple more. That and you restructured Flower Trick pretty recently. I was about to say, that's pretty much the only thing I can remember needing a change. And half the idea for Smash Design Bits came from just wanting to not have to revamp videos that I just made, but instead just like maybe just put a bunch of changes for characters together and put them into one video. And then that just blossomed into something completely different, and now Meowscarada now has 2 different videos on my channel. But yeah, Meowscarada is a Pokemon that I don't remember having very many issues with. I know I got a little bit creative with some aspects of her character design, namely the fact that I believe I gave her like magical whips. They were like the party favors that magicians are known for pulling out of like their sleeves. And while I know that Meowscarada can learn moves like Power Whip, we've never seen that Pokemon use an ability like that before. But I thought it was just an ability that made sense. Yeah, let's take a look at Meowscarada and see if there's anything else that I've been missing about this moveset. I don't remember how loud this video is, so we're gonna have to adjust the volume as we go. Just skip ahead to the introduction. I mean, Greninja never used water kunais in the game, so why not? I mean, that was kind of the idea, was just give her something like innovated just for Smash, and maybe you could catch on.
Meowscarada is a very tricky rushdown fighter who excels at catching her opponents.
Well, so let me know how the audio balance is.
Options and wall-breaking tools. This tricky little magician can easily close gaps and get up in her opponent's face, all while attacking them from angles they least expect in order to catch them off guard. And once she gets you into a knockdown state, careful planning will be required to keep yourself from becoming a volunteer for her next trick. However, her average at best range and weak disadvantage state might make it difficult to approach against characters with disjointed weapons, like swords. And while her combat prowess is impressive, the amount of tools she offers her player can be quite overwhelming at first. As a Meowscarada player, it's your job to carefully plan your attack strategy before going on with the show, using your speed to dip in and out of your opponent's range and testing their mettle. For should your opponent fall for your devious tricks, you have every tool necessary to make your show a breakout success.
I guess, you know, another thing that's nice about these videos is that I can give a little bit of developer commentary, feedback on what went, on the mindset that went into these ideas. And Meowscarada's, the idea I mainly had with Meowscarada from the beginning was I wanted her to be extremely technical, and I wanted her to be a character that's all about mixing the shit out of people. Because I think that a magician, and not like a magician, like mage magician, but, you know, a street magician that uses sleight of hand instead of, you know, magic, is all about misdirection and having you guess where things are coming from. And I thought that made perfect sense for a mix-up heavy rushdown character. I mean, Meowscarada was always built to be an aggressive, in-your-face Pokemon. Her stats have always been that way. And while I know that the stats of Pokemon aren't always a great one-for-one when it comes to translating to Smash, I do think that the base that Meowscarada currently has makes a lot of sense for her to be this kind of character. I think that's the reason most of these movesets were submitted just as a behind-the-scenes kind of thing. I'm pretty sure a couple of them were, you know, to address problems with them. I know that a few of them definitely were. And one of them, I'm not entirely sure why. So, before I go any further, I'm just going to say this. While the wheel will choose a few movesets for me, I'm going to be choosing a couple of my own just to watch. And I think that one of them needs to be Heavy, because today marks like the 3rd anniversary of Heavy's video. Like, it came out like 3 years ago today, I believe. So yeah, we're definitely going to be watching stuff like Heavy. If the wheel doesn't choose it for me.
Meowscarada stands as a medium-sized humanoid character, her height being around the same as characters like Pit and Robin. Thanks to her designation as the Magician Pokemon, Meowscarada is shown to have a defined personality and a slew of fun and creative animations befitting her motif.
This video was supposed to be out like 3 weeks before it originally came out, and the reason that it took so fucking long for me to come out was because halfway through development of this video, I'm just pausing because I don't know how loud the volume is between me and the video, I just kept making poses. Like, I got my hands on a new model like halfway through development of this video, and it came with like all the animations that the Meowscarada has in Scarlet and Violet, and I just spent like a few extra days just making more poses because I just enjoyed making poses for this character. Before Rauru and Hisuian Trainer came out, Meowscarada had the most poses of any character that I've ever done. She had like over 100 different poses done.
Elaborate and eccentric set of animations, including the likes of waves, bows, and even performing actual magic tricks during her basic animations. She'll disappear in a puff of pollen-colored smoke for her sidestep and air dodge. She'll summon flowers from her paws while blocking. She'll even release puffs of pollen both on hit and while her shield is broken, with it having a visual comparison to a magician's hidden tricks falling out of their sleeves. As for her attack animations, Meowscarada will mainly make use of a variety of kicks and claws.
The addition of the animations, the fact that I got a hand on these like halfway through this video's development was amazing, and I think it adds so much more to this character's design.
Much like how a magician can pull a long string of ribbons out of their sleeves. She will also take a tip from her pre-evolution, Florigado, and tie a variety of dangerous tools to the end of them, including a flower bud and even her trademark flower bombs. On top of vines, Meowscarada will also make use of her personal flower to perform a variety of magical attacks, including but not limited to launching waves of pollen, creating a variety of leaf-based attacks, and even increasing Meowscarada's grab range. All of this comes together in a character that is designed to push your opponents into dangerous 50-50 scenarios, forcing them to make a choice that could end up losing them their stock or the match altogether. Much like her specialization in misdirection, keeping your opponent none the wiser about your offensive potential can lead to quite a deadly surprise. And if you come to a fight against Meowscarada unprepared, you'll be more messed up than the people who genuinely wanted Meowscarada to be a boring quadrupedal evolution.
I stand by that statement, by the way. I think the people that genuinely want Meowscarada to be like a quadrupedal Pokemon are fucking boring people. Also, just to, you know, note the stats. I think the stats are completely fine. I don't have any actual issues with the balance of her being light. She has decent runs. She has good run speed, dash. Her airspeed is above average, but still not super fucking fast. Yeah, I think her stats overall are good. If anything, I would make her like slightly lighter, like 85 or 84. That's pretty much all that I would change.
They'll be more messed up than the people who genuinely wanted Meowscarada to be a boring quadrupedal evolution. In terms of mobility options, Meowscarada has 2 jumps, all while being able to both wall jump and wall cling.
Another Pokemon to hang off the side of Kalos League.
When it comes to designing a character mechanic for Meowscarada, the feline magician is in a bit of a tricky position. Not because designing one for her is by any means difficult or undoable, but rather because of the fact that Meowscarada sports multiple attacks that could each count as their own character mechanic should they be put on individual characters. As a result, instead of a singular mechanic standing above the rest, her mechanic is instead a collection of abilities that I've dubbed Master Magician. While they're all unlike anything seen in Smash as of right now, all 4 of Meowscarada's specials keep a specific design aspect in mind, and that's the fact that they're far more intricate than they might appear at face value, with each special having multiple uses and various ways to deceive your foes. On top of Meowscarada's unique ability to change the direction of her specials mid-attack that is sure to keep your opponents on their toes. As there is no actual magic involved in being a magician, it's up to the performer to keep their audience's attention focused on anything but how their tricks are done, hence why there's a lot of elaborate hand motions and quick movements. And when you give this kind of performer cat-like reflexes, you have what can be considered an unparalleled master of their craft. You think
that's an aspect that honestly a lot of Meowscarada moveset makers completely miss the point of. And I 100% agree with my past self in the fact that she's a magician without magic. She is a magician that you'd see at like a kid's birthday party, essentially. And I don't think enough Meowscarada movesets from what I've seen really play into that aspect of sleight of hand and quick reflexes. And I'm surprised at how well the Pokemon games themselves do of showing off this aspect of Meowscarada, just in terms of the way she moves and the way she attacks and her additional animations. Next to like Quaquaval, I think Meowscarada has like the best personality of any Pokemon in the entire series.
Is going to come from the right? That's what I want you to think. It's actually coming from behind you. You now have to make the choice to either run or block. And by the time you've made your decision, you're already forced into another guessing game by this Meowraculous magician. Before long, the only thing you'll be considering
that should be her boxing ring title. I like Meowraculous magician. It's corny, but it's funny. Also, cat puns.
The main menu. Meowscarada offers the player every tool necessary to break her.
Like, do people assume she does actual magic? Because being a street magician is literally built into her design. You would be surprised. Yes, people have legitimately designed her as a mage, and it does not work.
Opponent's defenses down, but this level of flexibility is something that will take an incredible amount of time and dedication to master. But those that stick with her complicated kit and embrace her character's depth will find a character that's not only strong, but incredibly fun. We'll talk more about Meowscarada's specials when we get to that point. But for now, let's now get this moveset discussion show started as we move on to Meowscarada's normals. Previously mentioned, Meowscarada's normals will mainly be comprised of attacks using kicks, claw slashes, attacks from her hidden whips, and a variety of plant-based attacks.
Why do people think she's designed like a jester? Probably the mask. That's pretty much it. The mask and the flower collar around her neck, looking like a Harlequin's thing. I don't know the actual name of it, but that's pretty much what it's supposed to look like.
Is Performance Standard Combo, a combo attack that will feature a pair of quick kicks before Meowscarada uses her flower to launch a wave of volatile pollen forward. This pollen will deal small yet rapid damage before the pollen balls pop and launch the opponent away, hitting up to 6 times and covering a solid range in front of Meowscarada. In terms of usability, this attack's quick speed, on top of the multi-hitting properties of the third attack, allows the player to use this as a great interrupting tool from afar and a great pressure tool when up close. But while that's the case, it's notably weaker than Meowscarada's other pressure and neutral options, so only use it if you really need to get your opponent out of your face. Meowscarada's forward tilt.
I think one of the few things they would change about Meowscarada's moveset is that I'd probably give her more slash attacks. Like, I think at most that basic combo could be changed to more of a slash combo than a kick combo. But other than that, I think that combo was completely fine. I think the final hit makes complete and total sense. Fun fact. The original Meowscarada model I used for this moveset didn't come with her additional flowers. I had to go scouring for those. And half of the time you see this character on screen, the flower model is from a completely separate model that's off screen and you can't see it. Also, the original model that I got from Meowscarada, her eyes didn't have like the shine in it. So when I got my hands on the new model halfway through that had it naturally and had like the little bit of white in the eyes, I had to go back and manually edit every single one of these poses to have that.
At her opponent. This attack will cover a solid range in front of Meowscarada, with the vine itself being completely disjointed. And once you put both of these aspects together, you've got one of Meowscarada's best neutral tools and a great way to challenge your opponent from at least mid-range. It can potentially lose the jabs at close range though, so make sure you mind your positioning. Meowscarada's up tilt is Fake Out Flourish, a quick blow that will have Meowscarada
like this version of the flower. It's not from this model. I had to go. There's a separate model off screen.
Meowscarada will then use her flower to release a wave of leaves, extending the move's hitbox and knocking all foes hit up into the air.
And for those that are probably wondering, why didn't you just use the other model? Because the only way I could get my hands on a flower that came with a Meowscarada model was a not safe for work model. Yeah, scouring for models during the early days of Scarlet and Violet was a fucking rough experience.
Of purpose, this is designed to be one of Meowscarada's best combo starters, with its quick startup and low knockback growth allowing her to make use of this attack at almost any percent value. The extra disjoint provided by her...
It was the only way I could get my hands on that model, that flower.
Meowscarada's down tilt is sneaky.
So that's why the texturing on the flower looks so different than the actual Meowscarada model.
Using her flower to increase her overall range and add disjoint to the end of this attack's hitbox. This move can link into itself multiple times at very low percents, and much like her up tilt, the player can use this attack to start combos or simply pressure an opponent trying to play on the defensive. If you're looking for a move that can check your opponent's slower buttons and make sure nobody can charge a fireball, this is your go-to option.
I don't even think that that model is available anymore.
Meowscarada's dash attack is Sleight of Slash, an aggressive advancing option that will have Meowscarada perform a...
And I certainly don't have it on me anymore. I got rid of it the moment I got my hands on the new Meowscarada model.
Blow covering a sizable range and packing enough of a punch to secure kills at higher percents. This is a fantastic neutral tool and a great way to catch your opponents off guard, as even if you only tap your dash before initiating the attack, Meowscarada will go far. However, this strength could also prove to be its greatest weakness, as should the player overextend at a bad time, it could end up getting Meowscarada seriously hurt, so be sure to mind your positioning before going for the attack. For her get-up attacks, Meowscarada will attack by either slashing around herself or performing a spinning kick, all while performing a sweeping kick for her ledge attack.
Not safe for work. Meowscarada is lost media. Nah, she's probably on like SFM Lab or something. But
mixing in her elemental abilities.
Somebody put that model on the workshop, and it was gone in like a few hours. I noticed it had the flower. I had to download it immediately just for that. So like the model is like completely like either like shrunk down to the size of like an ant somewhere off screen, while the flower is instead then blown up and brought over to be for the current Meowscarada model I have. Or it's just like sitting in a corner somewhere. I do not remember. This was so long ago.
As the Oomph pack compared to her regular normals is notably higher. Meowscarada's forward smash is Night Slash, a stylish attack that will
just for that, yeah,
take a bow during the move's charge animation, all while her other arm hangs out behind her. Once the charge animation ends, Meowscarada's eyes...
I once had to download a fucking massive packet of like office supplies just to get a yo-yo for Crash's taunt. So it's not like I've never done this before.
Gleam as she drops the showman-like facade and rushes forward, performing a powerful wide-hitting slash as her arm is cloaked in darkness. This is Meowscarada's single strongest kill confirm, and thanks to its speed and range, it's a great punish tool and a potential combo.
It would be like saying Incineroar should bite with his huge teeth. I mean,
Meowscarada's up smash is Power Vine.
He could have for like a move or two.
Meowscarada raised her personal flower above her head, it letting out a green pulse of energy that will cause a pair of massive coiling vines to extend out of the ground and launch all nearby foes up into the air. This move's greatest strength is its tall...
You really are dedicated to getting the models you need. I am. Which is why nowadays, if I don't find something I want, I just commission people to do it for me.
This move will also sport a sweet spot the opponent's hit by the intersecting vines. However, despite its great upsides, this is Meowscarada's slowest smash attack on the recovery, and as a result, whiffing this single hit attack is a great way to get yourself punished, especially if you're attempting to attack an opponent that's on ground level. Finally, Meowscarada's down smash is Pollen Puffer, a quick yet heavy-hitting attack that will have Meowscarada use her personal flower to release explosive blasts of pollen on either side of herself in order to launch foes away. This attack will start in front of Meowscarada before ending behind her, these blasts hitting like a double-sided version of Mewtwo's down smash and being fantastic kill confirms with higher percents, with it also benefiting from a fairly quick recovery speed that can make it fairly safe at mid-range.
I think those smash attacks are fine.
As is to be expected of a rushdown fighter, Meowscarada...
At most, I would put more body language into the up smash, but other than that, I think it was perfectly fine.
Sports a set of strong jumps and an aerials kit that is designed to keep up the pressure and keep her combos going, with each of these moves sporting their own unique...
So kind of like Sans' down special animation? No, I made that bone basketball hoop, I had to make that from scratch using Sans' like bone item. I just layered a bunch of them on top of each other and that turned into that. That was like 30 fucking bones put together.
Meowscarada's game plan. Meowscarada's neutral air is Magical Leaf, a multi-use attack that will allow Meowscarada use her personal flower to surround herself in a wave of rapid-hitting leaves. These leaves covering her entire hurt box and granting the player a great combo bridge and landing option. If the player chooses to fast fall this attack, it's more than possible to follow up with a variety of Meowscarada's grounded normals, allowing for the player
sounds
to
like hell.
opponent and set up another aerial combo string. However, it should be noted that
only had to do it once, which was nice.
Still be able to strike Meowscarada through her ring of leaves, making this a dangerous attack to use in the neutral against your local sword fighter. Meowscarada's forward air is Shadow Cutter, a double-hitting attack that will allow Meowscarada to perform a horizontal slash in the air, all before spinning around and performing a second, more powerful slash to launch foes away.
I'd probably make Nair smaller, seems too disjointed for a rushdown. Yeah, I'd probably make it smaller too.
Behind the second hit, this is when
I'd make it like 30 to 40% smaller.
On your combo's damage. However, like her neutral air, the player is capable of landing with the first hit of this attack and following up with Meowscarada's grounded normals. Just be careful, as this move is far less safe to land with since it doesn't sport the disjoint of her neutral air. Meowscarada's up air is Tornado Fang, a rapid-hitting attack that will allow Meowscarada throw her lower half
I think it's fine, just make it slower. I don't think it should be slower. You don't want buttons on a rushdown character to be too slow. Unless, you know, they're slightly larger.
Your opponent near the top of the screen. But if you can't set up that kill, you can instead use this move to drag your opponent back down to the stage, much like you can with Greninja's up air. Thanks to this, Tornado Fang stands as Meowscarada's best combo bridge and one of the best attacks to use when you want to pressure your opponents from below. But do be careful.
Almost nobody noticed that her legs are tied together by vines when she's attacking, by the way.
Meowscarada's back air is Windmill Whip, a unique aerial reversal that will have Meowscarada perform a spinning kick in the air. The whip from her wrist.
I'd also probably cut down the range of this by like 30% as well.
Behind her. This move will cover a solid range and can be used as a kill option at higher percents. But thanks to the extra disjoint provided by the vine, it's made.
Do you think that if Sakurai designed Meowscarada, he would take mostly from the games? Or would he mostly use concept art like Greninja and Incineroar? I don't think that he took only from concept art for Incineroar. I think that's a misconception, because that's what he did with Greninja. I think that he would probably pull... Well, actually, it's kind of difficult because there is no Meowscarada yet in the main anime. We know there's going to be one because the main girl, she has a Sprigatito that's already evolved into Floragato, and that Floragato will definitely evolve at some point into Meowscarada. But I feel that probably if anything, concept art would probably be used before the anime would if Meowscarada were to get in before... If Meowscarada was to get in, like, early on. Nowadays, I think that he'd pull from fucking everything because Meowscarada's been in the public limelight for like 2 years.
Uses to be used as a spacing option or a combo enter should your opponent be pushed out of the range of your forward air. Just be sure to keep in mind that, while its landing leg isn't awful, it's notably worse than that of Meowscarada's other aerials. Finally, Meowscarada's down air is Puff Popper, a powerful attack that will have Meowscarada thrust her arm down through the air. Her personal flower on the end of her paw, she releases a powerful blast of pollen. This move will cover a large area below Meowscarada as she attacks, allowing her to potentially spike opponents below the ledge just like Rob before her. But just don't try landing with this
Make
attack.
it frame 15? No, I just lower the range.
Meteor Smash. Meowscarada will grab her opponent with one paw, all while performing a knee strike.
If you want an example, like, look at the difference between this flower and the model. You can clearly tell that they don't belong together.
Natural talent as a performer to make a mockery of her opponent's ability to fight
But this is
back.
all I had access to.
Being used for anything from repositioning to securing kills.
If I didn't find that model that had this, I would have to draw this. And I didn't want to draw this for every single pose.
Regardless of their use, they're all very showy and stylish, as they should be. Meowscarada's forward throw is Tangle Tosser, a two-part throw that will have Meowscarada use her vines to yank out her opponent's balance, all before kicking them away with a powerful straight kick before they can touch the ground.
Fun fact, the reason that Captain Falcon is in this color is because when working with Meowscarada, I had to use a blue background because the backgrounds that I use for green screening and getting these poses can be between green, blue, and magenta, and I couldn't use green or magenta because it would take away the colors that Meowscarada has. So any character that I add onto the scene with Meowscarada also had to not be blue. So Captain Falcon is usually my test dummy when it comes to throws and stuff along those lines. So I had to change him into this color in order to actually make him look normal and not have his color like taken away from the blue screen in the background.
This throw can provide a number of uses for the player, from setting up.
I've had people ask me why he's pink, and that's why he's pink.
Being able to link into forward tilted very low percents, but while it can do a lot, it's not the best at any of its options. Try using this throw to mix up your gameplay and make your mix-ups less predictable. Meowscarada's up throw is Pizzazz Pumper, this having Meowscarada lower her personal flower before stomping on the hidden vine, this causing the flower to release an upward blast of pollen that will knock the opponent up into the air. And
Rosalina was also changed to pink as well, yes.
Throw at low to mid percents, but at higher percents, it can also be used to set up off-the-top kills if you use it from a platform. Other than that, this throw will quickly lose its value the further you go into your opponent's current stock. Meowscarada's back throw is Topsy-Turvy Takedown, one of Meowscarada's more stylish throw options that will have her walk behind her opponent.
Hit him right in the ass.
Spinning them around and causing them to lose their balance. At this point, Meowscarada will then launch them away with a double palm thrust, with this being her most powerful throw option that can secure kills at higher percents. It can also be used as a repositioning.
He looks fresh as fuck in pink.
But the higher knockback growth
I agree.
Useful overall.
Finally, I should use that color more.
Meowscarada's down throw is Clumsy Cord, a weak yet very reliable throw that will have Meowscarada kick out her opponent's balance, this causing them to fall to the ground and enter a hard knockdown state.
Fun fact, this throw is a reference to Slayer from Guilty Gear. It's a reference to one of his throws where he like basically knocks out the opponent's balance and then shrugs.
All before Meowscarada turns her attention to the camera and gives a small shrug, a small smile pursing her lips as if to give a "did I do that?" to the audience. This is, hands down, Meowscarada's scariest throw, as thanks to her incredible mix-up game, her Okizeme potential is absolutely insane. Who
did you vote for in the Super Smash Bros. 4 ballot? I voted for Ridley.
As the amount of damage
and
is incredible.
That's a deep cut? Oh, there are plenty of fucking deep cuts with my movesets. But yeah, I voted for Ridley. So, at least that paid off.
We have now reached Meowscarada's specials, and this is where this Meowraculous magician will truly show off her showmanship and put on the performance of a lifetime, all while showing off her tricky and diverse kit of attacks. All 4 of these specials can also have the trajectory altered by holding an alternate direction on the control stick during the move's startup, allowing the player to catch opponents off guard and punish foes that try to jump the gun with an untimely roll. Starting with her neutral special, Meowscarada.
Yeah, we all know about this. It has to be Flower Trick. I don't think I've ever seen a moveset from Meowscarada where Flower Trick wasn't her neutral special.
Catch your opponent off guard when they least expect it and work as anything from a combo starter to a combo ender and even a kill confirm at high enough percents. This is Meowscarada's signature attack, Flower Trick.
I didn't vote, but I probably would have voted for Sora. Predictable, I know. I mean, that's fine.
Hold up to an unseen crowd.
You would have gotten what you wanted eventually.
Sparkles. These sparkles will grow.
But yeah, this is probably the one move that would change. And I'm just gonna mute it so I can just talk over it. Obviously, I've already done a video on what I would change it to. And I think the design that I have for Meowscarada in Smash Design Bits is a lot better than it is here. I mean, this design is fine, but I think the anticipation of potentially blowing somebody to pieces added a lot more to potential mix-up games, and with the way that her specials were designed, I think that they would work better with a move like that than a move like this.
Long range. If there is no opponent in sight, Meowscarada will look very discouraged as she calls her Flower Bomb back to herself. this causing the charge state of the attack to reset and essentially forcing the player to charge the move all over again. If an opponent is within the range of the attack, however, Meowscarada will snap her fingers and cause a spotlight to descend on the player's location. At this point, the opponent will have but a brief moment to prepare themselves before the flower bomb appears and explodes on contact, with the direction it appears from being dependent on what direction the player is holding on the control stick. This means that the players
moves like this just make me wish that Smash had some form of like directional based blocking.
That wouldn't normally be possible. If you want an example, a ground to air combo that usually ends with forward air can now be extended by using Flower Trick to launch the opponent back towards you. And if you want some really scary mix-up potential, try using
so it was like Snake attaching C4 to an opponent?
Your down throw. This move will even work in the air, but doing so
kind of, but not entirely.
Projectile is launched.
It was
for those wondering, yes.
It was like if Snake stuck had the potential to feint attaching C4 to somebody.
Moving around in general.
Like if he had an input where he did like the animation,
on top of that,
but you couldn't see the bomb for a second for a set period of time, and he could potentially just not stick you at all.
This means that it's more than possible for the player to make this move completely safe, and can potentially even punish the Reflect if they try to do it at close range. Moving on to her side special, Meowscarada will make use of a dangerous command grab that, like her neutral special, can set up some dangerous guessing games and force your opponent into situations where panicking.
I didn't vote for the ballot, but if they did one today, I'd probably vote for Me Mage or Ashley Robbins.
A bright pink before rushing forward at incredible speed, attempting to grab onto the closest opponent. Once she makes contact with an opponent,
like a move like this would work perfectly in tandem with the Smash Design Bits Flower Trick.
All while also acting as a sensor for the brutal beatdown she's giving her would-be heckler. Once the beatdown is finished, Meowscarada will then end the command grab by launching the opponent away with a powerful claw slash. But instead of simply launching the opponent straight away or straight up, the player will be able to choose which direction the opponent is launched. And thanks to that fact, this goes from a simple damage option to
I wish there were more command grabs like that, to be honest.
If you want an example of some of the nutty potential this move sports, try using Play Rough to launch foes away, all before catching them mid-launch with Flower Trick to launch them back towards you, and then finishing it off by sending them flying again with a smash attack. In total, it's not unlikely for this to lead to combos that can top as much as 50+% damage, but that's only if you have all your resources ready to go.
I'm excited to see what you come up with for Quaquaval. Quaquaval is going to be an interesting one. He's been in development for a very long time. Probably too fucking long, honestly.
At a moment's notice, as failing to do so could lead to even further punishment and even more damage. Just make sure you don't whip that initial rushing grab as doing
no, Matt, it's hypothetical. Like, if it was today, that's who they'd vote for.
Moving on to her recovery special, Meowscarada will use her incredible agility to not only quickly move across the screen, but also throw her opponents off her tail, making it all the easier to reach that ledge. Trailblaze. With this, Meowscarada's body will become cloaked in a bright green aura as she builds up energy. Her body apparently moving so fast that it leaves a series of after images behind as she moves into place. These after images...
So fun fact, this move's animation was going to be completely fucking different. And it was gonna just be like 4 of them instead of 8 different directions. But I decided to do all 8 directions at the exact same time because I hate myself and I hate my computer. All of these render out at 4K each, and they each take like 12 minutes to export. So you're looking at you're looking at like over an hour and a half's worth of export time in this one image.
Will face in all 8 movement directions, and once she has built up enough energy, Meowscarada will rocket up into the air at incredible speed, all while her after images dash in the other side.
And that's another hour and a half of rendering time,
causing them to potentially chase after the wrong Meowscarada while her player makes it back to the stage scot-free. And this is thanks to the fact that the real Meowscarada
must have been painful. Yeah, for my computer, not for me.
All while leaving a trail of flower petals.
It was just taking the same. It was just taking the same pose and just altering its the way it faces the camera.
As a result, your opponent will need to be prepared for an approach from any angle, and while these after images won't harm the opponent if they get in the way of the dash, Meowscarada herself will, which just adds a whole new layer of danger. Finally, for her down special, Meowscarada will make use of a deceptive multi-purpose counterattack that will sport unique properties depending on whether or not she's countering a physical attack or a projectile. Trick. With this, Meowscarada will put one arm behind her back while extending her other paw forward. Her pose being like that of a magician that's looking for a volunteer for her next trick. If an opponent makes contact with her using a physical attack, she will use her extended arm to swat away their attack, all before performing a claw slash with her other arm. This slash causing the opponent to be spun around while also giving the Meowscarada player the option to move behind them during the attack, if they so choose. While the damage of this counter is notably lower than that of other counters, this move's main draw is the fact that it will leave your opponent in a dazed state once the counter concludes.
I should note that the dizzy state is not a true dizzy state. It's not like a standard one that you have. It would probably be a pseudo one that's like half as effective, which means that it's much, much easier to break out of.
Making this one Meowscarada.
I don't really specify this in this video, but that would definitely be the design I have for it. It would have to be like one that's much easier to break out of.
Best kill setups if you manage to fool your opponent into attacking you.
Everyone gives trick to Meowscarada. Well, it fits the character. It definitely makes sense for the character.
Can be mashed out of.
Like Samus's Paralyzer? Pretty much. I think that's a good comparison.
Meaning that, if the player isn't careful, they could potentially end up getting punished themselves if they're trying to use his attack at lower percent values.
No, it'd be like a day state, like when your shield breaks. But it'd just be like half as effective. Like you don't need to mash it, like it'd be like you'd have to mash half as hard to break out of the effect as you would like an actual shield break or a disable or whatever.
If used against an opponent in the air, Meowscarada will cause them to tumble and fall to the ground in a hard knockdown state.
Also, I have no idea how Delson did trick.
If the Meowscarada player can predict the mash in space properly, this counter works much better the higher your opponent's.
The discussion of Meowscarada being a half zoner was enough for me to stay as far away from that video as physically possible.
Percent value is. If Meowscarada is hit by a projectile, however, she will instead roll the projectile along her arm before catching it with her personal flower, causing it to disappear and store the projectile for her own use. In this state, pressing down B again will have Meowscarada thrust her personal flower forward, all before expelling the projectile back the way it came at an increased velocity. While this increased speed can be used to catch opponents off guard, this counter will not amplify the damage of the projectile that Meowscarada absorbs, with it dealing the same damage to her opponent as it would have done to her. Next is the final smash, and for this,
it's a 360 command grab? What?
I asked for this?
Meowscarada will put on an epic finale that will leave her opponents seeing stars, or at least leave them with a seriously bad case of vertigo.
I don't even know how that's physically possible.
All of this courtesy of the new stylish mechanic introduced in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. This is Terra Petal Performance. To start the attack, Meowscarada will perform an incredibly fast rushing slash.
Yeah, let's give JP Spin Pile Driver. Listen, I'd main JP. I would love if one of his spirits could do the spinning pile driver.
Up to 3 opponents into a cinematic beatdown. Once slashed, a series of
that'd be hilarious.
Path of Meowscarada carved, knocking her opponents up into the air and putting them into prime position for Meowscarada's greatest trick. At this point, Meowscarada will trastralize, her body emitting waves of gleaming light and flower petals as she leaps up into the air, chasing her quarry down before performing a second rushing slash through all caught opponents. This slash will deal minimal damage on its own, but it's not the slash your foes need to worry about. For upon closer examination, it will be shown that Meowscarada has rigged her opponents with a slew of flower explosives. At the clap of her hands, Meowscarada will cause these bombs to go off, dealing huge damage as she lights up the sky with a sea of pollen and petals.
Has there ever been a Zoner Grappler hybrid? The closest I can think of is like Idol. Idol technically is one. I don't think there's ever been a Zoner Grappler hybrid, like, truly, because they kind of don't really work in tandem with one another. Like, you don't want a space and command grab. It doesn't really work. One's built around getting close, the other is built around staying away. At that point, you're kind of just an all-rounder.
And to end the final smash, Meowscarada will bow before turning around and unleashing Terra Blast.
Fun fact, this effect crashed my computer. This effect crashed my computer and got this video delayed by an extra day because I had to shrink it down like 50%. Yeah, you don't see it, but this effect is fucking massive. It doesn't stop here. Or maybe I had to like cut it down, but it used to be much, much fucking bigger.
A huge green beam of flower petals and leaves emitting from her palm that will deal rapid damage.
Also, I've had people say that like this part of the Final Smash really isn't necessary. And while I do technically agree that it could probably be cut and nothing, and the Final Smash would still be really good, I think that the finale of Terra Blast still is probably the best option.
For launching the opponent away. Meowscarada will deactivate.
I like it. I want to keep it.
To an unseen crowd, all before returning to her idle animation.
But yeah, that effect was like 250 megs large, and it crashed my fucking computer. It took like 7 minutes to save it, when things usually save in like a maximum of like 30 seconds on this machine.
For her victory theme, Meowscarada will take a step away from the usual victory theme used by the Pokemon Fighters of Smash and instead utilize her own personal victory theme in the form of the badge acquired jingle from Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. While she would more than likely use the same victory theme as the other Pokemon should she actually get into Smash, I figured I'd add in something new for the sake of the video.
That's probably the tune the Quackaball's gonna have too.
Victory animation number 1 will show a spotlight shining down on high as Meowscarada pulls out a rose from her wrist, all before smelling it and
Fun fact, that rose is from Dante's model from Devil May Cry 5. It's the rose he throws during his SSS taunt.
tossing it at the camera. After she does, she will wave and play to an unseen crowd until the player cycles back to the character select screen. Victory animation number 2 will have Meowscarada create a bouquet of flowers before tossing it up into the air. At this point, the bouquet will explode into a wave of raining petals as Meowscarada bows graciously towards the camera. Finally, victory animation number 3 will have Meowscarada playfully roll a flower bomb along her arms, all before making it disappear. As the bomb disappears, Meowscarada will turn towards the camera and perform a sassy pose, all before the bomb falls in the background and causes her to...
This one I animated on my own. This one was not part of the original animations that came with the model. This one I had to do on my own.
Slightly flinch. It's a blink and you'll miss it moment that shows her experience as a performer, but a noise that loud to a creature with sensitive hearing will make even the most professional magician slightly jump. Taunt number 1 will have Meowscarada rest her paw on her hip, all before raising her other paw in a sassy manner. This taunt is a reference to one of the Sprigatito's idol animations, and is
It's also based on a very common Sprigatito meme. You know, like, yeah.
designed as a way of bringing Meowscarada's confident personality to the surface. Taunt number 2 will have Meowscarada take a bow, all before tilting her head up and flashing a devious smile. Like her first taunt, this is designed to show off Meowscarada's personality.
Or the closest thing to a smile, because the model didn't come with any sort of, like, mouth-altering mechanics other than just opening and closing the jaw.
As well as the trickster undertones that comes with being part dark type. Finally, taunt number 3 will have Meowscarada pull out a set of small flower bombs and casually juggle them, all before tossing them up into the air and catching them with her personal flower. At this point, Meowscarada will perform a showman-like pose, and hold it just long enough to make sure her opponent is impressed.
I don't remember how the colors look. I don't.
Original colors, colors referencing other Pokemon, and colors referencing various types of cats.
I never used to put very much effort into how I did my colors, so I don't think these look super great.
Attack effects will remain the same regardless of which color the player chooses.
Also, you can tell I was working on several other characters at once. Usually you can tell what characters I'm working on when it comes to Pokemon videos, depending on which Pokemon I have on my team. I don't know why Gul'dan goes there.
This being done to keep readability consistent. Color number 1 is Meowscarada's standard appearance, featuring a mint green fur color along with a deep green mask, scarf, and legs. While the effects of each color remains the same, almost every single aspect of Meowscarada's color scheme will change between each option, including her pink flower necklace and purple eye color. Color number 2 will turn Meowscarada's fur a bright orange, with the interior of her scarf, her flower collar, and her eye markings becoming a bright yellow. On top of that, her eyes and nails will become a sky blue. This color is designed to reference the orange tabby breed of cats, and it's a personal favorite of mine as it was designed after my own cat, Tucker. Color number 3 will change.
Oh fuck, that hurts to hear nowadays.
Meowscarada's fur to a snow white, while her mask, scarf, and legs become a jet black. On top of that, her eye markings, flower collar, nails, and eyes will be changed to a scarlet red.
Maridon moveset soon.
Smash original. Although there are plenty of white furred cats out there that you can.
It's something I've experimented. It's something I've experimented with, but it's nothing in. There's been no concrete designs from Maridon yet.
Number 4 will change Meowscarada's fur.
The most that Maridon has at this point in time is a mechanic, and that's it.
Of her flower collar. This is another Smash original that is designed to emulate Meowscarada's dark typing. Color number 5 will turn
Holy
Meowscarada's
crap, that
fur
looks a
black,
little bit rough.
everything other than her eyes will be made to snow white, with her eyes.
If you
being
need
made
proof
of
that I
bright
didn't
yellow.
put much
This is
effort
a
into
reference
these
to many
colors,
different types of
because
cats,
I
although
find
the
colors to
closest
be
reference I can think of is
inconsequential.
the Black Panther. Color number 6
Nice
gives
jump,
Meowscarada the
Meowscarada.
costume of the
Nice
Fire
jump,
Skeleton
Quackleval. I forgot the
With her
fucking
fur
ball in
being
this
changed
game
to
is
a bright
buggy as
red, while her
shit.
mask, scarf, and legs will become a bright silver, and various highlights become a bright yellow. Color number 7 will give Meowscarada the color scheme of the water-type starter, Quackleval, with her fur becoming an ocean blue while her markings will become a bright sky blue. On top of that, Meowscarada's white scarf and legs will be complemented by a bright red face mask, with this being designed to match Quackleval's head crest. Finally, color number 8 will give Meowscarada her shiny colors, with this changing the shading.
If there was ever anything that I wish I could just hand over to other people to do for me, it's definitely colors. Like, I am... It's not that I feel I'm bad at it. I know I've gotten better at it because I've had to get better at it, but it's kind of just like, I don't really care. But I don't want to cut out the colors. That's the problem.
Of her fur, scarf, mask, and legs to a different type of green, while her flower color and eyes will be changed to a vivid purple. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet were very interesting titles, to say the least. For what looked like a low-effort and headlong rush into a new generation to keep their 3-year generation plan intact, turned into what I can only describe as one of the best Pokemon games ever made.
I could probably give some suggestions if I had a Discord.
The surprisingly dark
I'm surprised you don't just make one.
Yes, Larry. This is definitely a game that is worth it.
Yeah, we love Larry in this house. We stand Larry in this house. But yeah, I'm surprised you don't have it.
It's also a generation that has spawned quite a few potential fires that people would love to see be added to Smash. And as of right now, the frontrunner for this position seems to be the magician Pokemon, Meowscarada. Now, I don't think this is surprising, as the writing was definitely on the wall that Meowscarada was going to be the one that Game Freak would try to push like Cinderace and Greninja before her. But considering the time frame that Scarlet and Violet came out in, and how far out we might be from a potential new console, let alone a new Smash title, I don't even know if any Pokemon from Scarlet and Violet
if only we
would be
knew.
considered for the next Smash.
We're still
Which is a
probably
shame,
like a
because it
year
definitely
out from a
feels like
new
the past two
console at this
generations have
point.
designed a ton of Pokemon that could have been fantastic characters. In order for Meowscarada to even have a chance of being considered for the next Smash, this means that the next Smash would need to be released before 2026. As that's
I don't think that's gonna happen.
The Pokemon Company continue. And looking at how things are going right now for both the Switch and the lack of any information regarding a potential new system.
Though I do think there is a potential chance that Scarlet and that Generation 9 might go on for another year or two. That's kind of Meowscarada's only saving grace right now. They said they wanted to take the next generation more carefully than they did with this one because of the feedback that they received and because, you know, Pal World kind of kicked their teeth in a little bit. So yeah, I think we're not going to see Gen 10 until like 2027, probably. There's a lot they can still do with the anime because of the way they're designing it. And yeah, that's pretty much Meowscarada's only saving grace at this point. If they continue with their 3-year development cycle, then Meowscarada is pretty much fucked. Meowscarada is not getting into the next Smash. Because we are not getting a new Smash in a year's time. We are not. I'm sorry. while I'd love for the next Smash to be a launch title for the next console, I do not see that being a thing that happens.
I don't think we'll be seeing a new Smash before we see a new generation of Pokemon. And that's not even considering what other surprises Gen 9 might have in store for us.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Time will tell if Scarlet and Violet will be able to truly beat the clock. But for the time being, I'm not particularly confident in its chances. Which is a shame too, as Meowscarada has a ton of potential on her own. What a shame. What a shame.
And the problem is that ZA is probably going to have a lot of really cool and interesting things they could put in Smash as well. Because Legends Arceus had so much that they could put in the Smash, and none of it's going to get into the fucking game. None of it. At most, a Pokeball Pokemon. If you're lucky, maybe a stage. And if they bring back trophies, which they should, maybe a few trophies. But that's pretty much all Arceus is going to get, maybe other than, like, music.
If you like what you saw, be sure to like and comment. It not only helps out with the algorithm.
I mean, if we get another Melee development cycle, then maybe it would be more interesting gameplay-wise. I don't think they need a Melee development cycle for it to be more interesting gameplay-wise. I think they could have a development cycle of, like, Smash 4, but, you know, focused on one console and not having to stretch your resources between two machines, with one of them clearly not being fucking built for the kind of game you're trying to make. You can have that kind of development cycle and still come out with a game that plays like Melee, or better than Melee.
Other movesets I've made, follow the link in the description to go to my Challenger Concept playlist. Just make sure you press
It's crazy how there wasn't a Legends
Arceus
Arceus Spirit event for Ultimate.
Never miss a future upload. For now,
Ultimate missed a lot of things.
You have a good one.
And I think I fucking hate spirits. But yeah, that's Meowscarada. Yay, one video down. Hurrah! You get to take Meowscarada off the list. I'll let the wheel pick 2 more, and then I'm gonna pick some myself. I managed to get every single spirit. I missed the Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom spirits. And they never brought them back, which fucking sucks. What do you mean you don't like finding 2,000 PNGs to complete story mode? Yeah, the most I can hope for the next Smash is that they really fix their modes. Like, gameplay is one thing, and it should be better than what it currently is. But god damn, the spirits were such a fucking bad idea. Anyway, let's roll see who's number 2. Oh god, we're going right back into fucking Pokemon again. We were just talking about you! I want the next Smash to have more party modes like King of the Hill and Smash Run. I think they should just fucking bring back Smash Run. Like, how about you take Smash Run and you turn it into like a true roguelike mode? I was the one who requested this moveset. Do you mind if I ask why? Because I don't remember much being wrong with Hisuian Trainer. Other than, like, an error during exporting where it reverted text back to Jonesy, because I've had that issue happen numerous times. Because Jonesy became, like, the basis for every moveset going forward. Smash Run had so much potential, but the problem was that it was on the 3DS. Yeah, the 3DS kind of, like, ruined 90% of the things that we could have had in Smash 4. Like Pokemon Trainer and Ice Climbers and the modes and the stage differences. Holy hell, the stages The 3DS got all the good ones, and Smash for Wii U got all the shitty ones. Hisuian Trainer fucked my schedule hard. I mean, they did. This video was in development for like a fucking year in between other movesets. They could have actually made Olmar better, but instead they somehow made him worse. Yeah, not a lot really improved with Smash 4 because a lot of the focus on development for the last two Smash titles has been, in my opinion, complete and total ass. Like, oh yeah, you know, you have the opportunity to go back and fix characters that suck. Yeah, you know that character that you've been sitting on for like a few games now? That people want to play like his actual self? Well, guess what? We're gonna fix Ganondorf. Congratulations, he now has his chest scar. And that's all you're gonna fucking get, and you're gonna like it. Yeah, Hisuian Trainer. This video was released like a day before my birthday last year. I probably should have released it after, because it kind of got immediately lost in the algorithm right after, because I streamed the next day and that took over. I just imagine the trainer differently from your moveset, and I wanted to hear your opinions on it. Well, one of the main reasons I did Hisuian Trainer the way I did was because I specifically wanted to take a different direction than the trainers we currently have in Smash. And I think that the Hisuian Trainer offered a potential that no other trainer had. Do you think Harada should help co-direct the next Smash alongside Sakurai? Part of me wants to say yes, but part of me also wants to say no, because Harada is notably bad when it comes to handling fan feedback. And I feel like he would specifically avoid putting in characters people want just out of spite. Let him go direct like a new Pokken. I trust him with that, but I don't think I trust him to direct Smash, no.
Hisuian Trainer.
Yeah, this character went through several fucking rewrites.
Character that excels at controlling the stage through a wide variety of abilities, along with a huge slew of allies. They can be used to rack up damage surprisingly quickly and add a whole new way for a Pokemon trainer to work in Smash. In terms of design, the Hisuian Trainer set up an Okizeme game as their strongest aspect as a fighter. His set abilities can allow for dangerous frame traps and 50-50 scenarios that can lead to you scoring KOs far earlier than you'd expect. However, as much potential as the Hisuian Trainer has,
this character's script was like one of the largest I've ever done, which is very surprising when it turned out to be somehow shorter than Eevee. Because the script for this character is definitely longer than Eevee.
Opponent's approach. And if you remove those best tools from play, the Hisuian Trainer is a sitting duck for any character that can close gaps and suffocate them with offense.
How is ease of use only 2 stars? Well, because there's so much to work with this character. The original design had 1 out of 5 instead of 2.
Even a quote-unquote upper mid-tier level, failing to learn
Oh, there's making fun of Delzadon again. Because this moveset was started its development like right after he said that comment, which is why I've had to put that in, because it was fresh in my mind.
Being similar to characters like Robin and Link. Why am I talking about the height of the trainers themselves? Simple, because unlike the trainer we have in Smash already, the player will be in direct control of the trainer at all times, not the trainer's Pokemon. While this might seem odd at first, this design aspect comes from the general design of Pokemon Legends Arceus, with the trainer having a far more active role in being able to freely move around during most of the game's battles, all while also reacting accordingly if they stand in the way of an incoming attack from either Pokemon.
I 100% stand by this design of the trainer being the thing you control and not the Pokemon in this specific instance. With any other trainer, I think it would be probably not very fitting, but literally this is the only game in the series where you have active control of your trainer at all times. And I think that since that's the case, the trainer should be the thing you're controlling in the fighting game as well.
The stats you see on the right are attributed to the trainer.
I was actually wondering something about this moveset when watching it. How does Ursaluna interact with Pikmin? Will it perform its attack if a Pikmin gets close? Probably. It's like if anything enters its general area of effect that acts like a character. And since Pikmin are essentially just extensions of Olimar, then yeah, he would probably attack a Pikmin if they were just thrown and left there.
These stats
which could allow the Olimar player to, pull him out of position and potentially make him useless, which is, counterplay.
Slightly.
Sacrifice your children for the sake of killing the bear.
Depending on which Pokemon the player has active. In total, the trainer will have access to 3 Pokemon, with all of them essentially acting as a moveset extension as opposed to individual fighters, and all of them sharing the same general stats as the trainer themselves.
Oh, another reason this video took so fucking long to come out, getting these models for the Pokemon was like a massive, time sink. Nobody was putting out models for Legends Arceus Pokemon. I was lucky enough to find and back... I had to re-engineer a fucking Hisuian Zoroark model in order to get the Hisuian Zoroark video the year before. This one I was lucky enough to have just... Originally, it was just the Hisuian models from Legends Arceus, but these models are actually from the Scarlet and Violet versions of the Pokemon, which these came out a few months before the characters came out, and I was very, very close to just working with the Legends Arceus models, which look notably worse than these do.
While that's the case, each Pokemon will provide the trainer with unique movement options once they're active, all while bringing their own unique strengths and weaknesses to the trainer's kit that will change how they play and set up damage. These Pokemon are Hisuian Decidueye, Hisuian Typhlosion, and Hisuian Samurott. Starting with Hisuian Decidueye, this grass-flying type is the all-rounder of the trainer's team, with his kit being the most straightforward and a great entry point for those looking to learn the trainer's ins and outs. With Hisuian Decidueye active, the player will have access to
backwards engineer, Matt, essentially. Just I had to take a model from a completely separate program and basically get it to work in SFM. And I did it on my own. It was one of the few instances where I did it on my own. And I'm proud I did it. And it probably could have come out better. And then, a few weeks after the video released, they released the Scarlet and Violet version of the model, and I felt fucking crushed.
Decidueye's damage output
because it looks so much fucking better.
On top of that, Decidueye works best at close to mid-range, and might end up losing long-range fights against characters with multiple projectile options. Moving on to Hisuian Typhlosion, this fire ghost type is a mid-range fire who sports the strongest stage control options out of the 3, with his kit sporting multiple projectiles, long-range buttons, and a variety of dangerous traps.
Hisuian Typhlosion was definitely the most fun aspect of this moveset in terms of just posing and having fun with the way the character moves and animates.
Out of all 3 Pokemon. As a result, it's important to keep a modicum of range when using Typhlosion.
I tried my hardest to make his animations very extravagant and flamboyant.
Hisuian Samurott, the water dark type that serves as the trainer's close range fire and also sports the quickest attacks. Samurott's greatest strength is his ability to set up short yet powerful combo strings.
Samurott at times was fucking really difficult to animate properly, just because of the fact that I couldn't rig the maul I couldn't attach an IK rig to.
And while his attacks are fast,
and it's quadrupedal instead of bipedal. So getting this thing to look normal during some attacks was a pretty complicated affair.
quite a while to recover from. All three Pokemon will sport their own unique combos and setups, and thanks to the fact that the player controls the trainer, they're essentially invincible as long as the trainer remains on screen. They will return to their Pokeballs briefly if the trainer is hit, however, much like how Luma and Nana will panic if their teammate is hit, but at most, all an opponent can do is simply hit them to interrupt their attacks. In terms of mobility options, the trainer on their own sports 2 jumps and can crawl, but these options will change depending on which Pokemon is active.
It was definitely interesting
With the
replaying this
active,
game for the
trainer will
first
have 3
time
jumps instead of 2,
for this
all including
video.
a wall jump and a wall cling while Samurott is active. Typhlosion doesn't give the player any additional options, but instead changes the regular grab to a tether grab.
Quadrupedal Swordfire sounds difficult to
When
model.
it comes to designing unique
It
trainers
wasn't
for fast
easy.
builders, I personally feel that the Pokemon trainer's formula is hard to replicate, and even harder to add to without bastardizing it. Thankfully, the design of the Hisuian trainer is quite separated from that of the regular trainer, and thanks to the simple design change of making the trainer controllable as opposed to the Pokemon, we don't need to stick to only 3 Pokemon. Yes, while the Hisuian trainer sports 3 Pokemon that can alter their moveset, these aren't the only Pokemon they can summon onto the battlefield, and this comes in the form of their character mechanic, Hisuian allies. Through the use of
I
their
love
specials,
Ursaluna as a
the
Pokemon.
Hisuian trainer will be able to use the abilities of 3 other Pokemon, with
It's
these
great.
being based on the right Pokemon from Legends and essentially giving the trainer a full team of 6 Pokemon.
Dopey looking
However,
face,
unlike
but
the Hisuian
hits like a train.
starters, which will actively move around and attack in time with their trainer, these Pokemon will act independently and must be ordered to attack using unique commands, on top of sporting separate health bars that can force them out of commission if they take too much damage. In total, the Hisuian trainer can call upon the assistance
But
of
yeah, this
Ursaluna,
technically makes this
Weirdeer,
character a
and
trainer with
Hisuian
6
Braviary.
Pokemon.
Starting with the most terrifying of the 3, Ursaluna is a massive powerhouse that is the most independent of the 3
And
assists.
it's probably the only way you could probably get away with it. I would never have like an actual Pokemon trainer with 6 Pokemon. That sounds insane.
Once summoned onto the field, Ursaluna will act almost like that of a Pokeball Pokemon, with the massive bear remaining passive unless an opponent gets too close to Ursaluna's current location. Should an opponent attempt to enter the bear's den, Ursaluna will charge towards them and perform its signature attack, Headlong Rush. This causing Ursaluna to rush forward and slam its paw into the ground, causing a huge wave of power to rise up and launch all foes in its path with heavy force. Normally, Ursaluna will refuse to move from its initial position, regardless of how much the trainer moves around the screen. But by using a unique satchel item, the player will be able to move Ursaluna around the stage, essentially cutting off your opponent's approach and forcing them to fight the terrifying bear head-on. However, despite being terrifying, Ursaluna can indeed be defeated by opponents, with 35% forcing Ursaluna back into his ball and 105% causing Ursaluna to faint, removing him from play for a total of 12 seconds. You can call Ursaluna
So it's
back
a
at any
substantial
time
amount of
to
time when you
avoid
lose
taking
access to
any
this tool.
damage. But I'll discuss that more when we get to the trainer specials. Moving on to Weirdeer, this majestic beast will allow the trainer to hitch a ride as he rushes across the screen using his signature attack, Psy Shield Bash, his body cloaked in psychic energy and launching all opponents in his path on hit. This rushing dash will provide a disjoint in front of Weirdeer as he attacks, but should he be hit by an incoming move, be it physical or projectile, the dash will end and Weirdeer will return to his Pokeball. This rushing dash will provide a small disjoint in front of Weirdeer as he attacks, but should he be hit by an incoming attack, be it physical or projectile,
I also got
the dash
Weirdeer's
will end
model
and
like
Weirdeer
super late
returns
into
to his
this video's
Pokeball.
development.
And if Weirdeer takes a total of 60% damage, he'll faint and be forced out of commission for a total of 8 seconds. In comparison to Ursaluna, Weirdeer excels at ending combos set up by the trainer's
I didn't get
Pokemon.
Hisuian
Or
Braviary
returning
at
to
all,
his
which is
ball
why there's no
immediately once
poses
the
with
attack
Hisuian
ends.
Braviary.
This move also supports a surprisingly fast startup, making it a great way to get opponents out of your comfort zone or punish neutral mistakes. Finally, there's Hisuian Braviary. This Hisuian variant of Unova's Freedom Bird serving as the trainer's recovery assistant as it takes them up into the air. All before
How
dropping
would
back down to its
Hisuian
stage
allies
and barrel
work in
through any opponent in its
8-player
path.
battles?
Much like Weirdeer,
8 bears.
Hisuian Braviary
Welcome to Canada.
will sport disjoint on his hitbox during the initial rising attack, but hitting Braviary at any point during the recovery will cause him to return to his Pokeball, and dealing 40% damage will put Braviary out of commission. Thankfully, you'll only need to wait a total of 4 seconds for Braviary to become active again, but those 4 seconds can feel like an eternity to go without your main recovery option. Each of these Pokemon will sport a health bar next to the Hisuian trainer.
Though in 8-player battles, Ursaluna would probably get the shit kicked out of it if it's just the Hisuian trainer on his own against 7 other people.
Character icon, with the icon for each bar being designed after the same icons used to represent each Pokemon in Legends Arceus. Normally,
So the additional Pokemon are like Marvel assists on a recharge. Not entirely. They basically have their own health bars, and if their health reaches 0, like if you deal enough damage to them, they reach 0 on their AV commission for a set period of time. As it said, Ursuluna was like 12 seconds, which is a substantial amount of time to be without a major stage control option.
Each bar will be grayed out, but once the assist Pokemon has been summoned, the icon corresponding to the Pokemon will light up and the bar will change color to match the icon. If one of the Pokemon takes too much damage and faints, the icon will change to black before slowly starting to refill back to its original color, with this essentially acting as a visual timer for the player to keep track of instead of having to do said time management in their head.
So it's basically just a separate health bar.
It will let off a small burst of light as the Pokemon's cry will
And
play.
the icon will light up
They'll
slowly
also
but
play a
surely,
small
and once it
animation to go
refills,
alongside it.
then you can use it again.
Overall, the Hisuian Trainer is a character that's packed to the brim with versatility and attack options, and managing them effectively is going to be the aspect of the trainer that's going to take the longest to learn. In fact, there's so much that goes into properly placing and using your options, they feel that the Hisuian Trainer not only has one of the highest skill ceilings, but also one of the biggest barriers for entry, meaning they're not designed to be a beginner-friendly character.
They are not, no.
How out there these characters are, let's now move on to the Hisuian Trainer's normals and show just how
I can't remember the last time I specifically designed a character that was friendly for beginners.
much goes into this departure of tradition. For their normals, the Hisuian Trainer's Pokemon will all sport their own unique movesets. All the trainer themselves will keep their attack animations consistent regardless of which Pokemon is active. These animations are mainly comprised of pointing, kicking, and rolling, and while the trainer's damage is fairly weak, they're mainly used to either link it to their Pokemon's attacks or just add on a bit more damage. Your active Pokemon will be doing most of the heavy lifting, but don't think that just because you can't equal their damage means that you are a crucial part of this moveset's design. The Hisuian Trainer's neutral combo is Command Combo, a quick series of blows that will have the Hisuian Trainer order their Pokemon to attack, with each Pokemon having unique combos that suit their playstyle. The Decidueye will attack by performing a 3-hit combination consisting of wing strikes and kicks, all before attacking with a rapid series
Also,
of
this
kicks
was
for an
like the
endless
last
combo.
video I did
Typhlosion
before
will attack by
I
releasing
changed
a
the
wave of
visual
ghost
style of
rollers,
attacks
with this attack
with
counting an endless
Sans.
combo that can be held until the player
It's
releases the
weird.
attack button.
Both of
Finally, Samurott will
Both of the videos that we've looked at today, why are we at 720? We should be like 1440. Both of the movesets we've looked at today are videos that happen like right before a major change in the way I present my content. Because Meowscarado is right before I changed to this visual style, and Hisuian Trainer is the last time I used these types of attack trails.
attack using a 4-hit combination courtesy of his Shell Sword, with the final hit being a powerful upward cut to launch foes away with force. In terms of usability, both Decidueye and Samurott can use their neutral combos to check buttons and deal decent damage in the process, while Typhlosion's attack is designed to push opponents out who get too close, which goes nicely with their mid to long range playstyle. The Hisuian Trainer's side tilt is Tactical Strike, with this having the trainers attack by pointing out in front of
But
themselves
yeah,
in an ordering manner.
the trainer
These
themselves, their
very short
damage
range
is
and
extremely
weak
weak,
blows
and their
then followed by
Pokemon
attacking
are basically
Pokemon,
doing majority of
with
the heavy
Decidueye
lifting.
attacking using a pair of kicks that will launch opponents upwards after the second strike, Typhlosion attacking by swiping his arm forward, creating a wave of purple fire that will hit multiple times before knocking foes back, while Samurott will attack with a fast horizontal swing from his sword, with it covering a solid range and spoiling a disjoint that's hard to trade with. Both Typhlosion and Samurott use their attacks more for spacing and checking the opponent's approach in the neutral, while Decidueye's attack can be both a spacing tool and a combo starter depending on whether or not you cancel the move before the second kick. Hisuian Trainer's up tilt is anti-air formation, with this having
The animations of the trainer don't really
pointing above
matter.
themselves
It's the
and
Pokemon that are the main
attacks
focus
upwards.
on what deals
Decidueye
damage.
will follow up this order by performing an overhead slash with his wing, knocking foes up on hit and covering his entire hurt box in the process. Typhlosion will create a showy
Not to mention,
upwards, launching opponents on hit and
the trainer swaps his poses continuously
While
during the
Samurott will
jab
attack above
animation.
himself with an overhead slash from his sword, with this being the
Let me
quickest
just-
of the trainer's up tilt options.
But as you can see, like his pose like constantly changes depending on which attack is being used. So even if it looks slightly similar, it doesn't really matter.
Follow up this order by performing an overhead slash with his wing, knocking foes up on hit and covering his entire hurt box in the process. Typhlosion will create a showy set of claws and slash upwards, launching opponents on hit and sporting the most vertical range. While Samurott will attack above himself with an overhead slash from his sword, with this being the quickest of the trainer's up tilt options. All three Pokemon can use these tilts as both combo starters and anti-airs, with Samurott's attack being one of his best hit confirms that sports a decent range, while Typhlosion's attack can potentially become a kill confirm at higher percents. Hisuian Trainer's down tilt is low sweep formation, a more direct attack that will have the Hisuian Trainer strike with a low hitting kick, with this attack covering average range and dealing below average damage. While the effort from the trainer is appreciated, the trainer's Pokemon will back them up by following up said kick with an attack of their own. Decidueye will attack with a sweeping wing strike that will knock foes away on hit. Typhlosion will spit out a wave of fire that will remain on the ground for a short time, with this carpet hitting up to 3 times before knocking foes away. Finally, Samurott will attack with an advancing stab, sliding along the ground with his weapon extended. In terms of usability, all 3 Pokemon can use this to set up further damage in different ways, with Decidueye being able to jump cancel his attack while both Typhlosion and Samurott can follow up their attacks.
Honestly, even though his model is smaller and stubbier, I think Olimar needs something like this for his smash attacks.
So it's an important part of his game plan. Hisuian Trainer's dash attack is Tactical Dive, a more direct approach from the trainer that will have them leap forward, barreling into any opponent in their path and knocking them away with decent force. This is designed to reference the dodge roll of Legends Arceus, which is the trainer's main way of maneuvering around incoming damage and dealing with attacks from both wild Pokemon and the game's various boss Pokemon.
So it's basically a weaker version of Snake's.
By damming into their opponent, their Pokemon will back them up by adding both more range and damage to their daring attempt to approach. Decidueye will attack with a spinning dive that will hit multiple times before launching foes away. Typhlosion will attack by charging into his opponent head first to knock them back. All while Samurott will perform a rushing slash, cutting through his opponent in order to launch them away with solid force. In terms of usability, all 3 dash attacks are roughly on par with one another, as any of them can confirm kills if the opponent's percent is high enough. However, all 3 of these attacks are unsafe on both block and whiff, so it's best to only use them when you have your opponent off guard. For their get-up attacks, the Hisuian Trainer will attack around themselves by performing a variety of kick attacks, all while their active Pokemon will help them attack when getting up from the ledge. Decidueye will attack with an axe kick.
I don't really have much to say about this moveset. The thing is, I'm kind of in the same boat because it's still fairly recent and I don't really remember there being much of an issue with it. I wish I had more to say about this one.
Tap into one of the unique attack styles from Legends Arceus to give their Pokemon the boost they need to crush their opposition. Strong Style. This unique attack effect will grant the Hisuian Trainer's active Pokemon more damage and knockback if the player fully charges their smash attacks, creating opportunities to kill fairly early in exchange for a notable increase in end lag. However, should the player
that's perfectly fine.
Without charging, the Hisuian Trainer will instead activate Agile Style to give its Pokemon a notable boost in speed, allowing them to use their smash attacks.
Yeah, I think that this was probably the best way to implement the styles. Tap input to just do Agile and fully charge to do Strong. So basically you get more out of it if you charge fully.
Is Power Forward, with this having the trainer order their Pokemon to perform one of their most powerful attacks straight out in front of themselves.
And the icon above the head will change.
Follow this order by performing a pair of roundhouse kicks to launch foes away with solid force, covering decent range and locking opponent into the second hit if the first one lands. Typhlosion will follow this order by unleashing a powerful blast of purple fire, this ghost-like flame blowing apart into smaller wisps and launching opponents in its path with some notable power. Finally, Samurott will follow this order by leaning back before rushing forward and performing a powerful vertical slash, with this dark blow cleaving through all opponents in its path with heavy force and launching with solid power. In comparison to one another, Decidueye's forward smash sports the quickest startup and recovery speed, but in turn has the weakest damage output. Typhlosion's attack will count as a disjoint, as well as scoring the highest raw damage amongst the 3 Pokemon, but, in turn, it will also be the move that recovers the slowest. As for Samurott, this move will sport the slowest startup speed, but on top of sporting the best range, it will also deal heavy shield damage against those who try and block it. All 3 of these options can be used.
I feel the pose could be more exaggerated on forward smash. A lot of the poses for the trainer feel very stagnant and stubby because this model was fucking agony to work with. That's one of the main reasons why the trainer doesn't move around too much. The animations of the Pokemon were fine and were definitely a lot easier to work with, but the trainer themselves, the model was not very cooperative.
A wave of rising fire that will deal rapid damage for launching opponents up into the air. Finally, Samurott will...
Like, it didn't even have eye controls. I had to manually move the eyes. And that's why it looks like there's like a slight shadow underneath their irises. Because it's just the way that the fucking eyes work.
Stab his shell sword straight up into the air, with the tip of the blade unleashing a blast of searing darkness that will launch foes with solid force. In terms of usability, Typhlosion's up smash sports the best range, allowing it to be used to check platforms and catch opponents trying to land. Samurot's attack will sport the quickest startup speed, meaning they can catch opponents off guard and pull opponents off the ground with the vortex effects of the first strike. Meanwhile, Decidueye's attack is roughly in the middle, sporting decent damage, knockback, and speed, and making it a great move to use if you catch your opponent making a mistake in the neutral. Finally, the Hisuian trainer's down smash is Power Sweep, which will have the trainer order their Pokemon to cover their perimeter and attack on both sides. Decidueye will attack by flying up and shooting an arrow into the ground, with this arrow exploding on contact and causing a wave of leaves to jet up and surround the trainer. Typhlosion will call forth a series of swirling wisps to protect his trainer from damage and rapidly harm those that get too close, while Samurott will perform a pair of quick draw slashes to cover each side, carefully positioning himself as to not harm his trainer in the process. All three of these attacks are fairly close to each other in terms of power, with the main difference between them being the multi-hitting effects of Typhlosion's attack, while Samurott's will have the fastest startup. Decidueye's attack is roughly in the middle once again, but it also happens to spore a small wind box at the very edge of the move's hitbox to push back foes that are just out of reach, giving the player an extra layer of protection and making it the safest on both shield and whiff.
Yeah, I think those are all fine.
On their own, the Hisuian trainer's aerial mobility is fairly middle of the road, with an average airspeed and an air acceleration that barely scrapes past the middle of the roster. But depending on what Pokemon is active, the trainer's mobility will change to create unique ways to move about the stage. Decidueye will grant the trainer a third jump, which will have the trainer hold on to Decidueye as he flaps upwards. Typhlosion will allow the player to stall their falling momentum by floating on a carpet of ghostly wisps, which will allow the player to throw off their opponent's rhythm before counterattacking. Finally, Samurott will greatly increase the speed of the trainer's second jump by creating a small blast of water, allowing the player to potentially bypass an attempt to edge guard or get the jump on opponents trying to play keep away. All three of these unique traits are designed to work in tandem with each Pokemon's unique playstyle, so learning how to use them is an important aspect of learning how to play the Hisuian trainer. The Hisuian trainer's neutral air is falling.
I've arrived with rice and tea. What did I miss? We looked.
Provide a long-lasting hitbox that can stuff jump-ins.
I'm just gonna.
Of course.
We looked at Meowscarada before this, and now we're looking at the Hisuian trainer. And I'm gonna let the wheel choose like one more video, and then after that I will be choosing the rest of them myself. Because there definitely are some that I want to look at, because people were saying feedback that I've gotten them saying that they could be changed in certain ways that I don't remember being needed to be changed. Like Inteleon, for example, I don't remember having a problem. And I think there's also videos like Heavy that should be talked about today, because today is like the 3rd anniversary of his video coming out.
Quick damage. While ordering their Pokemon,
imagine if we get a third Pokemon from the wheel. I will die on screen.
Striking twice before launching the foe away. Typhlosion will unleash a
I will die on camera.
Fire to send foes flying back with great force, while Samurott will attack by performing a vertical slash with his sword, dealing.
I'm glad the stream is working okay. Sometimes I watch a YouTube stream
in terms of design,
and it just buffers a ton. Yeah, YouTube streams are odd because most of the time I stream stuff like this, it's fine when I'm streaming, but for some reason, like the VOD, like the audio fucks up constantly. And I don't understand. YouTube is such a fucking odd platform for streaming.
Anti-air order, with this having the trainer point upwards into the air and ordering their Pokemon to aim their attacks skyward. Decidueye will attack by performing a backflip kick, knocking foes upwards on hit.
It's be more interesting to talk about stuff you feel could be better. I agree. I 100% agree.
Finally, Samurott.
That's why I was kind of hoping that like a lot of the videos that were submitted would be videos like that. Like videos that could use some form of improvement. And there are definitely videos on that wheel that are like that, but I don't think that the Hisuian trainer is one of them.
Typhlosion and Samurott can use their moves to confirm kills off the top of the screen, all while also juggling opponents at low to mid percents. But thanks to their disjoints, they're also some of the Pokemon's best options for stuffing jump-ins or never giving their opponents a chance to land. The Hisuian trainer's back air is rear guard order, with this attack having the trainer turn around in midair to point behind themselves, all while issuing an order to their Pokemon to cover their backs. Decidueye will follow this order by clapping both of his wings together, creating a blast of wind and leaves as he launches opponents away with solid force. Typhlosion will follow up this order by causing the flames on his neck to surge, creating a blast of fire that will launch foes away with heavy force. Finally, Samurott will attack by performing a draw slash, his blade hitting fast and covering a sizable range as it launches opponents away. Both Decidueye and Samurot's
Inteleon is a rushdown, but is a special attacker in Pokemon. Yeah, so what? It's a smash.
Kills much earlier. As for Typhlosion, his option is roughly on par with his forward air, which is also very powerful and can be used to confirm kills. So don't think you need to commit to only a single attack. Finally,
Pikachu's a rushdown character, but Pikachu's best stat is special attack.
Bend forward and point below themselves, all while issuing an order to their Pokemon to attack below them. Decidueye will back up their trainer by performing a powerful axe kick. Typhlosion will attack by swinging his body forward and attacking with a wide-hitting Shadow Claw, while Samurott will attack by performing a downward slash with his Shell Sword. All three of these attacks are designed to work as meteor smashes of various power levels, with Typhlosion's being the strongest and Samurott's being the weakest, but all of them are more than potent enough to confirm kills at higher percents. They're also fairly unsafe to land with thanks to their ending leg, so make sure you have a chance to land the move before committing to it. The Hisuian trainer will grab their opponent by issuing an order to their Pokemon.
Inteleon should be a half zoner. Oh fuck, no.
No,
we don't do half zoners for things like that in this household. I'm sorry.
With one of his wings, all before pulling them in close with his decent grab range. Samurott will reach forward with his neck to try and bite the opponent, with this being the trainer's fastest grab by a notable margin in exchange for also being the one with the
I hate that
range.
term anyways.
Typhlosion, however,
half zoner
grab comprised of wisps to pull opponents in close.
There's already enough half zoners in Smash. Inteleon has enough to work with being rushdown, and I'll explain that because I think I want to look at Inteleon's video, so there will at least be one other Pokemon looked at today.
Can be used to both combo and kill at certain percent thresholds. Typhlosion sporting throws designed more for repositioning and killing, while Samurott lacks a kill throw.
What does half zoner even mean? It basically just means that their playstyle is half something, half zoner. More often than not, it basically just equates to them being all-rounder than anything else.
Flames and shoulder first, while Samurott will perform a stabbing thrust to launch foes with solid force.
By the way, I'm not very well versed in fighting game terms, but you consider puppet characters to be zoners. A lot of puppet characters are technically zoners, but not every single one of them. It depends how integral the puppet is.
With this having the trainer order their Pokemon to launch their opponent upwards. Decidueye will follow this order by grabbing his opponent in his talons.
Like, this character's technically a puppet character, but I don't consider the Hisuian trainer a zoner. They are very much just a all-rounder, jack of all trades, because of how much they can swap between different aspects.
Usability, both Decidueye and Samurott can combo after their throws at low to mid percents, while Typhlosion can use his throw option as a
like, for example, Carl's a zoner in BlazBlue, but Relius is not a zoner.
The trainer move in front of their Pokemon before issuing an order to send their
Relius is very much like offensive. He's like pseudo rushdown.
Carefully maneuvering around his trainer as he launches the opponent behind him. Typhlosion will launch his opponent by biting down on them, all before turning around and launching them with a point-blank fire blast to the face. Finally, Samurott will launch his foe.
I want Almar to be a puppet character, but still a zoner. I think it suits him better than whatever he is now.
In terms of power, Typhlosion and
he technically
are powerful enough to confirm kills at higher percents.
I guess you just need to give more impact to the Pikmin and make them more.
Finally,
give the player more reason to not just throw them away.
Having the trainer order their Pokemon to knock the opponent down. Decidueye will follow this order by performing a quick vertical slash with his wing, the force of the slash bouncing his opponent off the floor and up into the air. Typhlosion will attack by performing a rapid-hitting flame wheel that will bounce foes up after the final strike, while Samurott will slash at his opponent's legs, knocking him to the floor and leaving them in a hard knockdown state. All three of these throws can be used as combo throws at lower percents, with Decidueye's throw having the longest lasting combo window while Typhlosion's is the shortest, all while Samurott's throw can lead to some dangerous Okizeme opportunities if the player reads their opponent correctly. We've now made it to the Hisuian Trainer Specials, and this is where the trainer will bring their entire team together, utilizing a variety of—
Is it bad that part of me kind of just wants to stop watching this video and move on to another one? Because again, I don't really feel like there's not really much for me to add to this. A lot of the stuff that I've already wanted to say about the Hisuian Trainer is pretty already cut and dry. I've already said most of it.
will attack them using
like the stuff about the models, the stuff about maybe some stats could be reworked a little bit. So, is it okay if I swap the video?
around
You know what? I'll put up a
stage,
poll.
although it might take a bit of work. If the player holds the B button, the trainer will reach into their pouch and pull out a piece of dazzling honey, all before they enter a throw state, with the player being able to alter the throw angle as long as the B button is held. Once the right angle is chosen, the player can then toss the honey by releasing the B button, and depending on whether or not the honey makes contact with the player, 2 unique outcomes will play out. With the smell of honey in the air, Ursaluna will then take in its scent before charging towards it at incredible speed, all before quickly chowing down on it and
is
healing
an
5%
overwhelming,
damage. All opponents in Ursaluna's path
overwhelming
will take
amount of
damage from
response
this
to be
charging
like,
tackle,
please
but that's
stop.
a lot better than actually getting hit
You know
by the
what?
honey. Speaking of which,
I understand.
opponents struck by the honey directly will have their movement speed and traction
But we at least
towards
have to see Honey
90%.
Luigi.
And instead of moving to a set location, Ursaluna will instead chase after the
Honey
charging
Luigi
opponents,
is the
with each
stopping
chase lasting
point.
for a total of 2.5 seconds.
He's gonna fucking die. He's gonna get eaten by that bear. But yeah, I don't really feel like there's much that needs to be said about the trainers. Again, this shit was just a byproduct of the video corrupting in some aspects. I think a lot of the attacks for the trainer Pokemon look perfectly fine. And I think having Arceus as a part of the Final Smash makes complete and total sense. Though there were people that were trying to give me shit for this because they don't understand that something working for one thing does not mean it works for another. And by that I mean, like, you said that Brofran's design of adding legendary Pokemon to the Final Smash of his trainers was bad, but you did it. Therefore your design is bad too. No, that's not how it works. The design aspect between them is so different. And the fact that the trainer is the focus means that you could add something like this because it doesn't take away from the rest of the team, because the Pokemon that he uses are not the Pokemon you're controlling. You're controlling the trainer. This is an instance where the trainer actually matters in terms of design. But yes, Arceus had to be the Final Smash. He just had to be.
The cinematic begins. Arceus will use his overwhelming power to stop time around his opponents, causing them to float in midair before bombarding them with his signature attack, Judgment.
I mean, a sextuple finish would also work, but yeah, Arceus works too. I originally designed it to be a sextuple finish, but I felt it was too much screen clutter. Arceus is more integral to the Hisuian trainer too. Yeah, I even titled them The Emissary of Arceus. It's very much what their character basis is. I also think this is like an instance where the colors are perfectly fine. Follows a lot of the same color design philosophy as the original trainer. All 3 Pokemon change their colors depending on the color of the trainer themselves. Blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay. I'm going to take a break after this next one. So, let's see who number 3 is. Wheel spin! We're gonna get another Pokemon. We get another Pokemon I'm re-rolling. Oh, that's not a Pokemon, that's Zero. Sub-Zero, yeah, you see, he's there. It's half of him. It's just Zero. Zero is a character that I do not understand half of the fucking feedback I got from him. Like, some of this feedback I got for the Zero video was literally just people being fucking salty as shit that I said that Brofran's moveset was bad. Like, I had people that just came in to say that because I made a move, because I said his moveset's bad, then my moveset's bad. There's no actual basis for criticism. It's just you spent so much time saying his video's bad, and then you come out and you make one bad. It's like, yeah, that's a real great argument you have there, pal. Did you remember to include the 51 Am I Fighting For references? There is not a single What Am I Fighting For reference in my video. You made him broken on purpose. No, I just made him what he is. Zero is just good. Zero is a character that is inherently designed to be strong. Like, this is the way he is. Zero is not a character that should be hard to make a moveset for, like Marvel 3 is already a great basis to work off of. I agree, but you have to remember, not many Smash players play actual fighting games. I don't have any experience with Zero, but it sounds like he'll be good regardless of what he's in. That's kind of been his track record. Zero has been fucking good in everything. Like, I think out of every character, he's been like one of the most consistent characters that Capcom has ever released for a fighting game. He's definitely in like the top 3.
Now's your chance to run.
Zero.
I'm not gonna lie, half the reason I wanted to do so many Mega Man X movesets is because I just wanted to fucking simp the shit out of Stone McKnuckles' music. Like, his Mega Man X remixes are so goddamn good.
Zero is an aggressive rushdown fighter who excels at opening up opponents with his incredible speed and frame data, all before cutting them down with his incredible damage potential and versatile set of hit confirms. As a prime-cut, pressure-oriented character, Zero's strength...
Like, Zero in anything he's ever been is fast. When people, like, do Mega Man X for anything related to speedruns, Zero is always faster than X is.
...up, and this is very fitting given Zero's history as a fighting game character. However, Zero's offensive power is in turn offset by a very fragile frame, meaning that he can potentially be killed just as fast as he can kill his opponents, which is why it's all the more important that you keep the momentum of the match in your favor when playing as Zero. As a Zero player, it's your job to use your fantastic mobility and collection of deadly mix-up tools to tear down your opponent's defenses and force them into dangerous mix-up scenarios, where making only a couple of mistakes can lead to a potential lost stock. It's also important that you don't overexert yourself, as that handful of mistakes aspect isn't exclusive to Zero's opponents. Zero stands as a medium-sized humanoid character, his height being fairly close to that of Roy, a character I'd argue has taken quite a number of...
You did ask permission from him, right? I mean, I linked all the music, and I even, like, linked his channel. Like, I straight up was just like, please, like, sub to this man. He is, like, he's criminally underrated.
The inciting sickness that would lead to the event of the Mega Man X series after infecting the former leader of the Reploids, Sigma. While originally designed to bring the world to ruin, little did Wily know that Zero would not only become one of the Reploid's strongest allies, but the closest friend of the robot he was created to hate. While he would remain a back...
Yeah, I remember Brawlfan making him a heavy character. I think I made him like 30 units lighter than Brawlfan did.
And through the use of his Z-Saber and his ability to learn techniques as opposed to...
Zero should not be heavy.
Quickly become a fan favorite character of both speedrunners.
He can be very fast.
Thanks especially to the fact that Zero is far less...
I mean, these stats are like fairly similar. Like, they're very close to characters like Fox. So I've had people say like this stab balance is like way too overpowered. This stuff is like fairly standard for a lot of like the high-end rushdown characters of Smash.
balanced than that of X. This aspect won't stay exclusive to his appearances in the Mega Man X series.
Oh, there's Zero doing his thing. Oh boy. Oh boy. I fucking hate fighting Zero in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. Loop-de-loop, and you're dead. That's it.
And those quotes are, "I need more power. You have."
Oh yeah, hang on. I think I mentioned about my history.
Consistently placed within the top 3 or 4 spots of every roster he's been a part of, has given him one of the best track records out of any Capcom fighting game character.
He's the best character in Marvel Infinite, by the way.
As a UMVC3 player, you can imagine that I have quite the history with this guy.
Oh, I fucking do.
Let me tell you, there's 3 quotes in UMVC3 that can make even the most hardened veteran shiver in fear. And those quotes are, "I need more power. You have angered Doom. And so Genmu." I've been on the receiving end of Zero's loops more than enough times in the past decade to have a bit of disdain for the character. But since character design is a selfless act and personal biases should be set aside during times like this, I plan to use my experience as a stepping stool and create something that truly lives up to Zero's reputation. That sure beats the hell out of whining about people.
I'm motivated. Yeah, I should have also added that along with no more games, which is what Zero says when he activates his X Factor.
Well, don't play the game the same way you do on either Discord or Twitter, doesn't it? In terms of mobility options, Zero has 2 jumps, along with the ability to repeatedly wall jump much like he can in the Mega Man X series. One of the main aspects that separates X and Zero in terms of gameplay is their main weapon of choice, as instead of choosing to use his Buster to deal range damage, Zero instead utilizes his terrifying Z-Saber to cut down all foes with incredible speed and precision. However, in Mega Man X6, this aspect of their character design is shifted around a bit, as both X and Zero are capable of using both their Buster
Oh
and
yeah, that's how you
Z-Saber
beat
in order to
bosses
deal
with Zero in
damage.
Mega
The
Man
latter
X6,
options of the
just
two
spin.
simply acting as an extra attack that they can't use nearly as well as the other party. As a result, Zero's Buster is pretty much a sidearm with little purpose, but the way he was made to utilize it in the Versus series gave it a serious purpose in his design. So much so, in fact, that it's actually Zero's character mechanic here in Smash. My fellow Marvel players know this terrifying tool all too well, and it's going to rain just as much hell down on the world of Smash as it did for many a crossover universe. The Zero Buster. Introduced back into Zero's kit in Mega Man X5, this versatile projectile option will start by having the player hold down either the A or B button, which can be done not only while standing still, but
essentially
performing attacks. As the button is held,
what I gave to Zero is a mechanic that I kind of wish Mega Man already had in Smash. It's basically what it is. It's just Zero Buster, but it's a passive ability instead of something you dedicate yourself to. Also, take care, Techno Cookie. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you get to enjoy the VOD later on.
Starting as a blue flash, then changing to a green flash, and finally ending with a constantly flashing yellow, with these visual indicators showing the level of charge accumulated. This charge can be held as long as an attack button is held down, meaning it's more than possible for players to roll their thumbs between A and B in order to keep the charge while performing specific attacks. And once the button is released, Zero will release an energy blast that will travel across the stage at a surprisingly fast pace. This blast will deal both more damage and move faster the longer the move is charged for. And if used in the air, Zero will launch his Buster shots at a downward angle, separating them from the charge shot design I came up with for X. This unique design will make it quite difficult to punish Zero's game plan once he has a full Buster charged, as what might start as a small hit can turn to either potential burst damage or even a kill confirm. While he's definitely not a zoner, this move can keep fighters on their toes from almost any range, but you'd better believe those with reflectors will do whatever it takes to make sure you put that Buster shot back where it came from.
Oh, Sigma, you'll get your moveset eventually, my man.
End lag. You heard correctly, Zero is capable of using his Buster shots to cancel the end lag of his attacks, be it his normal.
I will say, because the amount of moves Mega Man characters have, Smash could, in theory, just go for something original for his moveset, just since obviously yours is based around the versus Capcom take. I mean, parts of it are. Very specific aspects are, yes. And I think that specific aspects of the Versus series Zero are the best that Zero has ever had in any sort of media. Like, Hidangaki in the Versus series is objectively the best version of that attack. And I think that the way the Zero Buster works is probably best implemented for Zero. Like, Zero just took the mechanic of Mega Man in Marvel vs. Capcom's 1 and 2 and just made it his own and made it better. That's basically what this move is.
Greater the higher level of charge the player has stored, and this is going to be something your opponent will always need to be prepared for. If the Zero player whiffs a button, you'd better expect a 5-frame Buster Shot being launched at your face.
I'd probably increase the frames. I'd probably make it like 10 frames instead of 5.
Find yourself stuck in shield and leave the Zero
So there's a bigger
player
window for
to
punishment.
grab you, with this either being used to set up a combo or throw you into a 50-50 mix-up. It's very strong, it's very dangerous, and given Zero's pedigree as a fighting game character, I wouldn't have it any other way. This is what makes up the basis of Zero's character design. Use your incredible mobility and destroy weapon strikes to pressure your opponent and open them up with a variety of mix-up options, all while utilizing your buster canceling mechanic to catch openings and end combos with aplomb. It's not nearly as detail-oriented as X's design, but I feel the more straightforward character design works for Zero far better than it does for X. And now that you understand the basics of Zero's design, let's now move on to his normals and discuss the attacks you'll be using to
Sometime next week, Muscle Bob.
Zero's normals will mainly be comprised of attacks he can perform with his Z-Saber throughout the Mega Man X series, with his Saber taking its appearance from Mega Man X4 and X5. While a lot of Zero's more recent appearances in crossover media features him with his blade from X6,
yeah, I don't like his blade from X6. It looks too solid, essentially. It looks too much like a generic Star Wars lightsaber. I liked it more in X4 and X5 when it looked like it was like made of water.
That, and it's what I've become accustomed to as a former competitive Marvel 3 player. So I'm going with the Zero design I know and love. Also, just for clarification, this is.
I might have missed at the beginning of the video, but what kind of archetype would Zero have? He's Rushdown. He's very much Rushdown.
Honestly, Zero has so many attacks he doesn't really need to pull from outside sources anyways. Zero's neutral combo is his Z-Saber's basic attack string from Mega Man X4 and X5. This 3-hit string starting with a vertical slash.
Yeah, that's what everybody, I'm pretty sure, gives his neutral combo. And that's his 3-hit combo from Marvel 3 as well.
The final hit of his combo. The player can use this dangerous string to check buttons and even follow up the combo with either specials or his buster. And as a result, this is one of Zero's strongest neutral tools and one of his safest buttons overall. It's not hard to understand why this button string was Zero's light, medium, heavy combo in both Tatsunoko vs. Capcom and Marvel vs. Capcom. And to add a bit of fear into the hearts of Smash players, the final hit of this combo hits 3 times. That's 3 chances for the player to cancel the move, and the options you can cancel into make holding shield a potential gamble. A large, disjointed physical attack that can hit 3 times and can cancel on any of said 3 hits? Just be thankful this is stuck on Zero's jab combo. Or is it? Unique to Smash and calling back to his crossover roots, Zero's X4.
This is something I don't know if I would keep if I redid this video, but just the idea of having just the multi-hit slash available,
multi-hit slash is a standalone attack, with it sharing the same stats as if
it's a guilty pleasure.
Minus the damage scaling, of course. Try using this to catch port placement in the neutral and the stuff buttons with its multi-hit properties, as being hit by this move one too many times will make your opponent fear your approach. Zero's forward tilt is the Z-Saber's basic attack string from Mega Man X6. This unique combo taking a step away from the attack style of his previous appearances as Zero will attack with a pair of horizontal slashes, all before performing a rising slash to launch foes upwards. Where Zero's neutral combo is designed more to set up damage from his buster and be a generally strong set of buttons to contend with in the neutral, his side tilt by comparison.
So like that sword beam in Dante's moveset? Pretty much.
Receiving end up thanks to the unique cancel properties. Once the opponent is launched upwards by the slash.
Yeah, I know, I ended it myself. I forgot to end it early.
The air and stop even more damage, or potentially cash out on their accumulated damage with a kill confirm if they act quickly enough. But to make up for the combo's unique attributes, its startup is notably slower than Zero's X4 combo. Also, if you want to mix your opponent up, try canceling the first or second.
Make it slow, like frame 10. I'm pretty sure I made it slow. Oh, it's frame 8. Frame 8's still pretty fucking slow. A lot of tilts can beat that. It's also not safe on block.
Uppercut, a simple grounded launcher that will have Zero slashed upward using one arm, mimicking the design of his launcher from the Versus series. Thanks to its great horizontal range, Zero can use this to get combos going while also punishing port placement in the neutral. But said horizontal range is counterbalanced by having only okay vertical range, making it a fairly poor anti-air. It still counts as a massive disjoint, but its inability to pressure platforms means the Zero player will need to jump in order to challenge jump ins a majority of the time. Zero's down tilt is low slash, his crouching slash attack from X4 and X5 that will have him sweep his Z-Saber along the ground, dealing quick yet weak damage in order to knock foes hit off.
It's just X5, by the way. You couldn't crouch in X4.
With startup and cancel speed, this can be a very strong poke option and even better combo star if it manages to land. But it should be known that this move has 2 different hitboxes, which will launch the opponent in 2 different directions. 80% of the blade will launch the opponent upwards on hit, but if the opponent is hit by the tip of the sword, they'll actually be launched horizontally, making it much harder for Zero to follow up outside of properly timed buster cancels. Regardless, it's a move that, while simple at face value, is fairly dangerous thanks to what it can lead into, so try to not underestimate it. Zero's dash attack is Shipuga, a technique acquired in X4.
This one is like super standard. Everybody gives Zero Shipuga for his fucking dash attack.
Cover a solid range and feature a lingering hitbox that can catch a variety of mistakes in the neutral, with it even being able to confirm kills at higher percents thanks to its decent launch power and ability to drag hit opponents across the screen. However, this move's poor shield damage will make it very easy to punish if your opponent can see it coming, so try to use it when your opponent either least expects it or can't react to it, as this move startup is fairly fast. For his get-up attacks, Zero will attack around himself with either a slash from a saber or a spinning kick.
I'm pretty sure the assist trophy gave Zero this move too. I wouldn't be surprised.
For his smash attacks, Zero utilized 3 of his more powerful techniques from the Mega Man X series, with these attacks being designed to add a bit more bite to Zero's kit, as compared to his relatively low damage normals. These attacks will hit hard and serve as some of Zero's main kill confirms. These attacks are all disjointed as well, so rest assured that they'll be quite difficult to trade with. Zero's forward smash is Jul Hazan, a technique acquired from Gravity and
Fun fact,
Mega Man X8 that will have him perform.
Nobody does this for Zero. And I have no idea why nobody gives fucking Zero this move for his forward smash. Jul Hazan makes complete and total sense for this kind of attack. I know that a lot of like Mega Man X fans tried to avoid Mega Man X 7 and 8 for obvious reasons, but the move works. It's a good move. It's a good example.
Huge overhead slash using his Z-Saber. This attack covering a wide horizontal and vertical range and dealing heavy damage to all opponents in its damage path. With its great launch power and fantastic
X8
range,
isn't bad.
this move serves as Zero's strongest kill confirm and
Not gonna lie, I did not play very much of it. I literally played far enough to get this move for footage, and that's it.
Fairly slow, which is a rarity amongst Zero's attacks, and thus is one of his few attacks that are heavily unsafe on whiff. Try using this move to catch opponents at the ledge or when you're trying to Oki, as this move's range is great enough to catch a majority of your opponent's get-up options with little to no risk to Zero. Zero's up smash is Shouenzong.
Oh, another really standard option.
Zero perform a rising slash with his sword, all while the blade releases a high-hitting wave of fire that will deal rapid damage and launch all foes hit by it up into the air. This is
also like the standard up smash for Zero, and I think that it makes complete total sense.
It can be used as a kill confirm against opponents trying to either camp above you or trying to land.
God, that boss sucks.
Its fantastic vertical range is offset by some fairly poor horizontal range, as the flames don't start until Zero is midway through the attack. As a result, it might be easy for opponents with disjoints and projectiles to punish Zero at ground level. So try to.
I mean, it's not X7 bad.
Finally, Zero's down smash is Rakukoha, a technique.
Oh, this is a move that people gave me shit for.
Zero punch the ground. This punch creating a wave.
For context, because I know a lot of people just looked at this and thought that that was the fucking down smash. No, they don't go that far. Like. Hang on. That's the down smash. That effect right there. He hits the floor and he does that, that's it. At most. I think I also mentioned that like the shots like move slightly past him, but that's pretty much what the move is. It's not that large. It's not the full fucking screen.
Fireballs that will fly outwards in a fan-like pattern and damage all foes in its area of effect. These projectiles will
this boss sucks too.
But will cover Zero's entire hurt box as they do so, protecting him from attacks as he covers all sides of himself simultaneously. Also, while this attack creates energy blasts, these blasts do not count as projectiles and cannot be.
Here's the thing. I did communicate it and I did explain it, but people just looked at the image and thought that that's what it is because some people just do that for some reason.
These stats come together to create an attack that's mainly designed as an Okizeme option, as good positioning can make this one of the hardest attacks for your opponent to deal with when they're either trying to get off the ledge or off the floor. But it should be noted that jabs or well-placed disjoints can beat this attack should your opponent predict your movements. To go in line with his fantastic grounded mobility, Zero also sports some great aerial mobility backed up by some fairly strong jump height, which is fitting, as in the Mega Man X series, he's the only character who can actually double jump. As for his aerials, Zero will continue to utilize various techniques he can acquire from defeating Mavericks in the Mega Man X series, with these moves being designed to rack up damage quickly and continue combos that his grounded.
Why not make an image for it? I didn't feel like I need to make a lot of images for Zero, which is why he doesn't have very many aside from like his grabs. His throws, and like a couple of extra things along the side. I explained that like the attack is like very short range, but I guess people just didn't listen.
Is Kuenzon, a technique acquired.
That's also like everybody gives him Kuenzon.
This attack hitting multiple times before launching opponents away with the final strike. This move will surround Zero's hurt box in a wave of disjointed damage, making it difficult to challenge at regular.
He's just not the one from X6. It's just like spam and spin.
If the player uses this move to land, Zero will be able to cancel the active frames of this move into one of his grounded normals, making this a fantastic combo starter or combo bridge, especially when used in tandem with his Buster. However, despite its great range, this move's fairly weak shield damage makes it easy to counter without shield options if you fall on top of your opponent. While any and all projectiles will pass through this move and knock Zero out of this attack. Zero's forward air is his regular jumping attack from Mega Man X4 and X5, this slash covering a decent range and hitting.
I'm very surprised that nobody complained about this, because I see a lot of people give him his jumping attack from X6, and I do not like his jumping attack from X6. I think his jumping attack from X4 and X5 looks a lot better.
3 times.
It also makes sense considering the type of sword that he's using.
For knocking the opponent away. While this move's weak damage and knockback growth doesn't seem that dangerous at first glance, this move sports the same properties as the final hit of Zero's neutral combo, meaning that any of the move's 3 hits can be cancelled into a variety of abilities, including but not limited to his.
This just looks like a more annoying version of Rob Nair. I mean, Rob Nair's not annoying because it's slow.
This move is very difficult to predict effectively, and thanks to this, it's one of Zero's scariest buttons and his main combo bridge that can lead to big damage. While difficult to challenge straight on, this move will lose out to out of shield options thanks to its poor shield damage. On top of that, this is one of the few attacks Zero has that isn't disjointed, so it can be traded with and beaten by invincible reversals. Zero's up air is Raijin Gekki.
Okay. You want to talk about moves that made people really upset for some fucking reason? This is the move that pissed off the most people. And I don't get it. I do not understand the mindset that went into this being the thing that pissed people off. For context, I named this move off of an ability that Zero gets in X4, which is, you know, the ability where he throws his sword forward and it turns into like an electric whip that does multiple hits of damage. Well, essentially, this is a overhead slash that does multiple hits of damage that electrifies the sword. So it's essentially an alternative version of Raijin Gekki that's overhead instead of being a purely horizontal attack. People were very fucking upset that I didn't like name this after the Ryu Engine recolor from X5, when that's not what the attack is supposed to be. Like, in X5, Zero gets access to a ability like Ryu Engine, which is, you know, it's an electric uppercut instead of a fire uppercut. But that move isn't what I was going for with this design, and as a result, people just fucking got really upset, and again, the feedback I got on Zero is some of the weirdest I have ever gotten. It is all literally just like non-issues. It's either something should be named differently, or it's because I called Brawl Fans Moveset shit. That's pretty much all it was. Wait, that's the part people were mad about? Yeah, this thing being named after a grounded move and not after the move from X5 is something that I got like so many people commenting about. And when I tried to explain it to them, they didn't fucking get it.
take on the technique acquired in X4 that will have Zero perform a wide-hitting overhead slash. His blade tinted a bright blue as it releases an outward wave of electricity on hit and launches opponents after the final strike. This move's multi-hit properties can be cancelled on landing, much like Zero's neutral and forward airs, allowing the player to use this as a great engage tool that can drag opponents back down towards the stage. And unlike his other aerials, this move's shield damage is actually a threat thanks to its electrifying properties. Also, thanks to this move's great horizontal range, the player can catch opponents with this attack quite effectively, but it should be noted that poor spacing can potentially lead to disjoint punishes if the player isn't careful. Zero's back air is Hiroga, a wide-hitting reversal that will have Zero slash out behind himself. His blade tinted an icy blue and releasing a series of icicles as he attacks.
Surprisingly, nobody complained about this one.
From X6, this attack will cover a wide range and hit hard, this serving as Zero's aerial kill confirm and a dangerous move to contest with thanks to the sword's disjoint. However, while powerful, this is one of the few attacks that Zero has that sports poor landing lag, especially if you fast fall the move. While this can be alleviated by using it out of a full hop, opponents can exploit this move's landing weakness by parrying and going for either a tilt or grab once Zero touches the ground. Finally, Zero's down air is Sensuizan, a unique...
And surprisingly, I got like one complaint about this. Somebody said it should have been the icicle drop, but I disagree. I do not think that that move meshes well with Zero's kit. Even in Marvel Infinite, the game that he got it in the Versus series, it is a very weird and situational move, since Suizan is so much fucking better.
Zero perform a diving slash through the air, all while taking any opponent in his path down with him. Gained in X6 from defeating Ground Skavarich, this move will cause the opponent to bounce off the floor, allowing for Zero to follow with either normals or specials once the attack has been active for a set period of time, as well as set up kills using a Buster cancel if the player drags his opponent off the stage with it. However, this move's cancel effects will not work if this move is used too close to the ground, as doing so will put Zero into a long recovery animation and leave him wide open to incoming damage. While situational, this can be a great way to start combos if you can catch your opponent making mistakes in the neutral.
Like, I think that move is fine. I also think it has more utility than the ice drop does.
For his throws, Zero will make use of techniques utilized by the K-Knuckles from X8. These massive brass knuckles providing Zero with powerful close-range techniques that are designed to emulate the fighting styles of Ryu and Ken from Street Fighter. These techniques will provide Zero with...
Oh yeah, I also forgot. The throws are also a place where people complained. And it's mainly because of the fact that I didn't use his sword, or some weird fucking reasons. Like, the reason that I didn't want to use his sword for his throws, like a majority of the time, is because I wanted to make it so that it's close quarters combat, so it's punches and kicks. It's stuff that he does in X8. Like, almost all of it is pulled, directly from X8 in terms of design.
Great utility, including but not limited to a combo throw and a kill throw, which makes it all the more enticing to try and get opponents within your fairly poor grab range.
He's also grabbing his opponent with the hand he grabs his sword with.
Zero's forward throw is in Kokyuk, a simple but powerful throw option that will have Zero send his opponent flying with a flaming roundhouse kick. This being a unique take on the technique of the same name acquired from Burn Rooster in X8. At lower percents, the player can use this as a great setup option for Zero's Buster, with it serving as Zero's kill throw once their opponent reaches higher percents. While its kill range isn't as great as throws from characters like Ness and Mewtwo, Zero's damage output can put his opponent in said kill range far faster than the aforementioned characters. Zero's up throw is Raijinken, a flashy throw option that will have Zero launch his opponent up into the air with an electrically charged uppercut punch. In terms of usability, the player can use this throw to set potential follow-ups at lower percents. But since
I originally did have Zero using his forward and back throws from Marvel 3 in this design, but I scrapped them, early on, because I wanted to do something different. And while I think those throws are fine, I genuinely do not think that they would have meshed very well with the design that I'm going with for him in Smash here.
Since this is the only throw that Zero has that cannot link into his Buster in some way, it's arguably his least useful throw overall. Also, while it's designed to look more like Shoryuken here in Smash, its original design X8 is arguably a reference to the Mishima Electrics in Tekken.
Yeah, it's more of a... While I made it look like a Shoryuken, it pretty much is just a electric wind god fist in X8.
A flasher reference to one of Ryu's most iconic attacks that will have Zero perform a rapid-hitting spin kick that will send his opponents flying after the final attack, much like an EX Tatsumaki Senpukyak does in Street Fighter. While cool to watch and fun to perform, this throw's greatest strength is its ability to set up kills with the help of buster canceling, as if the player doesn't have a buster charged, it's not a particularly useful throw option. Finally, Zero's down throw is Ganzanha, with this having Zero knock his opponent to the ground before performing a powerful downward punch. This punch creating a shockwave that will knock opponents off the floor and up into the air from the force of the impact.
I think PMEX Remix also gave this the Zero first down throw.
With it being able to jump cancel into a variety of attacks and even set up offstage kills if you buster cancel near the ledge. As a result, this is one of the main reasons your opponent doesn't want to get within your grab range, and one of the main reasons canceling your techniques into grab is so important to your design.
Just making sure it's working 40.
We've now reached Zero's specials, and this is where this masterclass Maverick Hunter will make use of a tight-knit kit of techniques to greatly improve his offensive potential, from pressuring opponents from mid-screen to forcing a mix-up to even setting up unblockable damage. Zero has done it all before, and he's going to do it again.
He has done it before. We probably will do it again in Marvel vs. Capcom 4.
Franchise was made into an effective spacing tool in the Versus series. Hadangeki. Taking inspiration from both its design in the Versus series and Saber Shot in X5, this standard projectile will have Zero pull his...
Here's the thing. Thankfully, nobody complained about this. And while I do really like Hadangeki as a projectile, if it really does piss off people that it's basically a Versus series reference, you could basically just call this move Saber Shot and it would still work one for one.
Off his back and perform a wide slash. This slash producing a wave of energy that will travel across the stage and deal damage to any opponent it comes into contact with. And if used in the air, it will be launched at a downward angle. This projectile will cover roughly 70% of your average stage's length before it disappears, with that distance being only 50% of its original range if used in the air. And if
the Sys Trophy also had this? No, the Sys Trophy used Genmu Zero, which is an aspect that BrawlFan also mistook for Hadangeki.
Tapping the B button will have Zero launch a single wave of energy, but if the B button is held, Zero will combine two waves together to create a more powerful projectile that will deal more damage and hit stun in exchange for being much slower on startup and recovery. This can allow the player to put some serious pressure on any opponent who are either trying to bar Zero's approach or don't want to approach themselves. But opponents with reflectors can easily turn this range pressure against Zero should he use it haphazardly. Dual Blade Hadangeki is also very easy to punish if blocked from close range, so make sure you at least have some distance between you and your opponent before you try to use this move. Moving on to his side special, Zero will utilize a technique that can be anything from a combo bridge to a combo start thanks to its incredible versatility. Acquired from Gigabolt Man of War in X8, this is Raikosen. With this,
Raikosen is, if there's any move that I think needs to work like the Versus series, like you could just, if you don't want to give Zero Hadangeki, I don't really mind. If Zero does not have Raikosen and it doesn't function like it does in the Versus series, there is something wrong and that character is flawed. Which is funny because this is a move he did not have in TVC and he was still fucking broken in that game. But this move is like, this is Zero, 100%. You need some sort of mix-up option. And I think the Lightning is probably the best tool. How the fuck did Delson put this on a down special?
Rushing dash in a direction chosen by the player, all before a lightning bolt quickly moves along Zero's travel path and deals damage to any and all opponents in its area of effect. If an opponent is hit by Zero's initial dash, they will be locked into the lightning bolt's damage, this in turn locking them into a series of rapid strikes and leaving them wide open to further attacks from Zero. And thanks to this move's combination
he put it on down special!
This is Zero's strongest combo bridge and a very dangerous attack on both hit and block. On hit, you can follow up with any attack you can think of and start or continue massive damage. If blocked, and you position yourself correctly, you can potentially run up and grab, which can start a combo. And if your opponent tries to push you into a corner, using this move will bypass shields and allow you to escape. However, as is to be expected, this move is not impossible to counter. While it can be a dangerous move on block thanks to its electric properties, whiffing this move can leave Zero wide open to incoming damage, especially against opponents that sport projectile kill confirms like Samus or Mewtwo. And if that weren't enough, the initial dash can be countered, so if an opponent properly predicts your attempts to try and leave the corner, you'll end up taking serious damage on a character that can take probably 2 or 3 back exchanges at most. In order to effectively use this move, you're going to want to either bait out an attack from your opponent or link into it. Because
he made Twin Dream
is... if you're caught out of place,
the name is Sogenmu. We use Sogenmu in this house.
While the Zero Buster recovers much faster than Raikosen does on whiff, it can still be punished if your opponent is already in melee range. For his recovery special, Zero will make use of his most iconic technique from the Mega Man X series and an ability that can either be used to cash out on damage or set up off-the-top kills. Acquired from Magma Dragoon in X4, this is Ryu Engine.
Yeah, this is also like the move that I'm pretty sure everybody and their mother gives the Zero. And for good reason, it's his most iconic attack. And yes, this is pretty much where Roy got his inspiration for using the same move. That's not said, and Sakurai's never confirmed it, but it's pretty much the exact same thing.
Amazing uppercut slash with a Z-Saber. Its blade adorned in flames that will deal rapid damage for launching opponents away at the end of the move's damage path. Much like...
It still annoys me MVCI used the localized names for Zero's moves, missing the fact that his moves are always keep the Japanese names. If it's any consolation, Johnny Young Bosch always says the Japanese name of the move, so they're still Japanese in spirit.
Ryu's Shoryuken, Zero will be intangible during this move's startup, allowing the player to use this as a strong out-of-shield option. But above all else, this is one of Zero's strongest combo enders and a great way to catch mistakes in the neutral and pressure opponents.
But yeah, this is pretty much his most iconic move.
Kill confirm, but this move's poor horizontal range makes it a below-average recovery option. On top of that, this move won't snap to the ledge unless it reaches the ledge near the end of its travel path, making it fairly easy to two-frame and an even easier move to punish with moves like a smash attack or a charge projectile. Finally, for his down special, Zero will make use of a technique that will greatly increase his stage presence and strike fear into the hearts of anyone who's gone up against Zero in the Versus series. Acquired from Spike Rose Red in X5, this is Sogenmu. With this, Zero will strike a pose as he creates a shadowy color.
Yeah, I had to give him Sogenmu. I had to.
Zero's movements are on delay that's not.
And I think that the design it has in the Versus series is probably a lot better than whatever the fuck they came up with it in the X series. The X series of Sogenmu was always very good, but it always felt very fucking weird. It just acting as an after image of Zero always made more sense to me.
Not unlike the delay between the ice climbers. And if Zero performs any attack, the copy will perform the same attack after a short delay before disappearing. This Shadow can perform any attack that Zero can, bar his final smash. And while the damage dealt by the Shadow is a bit less than that of Zero himself, the Shadow cannot be harmed, meaning that any attack they perform is completely intangible. This can make moves like Juhazan safe on block, greatly increase the pressure of moves like Raikosen, or, more notably, double the amount of shots that Zero can shoot from his Zero Buster.
Yes. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at that. This is how we zone in the Versus series, boys. We just do this.
Versus series iteration. However, as should be expected,
It's even fucking worse in Marvel 3.
Need to be taken into account. First off, Sogenmu runs on a chart.
Also, by the I know I say right this is a true combo, but this I put it at the wrong spot in the video. It's later on that it actually turned into a true combo. But yeah, that you can do things like this, and that does work as a true combo in Marvel Infinite.
Also being cancelable by inputting down shield before inputting another attack. But once spent, these Sogenmu charges will recharge at a rate of 1 charge every 8 seconds. And it should also be mentioned that these charges will carry on between stocks as well. You can't spend 3 charges in one stock and expect them all to come back the moment you lose said stock. If you use it all at once and lose your stock, you'll be going into the next stock.
Yeah, but this,
your main offensive
it's kept in balance by having basically you can only use this a set number of times, and each use requires a set amount of time to recharge.
Also, if Zero takes damage, the Shadow will disappear early and a charge will be spent, so try to not activate this move when you're within damage range of your opponent. To help the player keep track of their Sogenmu uses, a small meter UI will be visible right above Zero's percent.
I forgot to design this, that's why you see nothing on the screen.
They each account for a Sogenmu charge. Using Sogenmu will gray out a pip, and once the move is spent, the pip will begin to have its color refill over the aforementioned 8-second recharge timer.
I don't care how Delzadin made it, his way was bad, this is better.
Release a small blue flash, with this serving as a reminder for the Zero player and a dangerous warning for his opponent. Next is the final smash, and for this, Zero will make use of a variety of abilities to deal huge damage and show his status as an elite Maverick Hunter, all while also showing his mastery in sword-based
combat. Does his Pikmin toss make the Shadow disappear, or does the move require knockback?
Final smash start.
I think it'd just be any damage. Like, you have to hurt Zero, so, you know. If you can hit him with something, I think that, yeah, it probably would count as getting rid of Sogenmu, and that does add a level of counterplay to it.
let out a cry and activate Dark Hold, the technique acquired from Dark Necrobat in X5. This freezing
So essentially what this Final Smash is, the idea was, let's take the level 3s of Zero in TVC and the level 3 of Zero in Marvel vs. Capcom 3 and put them together and make a really cool looking move out of it. Because I think that Dark Hold in TVC was really fucking cool. It kind of sucks that it never came back.
Increases in size, all before slashing down and launching a massive crescent of energy from his blade. This cutting through all opponents in its path with enough force to shatter the effects of Darkhold and send them flying with immense force. This is the aforementioned Genmu Zero.
But yeah, Genmu Zero is his most powerful ability. It should be his Final Smash.
Here in Smash, it simply acts as a powerful way to close out Zero's Final Smash. And to add extra impact, Zero will call out the move's name before sending his opponent soaring for the blast zone.
Itoriodan! Genmu Zero!
For his victory theme, Zero will make use of his stage complete theme from Mega Man X6. While any of Zero's victory themes could work, I've always found his X6 victory tune to be the best, thanks especially to that great guitar riff.
The only real instance I give X6 any sort of love in this video.
Victory animation number 1 will have Zero turn his back to the camera, all before turning his head to the side and giving a small thumbs up. Cracking a small smile, Zero will then disappear in a flash of light, with this animation referencing the animation that plays when you defeat a boss as Zero in Mega Man X4, X5, and X6.
I correct this in the video, it's only X4 and X5.
Turning to base.
Victory animation number 2 will have Zero rush into view of the camera using Sensuizan, and once he touches the ground, he will slide to a halt and strike a combat-ready pose with his back to the camera. This is a reference to a piece of promotional art Zero received in Mega Man X5, and to add to the stylish entrance, Zero will give a small remark to his defeated opponent.
You think you're the first fool to fight me?
Finally, victory animation number 3 will have Zero pull his Z-Saber off his back and perform a wide-hitting slash in front of himself. The camera slowing down to show that it's a reference to the
X6's music is amazing. All the X6 games, all the X games have pretty good music. I don't remember a lot of the music from X7 and 8, but I remember X1 through X6 having really good music. Does Zero have a poor health pool in most games he's in? Yes, in pretty much every game he's a part of, he's much easier to kill than X is. X also gets defensive upgrades that Zero doesn't.
I've already analyzed your data. Do you still think you can win?
These are all just lines from Marvel Infinite.
The importance of Zero's Buster in his movesets, which is made all the more fun by the
shout out to the Sound Resource for just letting me download these.
The BM can be a true combo. Taunt number 2 will have Zero perform a pair of slashes around himself, all before placing his saber on his back and returning to his idle animation. This is designed to reference Zero's taunt from the Versus series, and it's guaranteed to raise your cortisol levels if it's what you're subjected to after a lightning loop combo.
Just like a training program.
Finally, taunt number 3 will have Zero receive a transmission from Maverick Hunter HQ. A hand coming up to the side of his helmet as Zero gives a variety of affirmations to the incoming information. This is designed to be an extended take on Zero's taunt from Tatsunoko vs. Capcom, the game that not only brought Mega Man X's Zero into the Versus series, but would be the beginning.
Johnny Young Bosch is the best Zero in my honest opinion. Next to maybe the original Japanese voice actor, he definitely is the best Zero.
Zero's options will mainly make references to various characters from the Mega Man series, as his armor doesn't change color depending on what technique he has active. Also, yes, I did say Mega Man series and not Mega Man X, as there's plenty of characters Zero has association with from outside of his home series. Color number 1 is Zero's regular colors, featuring his red, white, and yellow armor with his green chest lights and a large blue lens in the center of his helmet.
Very standard. No, nobody wants to give this to Zero. How could you do this?
Color will change between each color option, although some color options will keep his ponytail a striking blonde. Color number 2 will have Zero don the colors of his black Zero armor.
Fun fact, I had to mod this into the game in order to get this image. And I had to do this with a couple of other colors as well because they aren't normally accessible in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. And I didn't just want to use, like, sprite work.
A hidden power-up that will grant Zero much greater offensive and defensive capabilities when equipped.
Yeah, Black Zero armor, this Black Zero armor with this hair color and all that, this is a mod. This is not actually in the game.
The other colors a considerable amount. while his hair goes from a blonde to a platinum blonde. Color number 3 will have Zero.
This color isn't in Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3 either. This is a color that Zero had in Marvel vs. Capcom 3 Vanilla that also had to be modded in because he gets an actual just straight up X costume in Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3.
Don the colors of his fellow Maverick Hunter and best friend, X. This changing its armor to a blend of blue and cyan while his chest lights and helmet lens become a striking red.
I really like this color. I wish they never got rid of it.
A costume in UMVC3 that would grant him the appearance of X. This is a color he instead had in Marvel vs. Capcom 3 Vanilla. Color number 4 will have Zero don the colors of another one of his fellow Maverick Hunters, Axel. This will change Zero's armor to a blend of black, red, and silver while his highlights become a deep blue and hair is changed to a deep brown. Color number 5 will give Zero the colors of former Maverick Hunter and persistent side villain that doesn't know when to quit, Vile.
A lot of vanilla MVC colors got cut, which is sad, because a lot of the ones that got cut were ones that I used.
Just a bit brighter than its original design. Color number 6 will make another reference to X, with this color scheme referencing the first armor X acquired in the original Mega Man X title. This will change Zero's armor to a blend of white.
I don't know why this color made his hair blue.
Orange and red, all while his hair becomes a striking sea blue. Color number 7 will make reference to Base, Zero's predecessor and fellow creation of Dr. Wily, with this changing Zero's armor to a blend of black and orange while its
I mean, I understand it too, but at least I can mod it back in at any time.
Bright orange as well. Finally, color number 8 will make reference to Zero's future appearances in Mega Man Zero, with his armor being changed to a blend of bluish gray and muted red, while his highlights become a blend of light yellow and aqua blue. While I've never been a fan of how any of the characters from Mega Man Zero look, let alone how the story goes, I will not deny these colors look pretty good on Zero's original design.
I 100% stand by the fact that if Zero should be put in any sort of crossover material, it should always be X-Zero and not Zero-Zero. I have never been a fan of how the characters in Mega Man Zero look. They all look very weird and uncanny to me.
When it comes to my history with fighting games, there are very few characters I've been around and fought more than the likes of Zero. And while I've always been
Yeah, I don't feel there were many issues with that moveset.
I've always seen him as a bit of an odd character who just happened to be in the
It's more just like, again, because I said Brawl Fan's moveset was bad, and because I named some moves the way that other moves are actually named after, like, you know, Raijin Geki is an overhead and not a straight attack.
Marvel vs. Capcom 3, but also being skipped for Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3 as well. Couple that together with him showing up in character endings.
Zero with a Sigma color alt could be kind of cool. Well, I can guarantee you, Sigma will probably have a Zero color.
Mega Man. This is why Mega Man's reveal for Smash 4 not even 2 years later was so impactful, as it came in one of the darkest times in the fanbase's history, and I feel that these dark times aren't something we should repeat in Smash. I believe that, if a character from Mega Man X were to get a chance to be playable in Smash, it should be X first, followed by Zero.
Also, I 100% stand by that statement. My thoughts on that have not changed. X should get into Smash before Zero does, as a playable character. I think that X is definitely the better playable character choice. And while I know a lot of people really love Zero, Zero got into his playable roles at a really fucking bad time for his series. And straight up, I think that they should not repeat the sins of the past, and they should have X playable first. I don't care if he's in Mega Man's Final Smash. Let Mega Man be in his Final Smash. It doesn't really matter.
Much like most fans wanted it to be leading into games like Marvel vs. Capcom 3. I'd argue that X should have already been included in Ultimate, but that's already so far behind us that I won't say anything more on that for now.
Who do you think had the best character reveal for Smash? Terry. 100%. Terry had the best one. It was so simple, but it was so impactful.
All I can say is that, while I'm glad that people love Zero and want to see him in more fighting games, I still want to see other characters first. That, and as someone who has played as and against Zero for well over a decade, I'll be the first to tell you that the ever-soft and ever-spineless Smash community isn't ready for a playable Zero.
Oh, that's something I also 100% stand by. Holy hell. People complain about Steve. The way they complain about Steve nowadays is absolutely ludicrous. if Zero were to be brought out as good as he is in other games to Smash Brothers, people would fucking hate him. He would be loathed. The Smash community is not ready for a playable Zero. Especially if they go and they make him as good as he is in other games. And knowing Zero, he's going to be good, because he just always is good. It doesn't matter what he's in, he's always fucking broken. Is one of your problems with the Mega Man Zero designs the eyes? It's more the proportions. They all look like babies. I don't like it. But yeah, I don't think that if the Smash community got their hands on a playable Zero that was as strong as like the Versus Series Zero, holy hell. Holy hell. People will never shut up about Zero. They would want him gone immediately.
Guys can't even handle Minecraft Steve. You'd be screaming in anguish if they ever brought Zero out in full force.
It's so true. It's so true.
Not only helps with the algorithm, but also gives me a nice boost in morale. If you want to see more, follow the link in the description to watch the other videos produced from my Challengers concept series, all while subscribing and pressing that little bell icon to make sure you never miss a future upload. Until the next time.
So just change the proportions and you'd probably be less negative towards them. I guess I'd have to see them drawn by other people. But yeah, I think that their proportions are a little bit weird. I don't like how fucking skinny they are. Like, even in, like, SVC Chaos, where Mega Man 0 is playable, his proportions look fucking odd. Also, I can't look at that right now, Muscle Bob. We're here reviewing movesets. I can't do that right now.
I see you. I've been FeliciaFan.
But yeah, I don't really feel there was much of an issue with Zero. It's mainly just conflicts with me just naming things certain ways and giving him punches and kicks for his throws. So it's basically just like non-issues. They made him tall in that game, and he looks way worse. I agree. He looks unhealthy, unwell. Waluigi, get out of here. We're not talking about you today. Get out of here. But yeah, I think we can forget about the wheel. I'm gonna quickly BRB, just get a little something to eat, and when I come back, I'm gonna choose which video we're looking at as a change of pace. Something I should have done the last time I did this, but, you know, kind of forgot to do it. But yeah, I'll be right back. Get up, refill your water, and yeah. I'll have a lot more to talk about the characters that I'm going to pick than I did about the ones that the wheel picked for me. Hello, I'm back. Told you it was just a little quick break. But yes, now it's my turn to pick who we're looking at. And I've already mentioned it multiple times today, so we should look at this one. I think this is probably the best video to look at today. Let's take a look at Heavy. The heavy weapons guy. Heavy, when I originally designed him, I designed him purely with the idea that this was the only TF2 character I was ever going to cover. And I think his design definitely reflects this mindset of get as much into this design as possible because it's pretty much going to be the only time you see it. And that design philosophy works in some ways, but objectively does not work in others. And there are definitely things about Heavy that need to be fixed and like just changed around in some way, shape, or form. But this was a character that I did while I was still, in the learning stages of SFM. And one of the nicest things about SFM is that it comes pre-packaged with 3 of the Meet the Team videos. Meet the Heavy, Meet the Soldier, and Meet the Engineer. And since I had the opportunity, I of course had to recreate Meet the Heavy for the introduction to his own video. Yes, I'm gonna let this introduction play. While I originally was just going to use the original Meet the Heavy, the quality of that video sucks. So I just decided, let's remake it. And spoilers, whenever I do get around to remaking Heavy in the future, I probably will redo this cinematic and add some more animation to it.
I am Heavy Weapons Guy. And this is my weapon. She weighs 150 kilograms and fires $200.
Like, I straight up wanted to do more with this cinematic, but I didn't know what I could add. Which is one of the main reasons why I went so fucking ham on Meet the Soldier, because there was so much I could add to that video. With this one, I didn't really know, so I just kind of added on a smash invitation at the very end, and made him smile like he knows what's about to start happening. And that was pretty much it. What would that more animation be like? Probably like smooth out the way it looks. Maybe add some more characters in the background or something along those lines. Just make it feel more grandiose in some way, shape, or form. Try to, get across as much as I can like I did with Soldier. Like, Soldier's basically just originated from, I want him to hit somebody in the face with a shovel. Like, basically just started out with rewriting, have Soldier hit Captain Falcon in the face with his shovel. And then it just ran with it. And then I added, originally at the very end of his video, it was just going to be Fox and Kirby. But I added in Lucario for better, scene composition. It had opportunities for me to be a little bit creative. This is very straightforward and doesn't really do that.
$1 to fire this weapon for 12 seconds.
One thing I'll definitely do is I'll replace his current model with like a up-res version that people have made.
Oh my God, who touched Sasha? All right. Who touched my gun? Some people think they can outsmart me.
The thing that hurts the most is I really wanted to do stuff for Meet the Spy, but there is no Meet the Spy. And by that I mean there's no like video, there's no SFM project of Meet the Spy. People didn't remake it. There's no version of it available on the internet. People remade Meet the Scout, They remade Meet the Demo Man. They remade a couple of others. They never remade Meet the Spy. And I had so many fucking ideas for Meet the Spy that I wanted to do, but I couldn't. Yeah. And I'm also going to say this. I'm going to straight up redo. I'm going to, like, for some of them, I'm probably just going to make something completely unique. Like, for Meet the Pyro, I'm probably going to make something unique because I know there's also no Meet the Pyro. Which fucking sucks.
Maybe. Maybe. I've yet to meet one that can outsmart Bullet.
Like, that was my only add to this.
Heavy!
Yeah, look at that. Even from, like, the video we just came from, the style difference and how far, like, the visual style of the videos have come since then. Also, this is before a point where I, like, sold all my shit for TF2, which is funny. So I'm, like, rocking the Australian minigun, and I've got all the unusuals and all that shit.
Heavy is a burly super heavyweight who can utilize an incredibly versatile kit in order to do what he does best, which is deal huge amounts of damage and hold his ground in a fight, be it one-on-one or when outnumbered. Much like in Team Fortress 2, Heavy's brutal damage output might make it hard for opponents to fight him straight on, but also like TF2, Heavy will struggle greatly against those that can exploit his very poor mobility, either by catching him in a mix-up or holding him off from afar.
Which is
When
pretty
playing
much
as
his
Heavy,
also
it's
his weaknesses in
important to always
TF2.
Understand your opponent's mobility options and work around them with either pressure from afar or proper spacing, all while being sure to not get lost in his most powerful abilities. As much like in Team Fortress 2, tunnel vision is a great way to get backstabbed by your local enemy's spy.
It's funny. Heavy, I think most people agree, is the most likely TF2 character to get in the Smash. I think most people would agree that that's just the way it is. But I kind of hate that because Heavy's kind of the most boring one. And you can't be as malleable as, like, with Scout. And he doesn't have as much to work with as, like, Soldier or Spy. He is very much a cut and dry character, which is why so much had to be added on to him to make him seem interesting. I love Heavy. I think Heavy's a great class. I think he's fun. I think that he has moveset potential. But I think that at the end of the day, when he's compared to a lot of his contemporaries, he is definitely the most uninteresting option. Like, I think Scout is more interesting, Soldier is more interesting, Spy is more interesting, Pyro is more interesting, and Demo Man is more interesting.
Heavy stands as a large humanoid character.
I get the sentiment, but he does stand out in Smash's cast. He would.
When it comes to his basics,
Oh yeah, this is a point where I didn't use, like, initial dash, so it looks smaller.
Being a slow walk and run speed alongside an average jump height and a quick fall speed. All of this being offset by an insane damage output and some of the highest defense in the game.
Yeah.
As out of all of the mercenaries, Heavy has the highest health pool by far.
Oh, this is also a point where I still wasn't super comfortable in front of a microphone. I'm still not, but I could. It's this era of my work. But yeah, I agree with a lot of those stats. I don't think that any of those stats really need to change. I think him having slow mobility is pretty much in character, and you can't make Heavy too fast or something is just fucking wrong.
For his basic animations, a majority of them can be pulled straight from Team Fortress 2, with some slight animation touch-ups.
Thank God I added that on, because I was about to say, no pass off, no, you can't do that. And I can't say that's okay now, because I literally just, like 2 weeks ago, spent some time saying that's not okay. Animation touch-ups, yes, but as on their own, no.
Including an idle pose that will change depending on what weapon Heavy is currently using. Heavy will also have a few extra animations, including inspecting his currently equipped weapon and even checking his contract PDA when unarmed. In terms of mobility options, Heavy
Shout out to Joe for helping me film all of this. I'm probably going to need him again very soon to get some stuff for Scout.
has 2 jumps along with the ability to crawl.
Oh boy, we gotta talk about
If
this.
you're even remotely a fan of Team Fortress 2, chances are
I don't remember how I implemented these. I hope for my sake that they're not egregious.
you've heard of 2 special words that have served as the bane for casual and professional players alike. 2 words that can turn a match around so fast that even the people involved don't know what happened. Random crits. A cornerstone of Team Fortress 2, every time the player uses an attack, there is a 2% chance for said attack to become a critical hit. The attack dealing 3 times its usual damage and emitting a distinct electric sound when the player fires. Critical weapon shots can be pointed out immediately by either a red or blue glow, although melee attacks will only play a small noise once used. It's this terrifying case of dumb luck that makes up the basis of Heavy's character mechanic. Here in Smash, Heavy has a 3% chance to land a critical hit off of any attack at any time.
Oh good. It's only 150 damage. It's not double damage. It's only 1.5. But even then, that still is not coming back. There's also a limit to how many times he can crit. He can only do it once every 5 seconds, regardless of dice rolls, which is nice, but again, no. It just does not need to be there.
Up from the standard 2% of his home game, but in exchange, critical hits will only deal 1.5 times the attack's damage and knockback, which is half of what it
I think the mechanic of the sandwich is more than enough for Heavy as a character mechanic.
is in TF2. It should also be mentioned that, unlike in TF2, the 3% chance remains stagnant and cannot be altered by outside means.
Ah yes, so it's actual random crits.
As in TF2, the chances of the player performing a critical hit increases depending on how much damage they've done in the past 20 seconds.
Yeah, that
These
fucking
big,
sucks.
powerful attacks can easily add huge chunks of damage onto your opponent's percent bar, turning around a match just when things are starting to look bleak. But keep in mind that critical hits can be countered, and while the damage and knockback of these attacks are increased, their shield pressure isn't, so these powerful moves can still be shielded by opponents should they protect your attack. It should also be mentioned that a few of Heavy's attacks are omitted from being able to critically hit, namely his throws, recovery special, and his smash attacks. Now that you have
there's specific reasons why the recovery special can't crit.
Mechanic, let's start talking about the moves that make use of said mechanic and move on to his normals.
Oh, there's that lovely valve loaded. Don't mind that. That's not you, that's the video. That was just, for some reason, the recording was fucked for some... I don't even know why I left that fucking in.
Much like Heavy's melee weapon from TF2, which is just his fists. While every mercenary in the game has their own unique melee weapon to set them apart from the rest of the cast, Heavy is the only character in the game who fights using his bare hands. And while his fists
you gotta love it. Oh, that looks so good. Self, why the fuck did you leave that in?
Put your opponent down for the count in the blink of an eye. Heavy's neutral combo is his standard melee combo from Team Fortress 2, featuring a pair of straight
He wouldn't be
punches
using the
before
holiday
finishing
punch.
with an uppercut strike to launch foes away. Originally, the uppercut punch served as the animation that played when Heavy landed a melee crit, but here in Smash, it's simply just a flashy animation to end a combo string. This uppercut punch is also the only attack in this combo that can gain random crits. Forward tilt is sickle punch, Heavy attacking in front of him with
that's
a
right.
wide-hitting hook
This was
punch
like
and
one of the
cover.
rare instances where I didn't even have fucking like arrows to show how the attack like moved. Because that's what I basically did at the very beginning of what came to showing how the attacks animated. Thankfully I moved past that. But yeah, even then, just like the quality in the renders has just changed so fucking much.
There's a solid range.
It was fine for the time, but I'm glad it improved as quickly as it did. This was like less than 6 months until Virgil, which was the video that like got the visual style that I was looking for, and I've been using ever since.
This attack is a bit slow on startup, But to compensate for its lacking speed, the first few active frames of this move are armored.
I'd probably lower that damage. And there's the footage stuttering again.
Ice Mountain. Heavy performing a high-hitting uppercut strike.
I'd either increase the starting frames or I'd lower the damage. I'd probably increase the starting frames because he's supposed to be slow.
And knocking the opponent out of the air. Like his forward tilt, this move will also be armored on startup. Down tilt is hammer punch. Heavy thrusting.
Fun fact, this is a reference to Potemkin. This is based on a move that Potemkin does. But yeah, I'd probably change this animation just because maybe it's mostly because of the angle that it's shot from, but it literally just looks like he has no fucking head. Like a simple punch along the ground or like a swipe would probably be a lot better.
Both of his arms out in front of him to knock out the opponent's balance and launch them away. This move's launch angle is very low and straight, meaning it might set up for an easy KO if used near the ledge, much like Kazuya's forward tilt. Dash attack is Spy Swatter, Heavy charging into his opponent with full force in order to send them flying away. A reference to the
this would definitely stay because it is like one of his most iconic moments from any of the. Wait. I knew there was a fucking reason I left the pyro lingering that long in the camera. Good bot. Good. This was during a time when bots were fucking rampant and playing with actual people was next to impossible. So I had to freaking fill myself with bots. And I might have to fill myself with bots for Scout for some things because actually landing Sandman hits on people in actual matches is fucking cancer. But I'm sorry, I'm just distracted by the fact that Pyro just walked backwards into the fucking saws.
His arm around himself.
I love the bots in this game. They're fucking hilarious. They do that all the fucking time.
Heavy smash attacks will put Heavy's strength on full display. But despite this, he will not be alone when performing these moves. When the player charges up a smash attack as Heavy, Medic will appear in the background of the stage and begin to charge his Kritzkrieg. And if the player fully charges their smash attack, it will be a guaranteed critical hit, meaning monstrous levels of damage.
This is something I would actually keep. I would keep instances of his team helping him in some way, shape, or form, because out of every character in TF2, there is no mercenary that is so heavily dependent on his team to live in any way, shape, or form like Heavy. Heavy on his own fucking sucks. Heavy with a medic sucks less. Heavy with a medic and a couple of other mercenaries backing him up is a fucking monster.
Medic will also interact with Heavy differently.
Also, again, thank you to Joe for being the medic girlfriend for this cutscene.
Hitting anyone. Should he use his smash attack early and miss, Medic will berate Heavy. Should he fully charge his smash attack and miss,
and he's dead.
Berate him even harder. Should Heavy use his smash attack early and land a hit, Medic will give him a positive remark. And if Heavy lands a fully charged smash attack,
I'm definitely gonna add like a lot of like expressive animation to this whenever I remake it. Like, this gets across the point enough, like this image and this description, but they're definitely, I will definitely like pose and animate the characters actually interacting with one another, like I described them doing so in the actual moveset.
The two will exchange a thank you before Medic disappears. Heavy's forward smash is Yeti Smasher, Heavy unleashing a powerful straight punch that will push him forward as he attacks. This powerful blow is armored on startup, but is very slow on the recovery to compensate for its power, especially when critically charged. Heavy's up smash
alone Heavy is free food for Sniper and Spies. Everybody is free food for Sniper. That's the problem with Sniper in TF2.
With a low hitting strike to pop the opponent up off the ground.
That move would change.
A high hitting strike to launch.
This would absolutely be something different. I don't know what. I'll have to think about it. But yeah, it's mainly just because of the fact that there's no way of showing the impact just from the poses itself. But yeah, that definitely needs to change in some way, shape, or form.
foe skyward. This move comes out surprisingly fast thanks to the speed of the first strike, and on startup, the second strike is armored. Finally, Heavy's down smash is Bolshevik Breaker. Heavy performing a spinning lariat in place in order to launch foes on either side of himself. An iconic ability made popular by yet another Russian fighter, Heavy's version of this attack will only hit once, but has a long-lasting hitbox and is armored on startup.
I would probably keep that. I feel like I would want to keep that. Again, just have to up the animation quality and the trails and all sorts of stuff like that, just to, you know, give it that extra impact and oomph that a lot of my modern work does.
While he's mainly designed as a ground-oriented fighter, Heavy's aerial attacks can still pack a punch and secure KOs like the other characters in this weight class. Neutral air is Jumping Punch, Heavy releasing a short-range punch attack while in midair. This move's knockback
I mean, that's not bad, but it just looks generic.
is very low, but its quick attack speed means it does have Gatling potential. Thanks to this move's speed, it's also Heavy's safest landing option, as it can also link into grounded attacks if timed properly. Forward air is Icy Hook, Heavy punching out in front of him with a powerful hook strike.
The idea is fine, but that pose leaves a lot to be desired. I would more than likely have him punch down, like a hook punch down with his other hand instead.
This move's launch angle will knock the opponent up and away from Heavy. And
Generic
unlike his
does not
forward
equal
tilt,
bad.
This move is not armored on start.
I agree,
Up air is
but
Melvin's
it
peak. Heavy
it needs to
performing a
look
pair of
better.
upward punches, dealing heavy damage and launching after the second hit. Thanks to its long active hit.
Also, I should note, and this is just about all TF2 models in general, the TF2 models really fucking hate when you raise the arms above the character's head. Like, this shit happens all the time. I really hate this. You're probably going to see a lot of this kind of stuff happening with Scout too, but thankfully I've managed to do a bit of touch-ups to make it look not as bad as this. Again, this is just me at the beginning of my SFM journey, roughly. But yeah, this does not look good.
And kill potential, this is Heavy's best move for challenging platforms. Down air is Warbreaker, Heavy performing a heavy-hitting downward punch that will spike foes downwards. Thanks to the length of his arms, this move's range is quite long, but try not to land with it, as this move's landing leg is quite horrendous.
I'd probably make it a double overhead punch and not just one punch downward.
Finally, back air is Piston Elbow, Heavy turning around in midair in order to perform a powerful elbow strike. This move's damage and kill potential are sublime, but its short range might make it a rather risky attack to throw out in the neutral.
I don't know how I feel about that back air. It could stay or go. I probably will change it to something else, but it's serviceable.
Heavy will grab the opponent using his left hand, all while punching them with his right hand for a pummel. All of Heavy's throws are designed to be big, bombastic strikes that show off his raw strength, all save for one, which might come as a surprise. Heavy's forward throw is Warhead Cracker, Heavy grabbing his opponent tightly before headbutting them hard. In this staggered state, Heavy will then toss the opponent away with a single arm swing. This throw's damage is quite high, but it has only okay kill potential. Heavy's up throw
And
is
that looks
Crush.
That's fine. It just needs better. It just needs to look better in terms of posing.
Heavy grabbing his opponent and leaping up into the air with them sprawled across his shoulders. After coming back down, the opponent will be launched up into the air after a sickening crunch is heard. This throw is nearly identical to the throw used by King K. Rool, but Heavy's version will deal more damage and knockback. Heavy's down throw is...
This one, I think it needs to be here. 100%. Not the one before, this one.
Medic...
I'm back, what did I miss? Well, depending on when you left, we stopped halfway through Hisuian Trainer because we kind of agreed that there's no real issues that need to be discussed and there wasn't very much to say about it. We looked through Zero, and now we're looking at Heavy. And for the next, little while, I'm going to be the one who decides what we watch instead of the wheel. Also, for some reason, the setting that I had for these models just made Sephiroth's sword completely fucking black. So yeah, that's why it looks black.
Avenger, Heavy picking his opponent up before bringing them down hard on his knee. After a loud
That damage is a little bit high though. That probably needs to be taken down by like 4%. 4 or 5%.
crunch is heard, the opponent will fall to the ground in a knockdown state, much like Snake's down throw does.
No, this should not be an up throw. You should not launch people from this. This should leave them on the fucking ground. You are breaking their fucking spine. They should not be getting up from this.
This throw is a reference to one of the most iconic scenes from the Team Fortress 2 comic, and while it might not have any knockback, it does a ton of damage. Finally, Heavy's back throw is a literal surprise, as just as Heavy is preparing to set up a throw, Spy will appear out of thin air and backstab the grabbed enemy, launching them out of Heavy's hand with serious velocity. This throw serves as Heavy's kill throw, and once concluded, Heavy and Spy will share a small laugh before he goes invisible and disappears.
As much as I like that exchange, I would not bring that back. I would incorporate Spy into one of his other moves and probably have him be able to backstab people for big damage, but I would not bring back that throw. I would have it just be a throw that Heavy does on his own. It's a nice novelty and a reference to the fact that, again, it was as much TF2 as you possibly could get in a single moveset. But I do not think that is inherently fitting for the Heavy. It probably needs to go.
While Heavy's normals are fairly standard in appearance, it's here with his specials that he truly gets to play around with his favorite toys. And it should be noted that this...
Don't speak for me, Buxaro. You'll find out my feelings about that in a few minutes.
toy chest is full to the brim with various ways to beat his opponent's ass. Heavy's standard special is split into 2 different abilities.
This would not be here, though. This would just be minigun. I already know where this is going, but I'm just saying this right up front. This would just be the fucking minigun.
Being weapon rotation and weapon fire. As the player holds the B button, a menu featuring 3 different weapons will appear in front of Heavy, its visual style being taken from the loadout menu of Team Fortress 2. The player can cycle through the
I forgot that my holiday punch was named that.
And once they've chosen the weapon they want, they can release
But that's
the
pretty
B
much
button
exactly
or
what I
have
did with
Heavy
it.
swap to said weapon. First up is the minigun, Heavy's pride and joy. Endearingly referred to as Sasha, this 150 kilogram monstrosity is the cornerstone of Heavy's defensive strength. It's shredding the health of anyone foolish enough to take it on from the front. Though, here in Smash Brothers, its firing method is a tad different than it is in TF2. In TF2, the player can hold their left mouse button to rev up the gun, and, after a brief delay, fire the weapon for as long as the button is held. Here in Smash, however, the player will need to tap the B button in order to rev up the weapon's barrel, and, once the revving has started, hold the B button in order to have Heavy fire the weapon.
Yeah, I'd probably just change that to just being fire normally, and you can then, like, shield special to rev. That'd probably be the change I make for that. That seems a little bit unnecessary.
Heavy is also capable of moving forwards and backwards while firing, albeit at a slightly reduced movement speed, and while firing, Heavy cannot turn around. However, by holding the shield button while firing, the player will be able to angle their shots up and down in exchange for being unable to move. When it comes to its damage output,
I don't know if I'd want to give him that. I think I would just want him to fire in front of himself. Because people coming from above Heavy is like one of his weaknesses.
The minigun is designed to excel at close to mid-range, and while it might lack strength at long range, this weapon's small spread means it can still nick an opponent on the other side of the stage. Much
Oh,
like
look at those
Joker's
nice
pistol,
random crits.
The minigun will gain and lose hit stun depending on how far away Heavy's opponent is when he fires. But in comparison, the minigun's rapid spray will lock the opponent in hit stun far more efficiently, along with the gun having a powerful wind box that will shove the opponents back once they're outside of the weapon's hit stun range. It should also be mentioned that, like in
I probably have the wind box just be consistent throughout the entirety of the weapon.
TF2, Heavy's minigun will have a set
I also think the aspect of there being an instance where knockback has fall off and just stops knocking back altogether is probably something that should be a standard for most of these types of weapons in a game like this. Spoilers, Scout's Scattergun will also have that design aspect to it.
amount of ammo for the player to use. But unlike TF2, there are no ammo packs to help Heavy restore his ammo count. Instead, the minigun's 200-round magazine will slowly recharge over time when the weapon is inactive, recovering roughly 30 bullets every 1.5 seconds. Next,
That's probably the best way to do that. Instead of it just being unlimited, there should definitely be some sort of limit to because of how powerful that weapon is.
is the shotgun, and in comparison to the minigun, this weapon is far more versatile in its usability. Loaded with 6 shells per clip, this high-powered
This weapon would not be here. I would scrap the shotgun entirely. It is not part of Heavy's moveset anymore. It just does not need to be here, in my honest opinion.
ordnance will release wide blasts of shrapnel that will deal more damage the closer the opponent is to Heavy when he fires. But unlike the minigun's rapid fire pushing foes back, the shotgun shots can be used to confirm KOs and is far more useful in the neutral thanks to its quick firing speed. Also, like the minigun, the shotgun can be fired while moving back and forth, and also while jumping. However, one strength the minigun holds over the shotgun is its ability to continuously fire with no need to reload, while the shotgun will need to reload after every 6 shots. Of course, the player can also choose
Again,
to reload
this
early
weapon
by
just
pressing
would
shield
be
and B at
gone.
the same time with the shotgun.
The Heavy does not need a
This reload
shotgun.
also being cancelable by shooting, changing weapons, or using a normal attack.
I know
Finally,
that shotgun on Heavy is not bad in TF2, but I just would not give it to him because I don't think it's necessary.
Here's the sandwich, a delicious sidearm
This would be his down special. I would change this to be the down special. Just be simple utility option that can heal you for up to 100 points of damage over like a set period of time. You can be interrupted while eating it. You can be camped while eating it. You can be set up while eating it. It's basically a massive risk versus reward. And if you use it at the right time, the risk is less to you. But yeah, it's purely utility, so it should go on the utility slot.
is designed to help Heavy restore his health and stay in the fight for as long as possible. When this weapon is used, Heavy will bite down into his sandwich, making his iconic chewing noises as he recovers up to 100 points of damage during its duration. However, much like TF2, using your sandwich out in the middle of combat is a rather bad idea, for Heavy is unable to act or cancel this animation once it's started. Granted, Heavy is fully armored during its duration, meaning he can't be launched, but he can take damage, and, more importantly, he can be grabbed, so it's best to use this move either after a KO or when your opponent is on the recovery.
You know, I had some people complaining that 100 points was probably too much, but I think it's mainly because of the fact that I didn't explain how fucking long it would take to heal that amount. And I think that it would take like at least 6 seconds. That you just sit there and you're fucking eating and you can't do jack shit.
Once consumed, the sandwich will go on cooldown for roughly 30 seconds, so make sure you make it count as it's roughly a once per stock use. All 3 of these weapons will be tracked by small icons above Heavy's percent bar, featuring stats such as the ammo count for both the minigun and the shotgun.
I might reduce it to like 70 points of damage over like 5 seconds of eating, or 3 to 4 seconds of eating for 70 damage. That's still more than enough time for people to get KO'd and come back and punish you while you're eating. if, Jigglypuff's wrist is anything to go by, with how fucked the new systems of Smash have just completely ruined that move.
Along with a cooldown tracker for the sandwich. Each icon will also light up.
I don't think Heavy needs an ammo counter. He should just invisibly recharge over time. Well, I think there needs to be some indication about how much ammo you have, just so the player knows that they are about to jump in and start fucking shooting at somebody with an empty gun. But I think that maybe only having it active when you start shooting would probably be better. Like it's something above Heavy's head that will slowly drain over time. Maybe not something next to the character's percent icon. I think that's the sandwich should be there though.
Know which weapon is currently equipped. These are the weapons used by Heavy, and with options like these, it's understandable why he's a force to be reckoned with in a close-range fight. However, while that's the case, Heavy is but one piece of the puzzle in his team's strategy, and in a game like Team Fortress 2, teamwork is important. You're the heart of the team that holds a push together. You give your teammates a chance to move in on the objective and divert all attention to yourself like the tank you're meant to be.
That's true.
But every tank needs DPS to help get the job done, and that's where Heavy's side special comes into play. Team Effort. Team Effort is a variable special that, when
People aren't going to like me saying this. This stays. Team Effort stays. Yep. And I'd add Spy to it. I would lower the overall damage of stuff, but 100% Team Effort stays. I would not remove this. Again, Heavy is such a team-oriented character that I think he should be the one TF2 merc that uses other mercs for assists, because that is exactly what he needs to survive and how he makes the most of his push efforts. Isn't something the other mercs a little gaudy? In some regards, yes. But again, if it was any other merc, I'd say it doesn't need to be there. But for Heavy, I think he needs some form of spice. And this spice is definitely the assistance of other teammates. Team Fortress 2, it's in the name, team. It is a team-based game with team-based objectives. And as a result, the character from the team-based game will use team-based objective assists. Let the teammates spawn in using the teleport effect. The thing is that I don't think I'd swap Heavy's recovery special either. That might look a little weird. I might have to rethink about how to do that. But that's definitely not a bad idea.
Used will have Heavy call out for help. An exclamation mark appearing above his head, much like the visual cue for using voice chat in TF2. After a brief moment, Heavy will be accompanied by one of 5 different mercenaries who will provide him with cover fire, each mercenary having their own unique attack designed to help with different battle scenarios. In total, Heavy can call on the help of the soldier, the demo man, the scout, the pyro, and the sniper, their order being completely random. Thankfully, the player can keep track of which mercenary is up next by the class icon that appears beside Heavy's weapon icons, allowing for the player to set up potential combos that wouldn't normally be possible without outside help, all while expending the specials that they don't need. Let's now take a look at what each mercenary can do.
No, I think Demo Man should be there. I think Stickies as a trap projectile definitely is like the best thing for him to do in a situation like this.
This red-blooded
also, Soldier would definitely need to be there, 100%. Like the rocket is like the most standard projectile attack you could possibly get out of this.
American is probably the most straightforward of the 5 mercenaries, as, once summoned, he will fire...
Once again, shout out to Joe for helping record all of this.
...rocket in a straight line in front of him. This rocket functions much like that of a stronger version of Samus' super missile, dealing explosive damage and launching opponents away with a surprising amount of force. But as it is a projectile, it can be sent back at Heavy should it be reflected. Who knew that the Star Fox characters were Pyro mains. Speaking of Pyro, this soft-spoken psychopath is, in contrast to the
Scout needs to
soldier,
go.
only
Shotgun's
the
best
most
at close
ancient
range. So? Was there supposed to be something more to that? Having some options be decent at long range, have some being good at close range?
Heavy can call upon, as Pyro performs 2 actions as opposed to 1. When summoned, Pyro will light up the area in front of him with his flames, dealing rapid hitting damage and also inflicting a damage over time effect on the opponent.
Oh no, he died.
However, Pyro's flames don't deal any knockback, so to push the opponent out of Heavy's melee range and prevent an immediate counterattack, Pyro will air blast the opponent in order to blast them backwards. While this
That'll be
blast will not
fun to
deal any
implement for
damage,
Pyro whenever he
this
gets his
air blast will
moveset
also
sometime
serve as a
in probably the
reflector,
next
much
2
like
years.
it does in TF2 itself. So even if your opponent stays out of Pyro's range, he can still be effective in a fight. Next is Demo Man, the black Scottish Cyclops himself, bringing his trademark sticky bombs into battle in order to
And he
give
died
Heavy a
again.
hand. When he's summoned, Demo Man will launch out 3 sticky bombs in front of him, and, after a brief delay, will detonate them in order to create a wide-hitting...
Would you give Pyro Afterburn? I did hear, but I think in a revamp I would not. I think it would just be fire damage plus the air blast. Save Afterburn for when Pyro gets his actual moveset.
That can hit multiple foes at once. Out of all of Heavy's assists, this will be the one that takes the most time to master, as the delay and positioning are going to be tough to nail down in a high-paced game like Smash Brothers. But if you can manage to get off a sticky bomb detonation on your enemy, you'll find that it's one of Heavy's best stock closers. Next is the Scout, who will utilize his iconic scattergun to deal large amounts of close-range damage. As he is the fastest of the mercs, Scout's close range blast has the fastest startup of all of the assists, but since it's a single shot, it might require a bit of practice to get the timing down. Finally, there's Sniper, the most powerful assist for a variety of reasons, but arguably the hardest assist to hit with. After being summoned, the Sniper will take a moment to line up a shot, all before firing a single shot that will travel the full length of your average battlefield stage at incredible speed. Getting shot by this weapon will have a screen flash and zoom effect that only happens when the player lands an exceptionally powerful attack, such as Falcon Punch or Force Palm. But thanks to its very small hitbox,
I love the
and
bots
quick
of this game, they're so fucking
chances are you
stupid.
might not see this effect very much unless you practice.
So I should also mention that for Spy would probably be one that can be one of 2 abilities. If they're further away, he'll just like shoot his revolver, like weak flinching damage, but if they're close enough, he'll try to backstab them for like bigger damage. Something probably along those lines are what I would do for Spy with this design.
It should also be mentioned that, while these assists are powerful, they can be interrupted by enemy attacks should they hit the mercenary. As a result, it's your job as tank to make sure nobody gets past you. And don't worry, as much like friendly fire in TF2, all attacks will pass through Heavy harmlessly in Smash. Once the mercenary finishes their attack, they and Heavy will share a small thank you before...
I don't know how you can say you love the bots when Sniper aimbots made the game blatantly unfun, unplayable for like a year. Oh, it was a lot longer than that, but I'm more referring to just like the dumb bots and like training mode.
they
The ones that like all huddle in a corner next to the door, just waiting to get out.
Here. In terms of mercenary representation, 8 out of the 9 mercenaries have been shown off so far, meaning there's only one left, the Engineer. Thankfully, the Engineer...
My opinion of team effort is that it's a good idea, but the execution is weird, since the idea of the mercs helping Heavy is great, but some of these are extremely situational. I mean, that's kind of the point. It's supposed to be situational. Most stuff in TF2 is designed to be situational. And I think having stuff that's better in certain cases and worse in others makes complete and total sense, because that's very much the way that TF2's gameplay loop works. Like, if somebody has an engineer around the corner, you're not going to fucking scout rush around that corner. You're going to die. That's why you go with stuff like Demo Man, you swap, you get like a Heavy with a medic, you Uber in, you kill the engineer, and you move on. You got a Sniper causing problems, you get your scouts to go in, flank around and kill them, or you have your spies go in and flank around the team and kill them. I think having stuff like, I think situational instances of things working and things not working is very, very in character for stuff in Team Fortress 2. Also, that the sin a lot of heavy movesets do are referencing TF2, not heavy. It's like doing a moveset of Chris, but making his moveset using his different allies. You are not representing Chris, you are representing Deltarune. Well, I mean, his normals represent what he does. He does stuff from the comics. He's big, he's burly, he punches people. It is very much heavy. I'd argue that his normals are very much heavy. They need to be refined and need to be, touched up in some way, shape, or form. But I definitely would argue that a lot of the moves feel heavy, for lack of a better pun.
Gets to show off his tinkering skill with Heavy's recovery special, Teleporter. As this move begins, a teleporter will appear below Heavy's feet. Heavy then disappearing in a flash of either red or blue particles before reappearing in a predetermined location.
I would keep this. I think that Heavy is a class that fucking sucks when you die, because you are so unbelievably slow that unless you have a teleporter, your chances of ever getting back to the battlefield in any reasonable amount of time is next to non-existent. Next to Medic, Heavy is number 2 on teleporter priority because of how fucking slow he is. I know that this is a move that a lot of people are contentious about, and a lot of people have come up with a lot of unique stuff for him. I don't think that a simple uppercut is enough. I don't think that the grappling hook fixes him. That's more Spy's thing, because I feel it's more of a Spy-ish tool than something Heavy would use. I think the teleporter really is just the best thing for Heavy, because it's how Heavies get around in Team Fortress 2. It's also the only instance that you can fit the engineer in and not have him be completely and totally fucking broken. Because I don't think that engineer using a sentry in team effort would be very fun for anybody involved.
Exit flashing with the same particles as Heavy steps off and gives a remark.
Engineer is credit.
Oh no, he's dead again.
Sharing a lot of the same aspects as Furor's Wind, Heavy's teleporter will snap to the ledge when used off stage. Along with
that and the concept of telefragging people to death in Smash just sounds fun as hell.
Dealing a huge amount of damage should the opponent be on top of Heavy when he reappears. In TF2, teleport damage, or telefragging as it's been endearingly referred to by fans,
no, he's kill binding.
It can automatically kill anyone standing on it, its damage even going through overcharge. Here in Smash, a telefrag will simply just serve as a powerful stock closer. Also, when Heavy teleports onto the stage using his recovery, there's a chance the engineer will appear to share a thanks with Heavy when he steps off. So far, we've talked about gun variation, team support, and the most effective way to move across a map. But there's one area of TF2 that is yet to be talked about.
What's telefragging? Telefragging is essentially what happens if somebody on the enemy team stands directly on top of an enemy teleporter and somebody goes through it. If somebody is on top of a teleporter when somebody's coming through it, the person that's standing on it immediately dies. It does extreme amounts of damage. It can even go through Ubercharge, which makes you invincible.
Yes, Heavy's fists are meant to be his melee weapon, but Heavy has a lot more to bring to the table than just his bare hands. Enter Heavy's down special, Loadout Change, giving the player access to 5 additional options to help.
So if there's any instance of this moveset that definitely feels like an instance of just trying to put in as much TF2 as possible, this is definitely it. I know I came at this with good intentions of just wanting to make Heavy feel more fleshed out as a character, but this would not fucking be here in a revamp. At all.
Build Heavy into the character.
I don't remember any of the fists being specifically broken, but even then, it's still just like, no.
Playstyle that they wish to play. You want to play as an oppressive bruiser who can turn any opening into huge damage? How about a more nimble skirmisher who can weave in quick attacks and close-range shotgun blasts to maximize pressure? What about a funny clown who brings its enemies joy by punching them with a crit in the back of the head? All of these are possible using Heavy's melee weapons, these being the killing gloves of boxing, the gloves of running urgently, the fists of steel, the eviction notice, and the holiday punch. Now, it needs to be noted that, yes, while all of these weapons will improve aspects of Heavy's character, each of them will also have detriments to prevent
Oh,
them
thank
from
God they're
being
balanced.
upgraded.
Yeah, so
In
they're side grades, not upgrades.
TF2, a majority of secondary options are regarded as side grades, for when it comes to balance, stock is always meant to stay the strongest all-round choice, and Heavy's fists are no different. Heavy's regular punches are powerful with a decent amount of frame data befitting his weight class, so if you want to stay with what works, keep running with stock. First up is the Killing Gloves of Boxing, a pair of oversized boxing
I'm pretty sure I
gloves that
explained
give
how
Heavy's
the
attack
taunt
increased
works
physical
in
damage,
this.
also gaining the unique ability to gain a guaranteed crit after successfully landing a smash attack. While this sounds enticing, Heavy's attacks will, in return, become notably slower with the KGB equipped, making it far harder for Heavy to compete in close-range fights against quicker fighters. If you feel like the risk is worth the reward of early KOs, then maybe the KGB is for you. Next up is the Gloves of Running Urgently. These gloves greatly increasing Heavy's ground.
Oh, the
and
Gru.
speed, keeping
What the
same
fuck did
level
they
of
do to
strength as
you?
Heavy's regular
They
fists.
ruined you.
However, in exchange, Heavy's weight value will be cut down substantially, making it much easier to launch than before. This might be useful to help close gaps before cycling to a different weapon, but if mobility is valuable to you, maybe you can make the Gru work for you. Next is the...
I would maybe implement that in his run animation, where he puts on the Gru and runs. But other than that, I don't think that that needs to be a thing.
Fists of Steel, a weapon often regarded as the...
How they ruin the Gru?
Heavy
They make it drain health while you use it instead of just taking more damage while it's active.
F2. These gigantic steel gloves will reduce incoming projectile damage and knockback by 35%, allowing Heavy to safely approach zoners and challenge them with weapons of his own. However, in exchange for its defensive power against projectiles, Heavy will take 25% more damage from all melee attacks. It's understandable why this might be considered a powerful choice in a game like TF2, but in Smash, a game where melee combat takes priority...
No, normal melee crits do like 195 and I had over 300 health, so that's how you can calculate how fucking vulnerable you are to melee attacks with that weapon on.
This might be considered a rather situational choice. Next is the Eviction Notice.
Oh,
These
another
brass knuckles
fucking
give
weapon
Heavy's
ruined
attacks
by
quick startup, but weaker
updates.
overall damage. Arguably the most straightforward of Heavy's melee weapons, the Eviction Notice might be the weapon for you if you're willing to exchange power for speed. Finally, there's the Holiday Punch, the main weapon of every Hoovy and those just looking to have fun with the game. These adorable winter mitts have the most unique effect out of all of Heavy's melee weapons, as once this attack lands a crit, the opponent hit will be forced to taunt. This effect can easily lead to a combo attack or a kill confirm, especially against characters...
How was the Eviction Notice ruined by updates? It got the same update. It got the same changes as the Gru, where it drains your health while you're using them. It just made them fucking useless.
But in exchange, all crit damage is nullified completely, these taunt attacks dealing no damage with a chance to deal even more damage than would normally be possible. This also doesn't affect Heavy's damage nor speed, so if you feel like playing around with one of the most fun weapons in TF2, give the Holiday Punch a shot. Heavy will cycle through these...
Oh, I guess I don't mention how it happens in the air. If I were to take a guess, it probably just caused them to fall. Like, just fall back to down towards the stage, or go into a moment of free fall. If I were to harbor a wild guess.
Weapon choices in
Why do the Gru and Eviction Notice drain health? Because competitive players are scum and ruin everything they touch.
the same manner Min Min cycles through her arms, these gloves swapping quickly with an iconic sound effect from TF2. However, unlike Min Min, Heavy will perform a small...
They literally are responsible for so many of the worst changes to this game.
Together in the same manner he does when swapping to melee in TF2. Next is the final smash, and there's a good chance you already know what to expect if you know anything about Team Fortress 2. Calling out for support, Medic will rush in from the opposite side of the screen, saw out in front of him and slashing through all opponents in his path. This slash will lock all hit opponents into Heavy's cinematic final smash, Team Fortress. As the final smash begins, Medic will move in behind Heavy as the other mercenaries arrive on screen in their own unique fashion. Scout dropping down from the top of the screen, Soldier and Demo Man blast jumping in, Pyro and Sniper running in from the back, Spy becoming visible, and Engineer running in carrying a sentry, which he places down. The camera will then pan down to show that the mercenaries are standing on a control point, and after a brief moment, the point will change to their respective team's color, all the mercs' weapons lighting up, showing that they've been awarded crits. In a flurry, the entire team will unload their weapons upon the caught opponents, dealing tons of damage to them before they're launched away with serious force. The team will then share a small cheer together as the other mercenaries exit the screen and Heavy returns to his idle stance, ending the final smash.
That's probably the best choice. And while I added more animation to make it look better, not just be like a single static image, I think that, again, a team-based objective super for a team-based objective character from a team-based objective game is definitely the best choice.
TF2, if you can't work as a team, then your chances of winning are minuscule, for only together can you truly become victorious. And this final smash is designed to represent
that fucking Engineer just got fucking killed immediately.
Final smash, the game line will be then changed to victory from TF2.
Basically Duck Hunt Final Smash, but good. Essentially, yes.
Riff of the Team Fortress 2 theme song. Chances are, even if you're not that big a fan of TF2 or don't know that much about it, you know about this theme.
Is anybody gonna argue with that? I don't think anybody's gonna argue with that. That has to be the victory theme. Yes, it's gonna be for Scout 2.
Animation number 1 will have Heavy share a victory screen alongside one of
the jump cut of the soldier just to him being dead and with a Family Guy death pose in the background. God fucking damn it, I didn't even realize that.
8 different mercenaries from TF2. Both of them
he died.
a taunt before posing for the camera. He'll share a high five with Medic and Soldier.
Oh, he died.
Perform the flip taunt with Scout and Demo Man. Perform the fist bump taunt with Pyro and Spy. And perform the square dance taunt with Engineer and Sniper. Victory animation number 2 will feature Heavy releasing a spray of fire from its minigun as he walks closer to the camera.
I do not understand why I didn't just take like the original one that I did for the intro and just like put it over this. I don't know why I went back to the original video. That looks, the difference in quality just looks fucking weird to me.
A reference to the ending shot of Meet the Heavy, TF2's first Meet the Team video. Finally, victory animation number 3 will start with a close-up of Heavy's face before zooming out to show the 9 mercenaries lined up beside one another in the same fashion as the Meet the Team video series. This will always be the victory screen if Heavy wins with his final smash.
I know that a lot of people like to give this victory screen to other mercenaries. I do not think this looks good on anybody other than Heavy. Not only because of the fact that he's literally the one in the middle of the group, but when all the other mercenaries are acting on their own, having to just make 8 extra models for a victory animation just is not great. I think this works on Heavy and nobody else. But that's just me.
Team Fortress 2 is no stranger to taunts. In fact, all of the game's classes have at least 4 taunts exclusive to them. However, here in Smash, I felt it'd be better to keep things simple and go with the 3 default taunts Heavy has, with each changing depending on what weapon he currently had equipped in TF2. Heavy's first taunt is his default minigun taunt, in which he'll pick up Sasha and cradle her in his arms. Did you know that Heavy canonically has a special bed made for his minigun?
Kiss me.
Heavy's second taunt is his default shotgun taunt, Heavy spinning the shotgun around as he points at his opponent.
It'd be pretty funny if there was a rare chance of his victory screen being the sandwich variant of that scene. Yeah, that'd probably be a nice, 1 in 10 chance thing to happen.
As he
Maybe it increases the more sandwiches you eat per match.
tells them they're dead.
You, yes, you are dead.
Finally, Heavy's third taunt is
You are not for good boys and girls.
Showdown. In TF2, this taunt was actually able to instantly kill any enemy in the game, it often being used by holiday punch heavies looking to mess around with the enemy team. Here in Smash, it will do minimal damage, but its knockback
Oh,
is
he's fucking
surprisingly
dead.
high. At high percents, this can indeed be used to taunt kill.
Pow! Ha ha!
TF2 is an iconic game for a grand number of reasons, but if there's one thing that tends to get brought up a lot, and for good reason, it's hats. As a result,
And somebody immediately ran into the saws.
Part of TF2's history through Heavy's colors, featuring a wide variety of classic TF2
Wait for-
cosmetics
aw,
and
he
other
almost got
fun
hit.
references. Colors 1 and 2
Oh,
are
there
Heavy's
goes the
first
pyro.
appearances for both available teams, red and blue, featuring his iconic short sleeve shirt, vest, and bandolier. Each of Heavy's colors will cycle between both teams, each getting 4 apiece. Color number 3 will have Red Heavy wearing the football helmet, the very first hat Heavy ever received in the Sniper vs. Spy update. Color number 4 will
I stand completely by the fact that TF2 characters need to fucking wear hats. They do. They 100% need to wear hats. I don't care what people think. It is literally one of the biggest identifiable factors about Team Fortress 2. If you do not have a character in TF2 using multiple hats, you have messed up somewhere. Heavy deserves to wear his hats. And guess what? Scout's gonna wear them too.
have Blue Heavy wearing the Officer's Ushanka, the first hat introduced in the Classless update and one of the most iconic Heavy hats in history. Color number 5 will have the Red Heavy wearing the
Also, I don't know why these two hats defaulted to black. They're supposed to be red.
Tough Guy's Toque. The second hat
I don't remember why that
received
happened.
update and the iconic hat of the Hoopy class. Don't shoot him, he's friendly. Color number 6 will have Blue Heavy wearing the Hound Dog, a hat Heavy received in the very first
Please tell me you gave Scout the obnoxious lime green set. I gave him the set that lime green Scouts like to use, which is the beanie and the fast learner as a set on its own, but it's not colored green, no.
contribution update for TF2. This hat is also quite popular, as it's essentially 2 items in one. Color number 7 will have Red Heavy wearing the Dealer's Visor, the first promotional hat introduced in TF2 and a reference to Heavy's appearance in the game Poker Night at the Inventory. Finally, color number 8 will not be Blue Heavy wearing a hat, but will instead turn Heavy into the Robo Heavy seen in Man vs. Machine. This costume will also change Heavy's voice and idle animation, along with changing his sandwich to the coveted Robo Sandwich. Also, when Kirby...
Oh god, this is when I did Kirby hats. That model for Kirby looks so fucking crusty. I think you can understand why I stopped doing hats for Kirby.
Here and gain access to Minigun. Yes, this is yet another instance of Kirby using a gun, though something tells me he's never handled anything quite as heavy as this. Team Fortress 2 is a game that will always continue to live on as a legend of
I
the
feel
FPS
that
genre.
a lot
The
of
cast Immortal
this is mainly just behind the times. Like, it could be better. Like, a lot of the posing could be better. And if it was done today, it would be better. Like, 100%. It just straight up would be better. Like, you can tell the difference between the quality of the stuff I put out today and the stuff that I put out then. A difference that 3 years makes. Of just constantly working and just doing stuff like this.
the legends of those that came before it, and it's because of that I feel Heavy's inclusion in a game like Smash Bros. Just makes sense. His visual design, his world, his weapons, they all feel like they'd fit perfectly along.
I don't know what I'd give this as a number rating, honestly. Because I understand what the problems are and I already know how to fucking fix them.
Between both Heavy and Gordon Freeman when it comes to a Valve character for Smash Bros. As both are not only iconic and easily recognizable, but they are both characters that can easily transcend their original media, if SFM and Gmod are anything to go by. I honestly wish I could just have them both, but alas, the chances of Valve actually getting a character in Smash are rather low as it is. Maybe one day that dream will come to pass. But for now, I'm just going to keep voting for both of them to make it in, because as far as I'm concerned, this game desperately needs more FPS characters, and when it comes to FPS characters, you can't go wrong with Team Fortress 2.
I still fucking completely stand by the statement that Smash needs more FPS characters. Like, FPS is such an influential genre of video games that is just not being represented at all in Smash. We've got costumes for some characters, but there definitely should be a playable FPS character. While I think that Doomslayer is objectively the best choice for that, and the fact that he's already a costume basically gives him power to potentially become a playable character, because that's kind of how costumes work. It's kind of like the entry point for a lot of characters eventually becoming playable. Yeah, I think that while Doomslayer is probably the front runner for that category, I absolutely believe that Valve should have a character in Smash. Valve is such a massive part of video gaming as a whole, and the fact that they don't have anything in Smash, like not even like a shitty JPEG spirit of like Gordon Freeman, is very surprising. You need something from Valve in Smash, because again, Valve is such a massive part of video gaming. They 100% deserve to be in a celebration of video games. And while I really like Heavy as a character, I definitely would want Gordon Freeman first.
If you like what you saw, feel free to like and subscribe, as there is more content coming in the future. Also, follow me over on Twitter to keep track of what's coming next, all while being the first to see any and all updates I make.
Heavy and the TF2 cast would mesh better with the art style of Smash, but I think Gordon Freeman is way more important.
So for now, take care, stay safe, and remember to have a good one.
But yeah, this video turned 3 years old today, and looking at this, I am amazed with myself with how far I've come since this. Like, how much better things have gotten in such a short period of time. Hell, even after this, how quickly things went from just like this to being the quality of the stuff that was in the next year, like early next year. But yeah, while there were definitely things about that need to be changed, and they will be changed, like I can guarantee you that like 95% of the problems that people have with this moveset will not be there whenever this character gets his remake sometime in the future. But yeah, I think for the most part, it's perfectly fine, and it was perfectly fine for the time. It's just behind the times compared to what I do now. I think that's just the best way to put it. It's not on par with the stuff I do now, in like any way. And I think the next character I'm going to cover is a better example of, things advancing. No, just for shits and giggles. Let's see what the wheel picks. I'm not going to listen to the wheel, but what does the wheel want me to do? I'll laugh if it gives me Heavy because I forgot to take him off. It wants me to do Clawroline. I don't remember why this one was submitted either. Like, this video came out around the same point where my trails started to get much better, and they basically became a lot more stylish and added a lot more to the animation. But while the wheel wants me to do Coraline, we're going to do somebody different. Yes, we are going to do... Where are you? Scooby-Doo. Who the fuck should I do? I joined the stream so late, but I want to know what moveset you made think is aged really bad. Well, I think anything before like like the original Doom Slayer, anything that I made in 2019 to 2018 is not aged preferably gracefully. But that's like early stuff. And I don't think that people should be judged by their early work when the stuff they make nowadays is so different compared to then. Which is one of the main reasons I stay as far away from the movesets made by people that are really fucking old, because it's not an accurate judgment of their abilities nowadays. Or a moveset aged badly? I doubt that. I'm pretty sure Ori for the time aged completely and totally fine. Like, I think that's one of the few movesets from 2019 that probably aged the best because of all the custom assets that were made for it. Oh, Cinderace is also like the 2021 era of just being old and being from the experimental SFM days where I was still just fucking around with the program and not really knowing a lot about it. Who shall I look at that's a little bit in need of a revamp? I don't want to look at Eevee. Eevee is fucking an hour long, and I do not want to watch that. Also, I have a question. I don't know if anybody here can really answer this, but did somebody notable like share my Emmy video somewhere? Because I don't know why, but for literally the past like 8 months, this video has been at the top of my watch list. Like, consistently. Like, this is the video that people are watching over and over and having the most views. I don't know why. Why is the Emmy being watched by so many people? I don't think the Emmy's moveset's bad, but I don't know why it's something that just became something that people love and adore so much. Anyway, I don't want to look at anything from 2023 because I don't really have much to say about stuff from 2023. I think the stuff from that year is perfectly fine. It does not need to be redone in any way, shape, or form. People love Metroid Dread a lot, methinks. Then why don't they watch my Ravenbeak video? Actually, they're both roughly around the same amount of views, but it was shown in a Brawl fan stream chat. That... Why would that make people watch it, though? Well, to explain the dislikes without an explanation, at least. But other people have made Ravenbeak movesets, but you're the only one who's made an Emmy moveset. Am I? I feel like people would make one for Emmy, because Emmy's like the next best thing to make a moveset for out of Metroid Dread. I say, having done Kraid before Emmy. You know what? Let's watch the Ravenbeak video. That's an interesting one. A video that came out around the point where I was trying to experiment more with lighting and posing and all that. And I would like to say that out of every video I've done for Ravenbeak, every video I've done like in this year, this one's probably got the messiest poses. Not specifically because of the way the character is posed, but because the effects are very, very unrefined.
You have followed my instructions faithfully so far. Continue to do so. It's that simple. I consider your performance here on...
My phone vibrating? No. Okay, so Ravenbeak was literally made like less than 2 months after Dread came out. Like the moment that Dread came out, I immediately wanted to jump on making a moveset for this character, just because I fucking loved so much about his look, specifically. I think that Ravenbeak is a fucking amazingly designed character, and his boss fight in Metroid Dread is probably like the best boss fight in the entire Metroid series. I do not feel like I gave enough time to Ravenbeak to actually pump out a truly good moveset for him. I just really, really wanted to make something as quickly as possible, because I was so enamored with this game and his character design. This is like one of the very few instances, this is one of the first instances where I actually went out and had models like commissioned and made, like, because I did not want to wait months on end for Ravenbeak's model to be available for SFM. I needed his model as soon as possible. And I was actually lucky enough to get it done for free by somebody. And I am very, very thankful for the amount of work they did, because the model they did for Ravenbeak is so much better than the ones that are currently available on the SFM workshop. Ravenbeak gets points for being a Chozo boss fight when Chozos were previously this mysterious alien race that we only really knew a small part about. Yeah, he is one badass bird father. But yeah, Ravenbeak is a character that I actively really want to remake. And he probably will be the second character I remake after Doomslayer. Simply because of the fact that I did not give this character nearly enough time. And there's so much more I could do with him than what I did with him.
Ravenbeak Beak is an aggressive mid-range fighter whose versatile set of projectiles and mastery over the art of combat makes him a threatening presence on the battlefield. With the unique blend of mobility, damage, and reach, Raven Beak can keep up the pressure against anyone who dares to take him on, and thanks to the fact that he's a Chozo, he's capable of using his power suit in ways that Samus can't possibly comprehend. Of course,
Which is a nice touch and definitely something I'm going to accentuate more when I remake this video in the future.
Dangerous foe in nearly every level of range, Raven Beak will suffer from some of the common problems that characters of his stature and playstyle suffer from, namely the tendency to get juggled and inability to keep up with smaller characters. But unique to Raven Beak's more powerful attacks are parry windows that might leave the Mockin Chieftain wide open if properly exploited. As a Raven Beak player, it is up to you to aggressively push your opponent to their limits, challenging them to use all of their tools or suffer an agonizing defeat at the hands of the galaxy's greatest warrior. Hold off your opponent's approach with your powerful beams and physical attacks. Cut off their ability to traverse the stage with destructive traps and give chase to those that try to run with your multiple jumps and blindingly fast dash attacks. Teach your opponents that power is everything. Raven Beak is a very tall humanoid character, dethroning Ganondorf and K. Rool as the tallest standing character in the series.
Oh yeah, I forgot about this funny little visual.
Don't let that size fool you, however, as Raven Beak is no slouch when on the move, and is more than capable of using his powerful talons to tear his opponents apart. In terms of his...
I would definitely, when I do remake this, I'm definitely going to accentuate the fact that Raven Beak in this fight is very much just capable of instantly fucking swapping what range he fights you from. He can fight you at mid-range, or he can just immediately jump you. And that's definitely something I did not do enough in this moveset.
Basics, Raven Beak's mobility and movement is designed to feel like that of the fluid and high-paced movement of modern Metroid titles, namely Fusion and Dread, which directly contrasts the fact that, while her current design is based on Other M, Smash's version of Samus feels more in line with the rigid and floaty playstyle of Super Metroid. As a result, Raven Beak will utilize many of the unique movement options introduced in Metroid Dread, namely the use of Flash Shift for his roll, the Spider Magnet for his wall cling, and the Phantom Cloak for his sidestep. With a tool for nearly any situation, it's no surprise that Raven Beak has quickly become one of the Metroid series' most imposing enemies. In terms of mobility options, Raven Beak has 3 jumps, making use of his massive Chozo wings for big floaty jumps that cover a wide range, all while also being able to wall jump and wall cling.
Also, I forgot, the footage of this is mostly just the boss fight. And I apologize for that head on, because at least it's not as bad as it was with Kraid, because Kraid I have to keep showing the same boss fights over and over again because they were like 30 seconds long a piece.
Who originally created the power suit, it's no surprise that a warrior like Raven Beak would wear one into combat.
But there's definitely gonna be a point in the footage where it's just like, I'm clearly just doing this just to get footage. And I'm just like toying with him.
Samus, Raven Beak is shown to have complete mastery over his race's technology, and as a result, he can utilize combat techniques that either she cannot access or can only access through special means. This is the basis of Raven Beak's character mechanic, which is called Chozo Mastery. While some aspects of his mechanic are purely visual flair, such as his roll, sidestep, and wall cling animations, there are 2 unique abilities that play directly into his combat structure, namely the use of the melee counter and his access to Shine Spark. Introduced in Samus Returns, the melee...
I think that when I redesign Raven Beak, I'm going to simply just give him lightning armor as a character mechanic. I think that that is probably the best thing. It's just a passive resistance to projectiles that just helps with his, you know, mid to close range playstyle that he can swap on a dime, just making him inherently more tanky. I think that that's probably a better thing to focus on. He probably will still have the counter in some way, shape, or form. I think he also gets Shine Spark as well. But I think the way I implemented it is not exactly the greatest.
Counter allowed for Samus to deflect incoming enemy attacks and counter with a powerful burst of damage that usually resulted in death unless the enemy was a boss. Here in Smash, Raven Beak will utilize this ability as his perfect shield animation. This deflecting strike
I wouldn't have that happen.
And leaving them open to either unique follow-up attacks that can only be performed from the counter or an attack of the player's choice. As for Shine Spark, this is normally an ability that Samus can only use while using her speed booster technique.
How tall is Ravenbeak? He's, by the looks of him, he's at least like 13 to 14 feet tall. He'd have to be shrunk down a little bit.
Dread, Ravenbeak is shown to instantly
Like 6'3". Like not even at waist height. So he's like 13 to 14 feet tall.
activated during his boss fight, and he carries this technique with him to Smash Brothers. Pressing both the B button and the shield button at the same time will have Ravenbeak release a burst of energy outwards as his body becomes encased in purple light. Once in this,
I would more than likely just have the Shine Spark mixed in with his Wing Blitz and just combine them into a single attack for his recovery special.
state, the player can hold the B button and a direction on the control stick to have Ravenbeak perform a high-speed tackle in the direction chosen. This can either be used as a powerful gap closer or as a recovery move, but the brief startup and end leg might leave you wide open to damage if you're not careful. Of course, Ravenbeak has a lot more tools at his disposal, so much so that there had to be some cut from his Smash Brothers kit.
I used Rosalina in the Meowscarada moveset.
Best to the battlefield. Now that you understand how Ravenbeak functions at a base level, let's now move on to his normals and discuss the attacks that make up his destructive playstyle.
Why not Angel? Because that combination makes no sense.
Normals will make use of both his powerful talons and the massive cannon on his right arm, all while also mixing in a couple of Aeon abilities to truly pour on the damage.
So this was the first... Hang on, I'm gonna get to the poses.
Range, so he can safely poke his opponents from quite a distance away. Ravenbeak.
So this was the first instance of me trying a different lighting setting when doing poses, and I would go on to use this setting for 3 movesets before dropping it entirely and now working with what I have now. I think that for the time it looked fine. Looking at it now, it's so fucking dark. And it doesn't help that the way that this Ravenbeak model takes in light makes it look even fucking darker than it actually is.
Neutral combo is Oppression Breaker, a 3-hit combo that will have Ravenbeak attack with a claw slash, a hard smack from its cannon, and finishing with a stomping kick. While its damage is fairly strong, this combo's main draw is the spike created by the final hit, allowing for Ravenbeak to possibly catch opponents at the ledge or set up a combo off of a floor bounce. Ravenbeak's forward tilt is Shotgun Cannon, Ravenbeak thrusting his cannon forward.
That move would more than likely be something completely different.
Away with heavy force. This attack will hit twice.
While I do like the idea of a close range blast from a shotgun cannon, the fact that his arm is the one that has to face the camera when he's facing right just makes the move look a little bit awkward in terms of animation. And a lot of it would probably be covered by the cape, which also doesn't help.
Kill power, but if the player opts to hold the attack button, this move's range and damage will increase substantially. However, the more the move grows in strength, the longer it will take for Ravenbeak to recover once.
I don't think it's too difficult to translate Dread Samus into Smash. Yeah, I agree, which is one of the main reasons why I didn't do her. Why I'm not planning to do her first in rematch.
Up tilt is Talon.
It's too simple.
Ravenbeak performing a powerful rising kick that will hit both on the way up and the way down before launching after the second hit.
I would just make this the single hit. Just the single upward kick. Either upward kick, or I could just have it be like an upward cannon swing. Something along those lines.
If properly timed, the second hit of this attack can spike opponents, giving it use as both an anti-air and a ledge guarding option. Ravenbeak's down tilt is Shin Crusher, Ravenbeak using his arm cannon as a makeshift rocket and launching himself forward along the ground while performing a wide slash. This advancing attack hits hard, and while no—
I would probably just design this to be a parallel to Samus, where he does a grounded blast with his cannon, and it creates a shockwave that travels outwards to deal damage, or something along those lines. I don't think that Ravenbeak needs a burst movement attack like this. Mainly because his overall movement would help him burst forward on his own. I almost forgot about Metroid Prime 4. When is it coming out? Sometime next year.
Weaker, the cannon blast Ravenbeak uses to rush forward has a hitbox, meaning this attack can be used to catch rolls. Ravenbeak's dash attack is Booster Charge, Ravenbeak charging through his opponent's shoulder first while performing the trademark speed.
Yeah, this is a point where I was still not very good with trails, and I think that hurts this moveset the most of any moveset that I did in 2021.
Body as he rushes forward. This then leading to a long cooldown animation as Ravenbeak slides to a stop at the end of the attack. For his get-up attack, Ravenbeak will attack while performing a spinning kick, all while performing a melee strike with his cannon for his ledge attack. Ravenbeak's smash attacks are comprised of his most powerful abilities, all of them being references to attacks and abilities he displays during his boss fight in Metroid Dread. Ravenbeak's forward smash is Cannon Scrapper, Ravenbeak firing a beam of energy from his cannon before swinging his arm out in front of him, the beam acting like a sword and dealing damage in a wide area of effect.
So if there's any instance of, other than the ones I've already shown, that just it's clear I didn't have enough time to do what I wanted, this is definitely it. I think, again, that the body language of Ravenbeak in this moveset ranges from, like, average to bad. And the effects definitely just bring down the overall experience as well. Like, the idea of, you know, using the beam from his cannon as a forward smash and like a sword is definitely something that I will keep whenever I do remake Ravenbeak, but it would need to look a lot better than this. And hell, even adding a little bit of transparency to the effect just to make it easier to read would be a lot better.
Being one of his best kill confirms, Ravenbeak performs his attack against Samus after being melee countered. And thanks to the attack's initial hitbox, Ravenbeak can also hit opponents standing right behind him before the swing. Ravenbeak's up smash is Beam Burst, Ravenbeak raising his cannon to the sky and releasing a rapid spray of fire that will deal heavy damage. While Ravenbeak performs the Beam Burst...
Honestly, considering Dread Samus is already fast-paced, I would just remove ZSS alongside the addition of new Samus. I think you can make Dread Samus feel unique enough to still have ZSS exist. And I think the best way I've already described to do that is to just make her have much better aerial superiority.
In the second phase of
While ZSS is ground-oriented.
Boss fight, the pose and attack style Ravenbeak uses with this smash attack is based on the room covering laser he uses.
Also, I think this smash attack is fine, it just needs better visuals.
In phase 1.
Like, this is one of the instances where the body language and the pose and everything just looks really good.
1 and 3, and thanks to the size of its hitbox, it can allow for Ravenbeak to safely challenge platforms and knock foes out of the air with ease. Finally, Ravenbeak...
This one would go. This one needs to go. I'd also probably need to find a way to make those wings a little bit fucking smaller in whenever he gets his moveset revamped, because one of the biggest issues you're going to see with the aerials is that the fucking wings take up so much real estate on the screen.
Thrash, Ravenbeak extending his wings,
and it fucks with the readability of the move.
Outwards before flexing them upwards. This double hitting attack covering a wide area before launching the foe away. Hitting on both sides almost simultaneously, this attack is based on the interlude animation between the first and second phase of Ravenbeak's boss battle, with Ravenbeak revealing his massive wings before going airborne.
At least the transition to the aerials is good.
In tandem with his large floaty jumps, Ravenbeak's aerials are designed to discourage jump-happy opponents and confirm offstage kills with long-reaching attacks from both his talons and his arm cannon. Ravenbeak's neutral air is Cannon Spinner. Ravenbeak spinning his cannon armor.
No, I don't take requests. Never have, never will.
Series of energy shots to increase its range. This move has 2 active hitboxes, these being the energy shots and the cannon, with the cannon dealing more damage and knockback, while the energy shots will make the move much safer to land with. Ravenbeak's forward air is Talon Crusher.
That neutral air is not bad, but the visuals just need to look better.
strike with a pair of powerful axe kicks. This attack is capable of spiking the opponent after the second kick, for it's only fitting for a character who treats others like dirt to show his opponents how below him they truly are, both figuratively and very literally. Ravenbeak's up air is Talon Circlet, Ravenbeak flipping backwards and performing a powerful flip kick. A reliable attack with solid range.
Oh, sounds like some Spurger's home.
Juggle opponents or challenge platforms.
That's probably my least favorite fucking visual in the entire moveset is just this up air. I hate this. The body, he's bending forwards when his body should be like bending backwards. The wings are too fucking big. I needed to cut down the wing size by like a third.
Powerful flip kick. A reliable attack with solid range and recovery, this move can be used to either juggle opponents or challenge platforms. Ravenbeak's back air is Shotgun Cluster. Ravenbeak quickly turning around in mid.
Now that version of the shotgun cannon looks a lot better, but again, it just needs to have better body language.
From his cannon. One of his best kill options thanks to its startup speed and power, Ravenbeak will also fly forward from the heavy force of the blast, meaning this move can also be used to gain some extra horizontal distance while recovering. Finally, Ravenbeak's down air is Raven Drop. Ravenbeak building up energy before launching himself straight down, striking with both legs to launch.
I'd probably turn the axe kick into the down air and give him a new forward air and just like omit this. I don't really think that he needs a move like this.
A reference to one of his main attacks from the second phase of his boss fight, Ravenbeak will be armored during the move's initial startup, but will suffer from heavy landing leg once he touches the ground, so be careful. Ravenbeak will grab his opponent by rushing forward and gripping them by the neck.
When there's no visuals involved and it's just like the static characters, I think that this looks fine. I think that this overall looks perfectly fine. A little dark, but again, that's just because of the way that the material's taken light.
Similar to the way he's shown to grab Samus at the beginning of Metroid Dread. Thanks to his size, Ravenbeak will hold his opponent off the ground, and for a pummel, he will increase his grip, choking his opponent. For his throws, Ravenbeak will make use of powerful submission attacks that are designed to deal damage and make his opponent fear getting grabbed. However, while his throws are powerful, their kill potential is only moderate at best. Ravenbeak's forward throw is Expulsion Smash, Ravenbeak raising his opponent up over his head before slamming them into the ground in front of him, launching them away after the initial bounce.
Fine for a throw, but the throw animation looks like a down throw.
The most straightforward of Ravenbeak's throws, its damage and kill potential
I would probably change it to something else.
is right in the middle compared to his other options. Ravenbeak's up throw is Mutiny Burner, Ravenbeak holding his cannon up to his caught opponent's chest before releasing a powerful burst of energy to launch them up into the sky. A reference to the way Ravenbeak defeats Samus during their first encounter, this has the highest kill potential.
I don't know why I thought that's what happened. Maybe it's because he just charges the cannon. We never get to see what happens. I don't know. That's not what happens.
Out of all of Ravenbeak's throws, Ravenbeak's back throw is Hope Breaker, Ravenbeak holding out the opponent behind him and casually dropping them through the air, all before quickly turning around to perform a powerful gut punch before they touch the ground. The most powerful of Ravenbeak's throws in terms of damage, this attack has the potential to KO at higher percents. Finally, Ravenbeak's down throw is Chest Breaker, Ravenbeak throwing his opponent to the ground before violently stepping down on them, causing them to bounce off the floor.
I'd probably turn that into an axe kick, just to be a bit more violent.
As he stomps down, meaning he can potentially knock back other opponents that are standing too close. It's now time for the specials, with Ravenbeak utilizing some of his most versatile abilities from Metroid Dread. While they all have their own place in Ravenbeak's game plan, they share a common theme: oppression. Be it screen-filling attacks, Sonic-like speed, or utility moves designed for survival, Ravenbeak is built to make his opponents afraid, which is good for you, as nothing is more scary than a level-headed player with a good sense of timing. Ravenbeak's neutral special is arguably his most powerful ability from Metroid Dread, the Destruction Beam. This chargeable projectile will have Ravenbeak hold his cannon out in front of him as he builds up energy, the player being able to angle the cannon up and down much like he does against Samus in his boss fights.
I would more than likely change this move, probably into like the dark hole projectile that he uses in, or you know, a chargeable move that can maybe like turn into the sun that like releases the outward pulses. I don't know if I would just give him the straight up Destruction Beam as a neutral special anymore.
After being fully charged, Ravenbeak will unleash a massive beam of energy that will deal rapid damage before launching any caught foes away. This attack's range and damage being almost like a miniature Final Smash. Like Samus's charge shot, this move can be stored by tapping the shield button while charging, but unlike Samus, this move cannot be charged while in midair. It can be fired in midair, however, but the
Like that would, like what you just did there, that'd be more than likely his new neutral special.
Is always locked to a 45-degree angle, a reference to the way Ravenbeak utilizes this attack during the second phase of his boss fight.
Make the Destruction being the Final Smash. Well, I think the Final Smash that he has already is probably the best for him, if I can remember what it is correctly.
Of course, once the attack concludes, Ravenbeak will be forced to cool off his cannon, leading to a substantial cooldown period that will leave him wide open to incoming damage. While he has a plethora of powerful projectile attacks, some of which sadly couldn't fit into the moveset, one of the scariest aspects of Ravenbeak's boss fight is his ability to rush Samus down and close the distance very quickly, and he utilizes this aggression with his side specials, Chozo Assault, and
What about Ravenbeak X? No, absolutely not. It's a bad idea for a Final Smash.
Chozo Assault being performed by inputting side special normally, while Machkin Blitz is performed by holding the B button. For Chozo Assault, Ravenbeak will perform a series of large lunging swipes that will push both himself and his opponent forward across the stage. Similar to Marth's Dancing Blade, this attack must be input multiple times to get the full combo, and also like Dancing Blade, Ravenbeak can stop the combo at any point by either holding shield or pressing jump. This is especially nice as these 3 hits are not safe on shield. For Machkin Blitz, Ravenbeak will take a moment to build up energy before rushing forward at incredible speed, smashing his fists into the closest target and sending them flying with heavy force.
I would more than likely scrap the first half. Scrap Chozo Assault, keep Machkin Blitz just the way it is. I think that's perfectly fine. The damage would more than likely need to be nerfed down a little bit, but I think that move is perfectly fine. I do want moves that accentuate Ravenbeak's ability to just completely shift how he wants to fight Samus. And his ability to just immediately go from close to long range to close range should be emphasized in a moveset like this.
A very powerful kill confirm. Those unprepared to deal with this attack will find themselves in a world of pain really quickly. But while powerful, this attack has a notable weakness that can be exploited by more experienced players: a parry window. Being one of the main ways Samus could damage Ravenbeak during his boss battle, this attack's success depends entirely on timing and execution from both parties. Be sure to practice in training mode before attempting to parry in an actual match. For his recovery special, Ravenbeak will utilize one of his main attacks from the second phase of his boss fight: Wing Missile. Similar in execution to the recoveries of Fox and Ridley, this attack will travel a notably longer distance in exchange for a longer charge period.
I would, as I said earlier, I would just combine this with Shine Spark and turn them both into a single move.
Also,
it would fit the character better.
In the contact with a wall, he can instantly transition into a wall cling, which like he is shown to do in his boss fight. For his down special, Ravenbeak will take a step away from big flashy attacks and instead turn to a more versatile weapon he's seen using throughout Metroid Dread: Lightning Armor. This utility special will have Ravenbeak cloak himself in a wave of glowing light, this aura reducing the damage and knockback of incoming projectiles by 15% and giving Ravenbeak full armor against smaller projectiles like Mario's Fireball and Samus's regular missiles.
Yeah, I would just turn this into a passive for Ravenbeak. Like, I think just having him have those stats passively is enough for a character mechanic, and would probably just change the down special into the melee counter, or some type of counter.
Armor can only stay active for a set amount of time, this being indicated by an Aeon-like gauge above Ravenbeak's health icon that will drain while the move is active. But do not be fooled, as this move is far more than a simple damage reduction buff. As Ravenbeak takes damage with lightning armor active, the color of his aura will shift from a bright blue to a dull purple before finally ending at a vibrant red, both projectile and physical damage adding on to this effect change. Once his lightning armor has reached its limit, Ravenbeak will gain access to one of his most powerful attacks, one that takes the effort and damage given to him by his opponents and tosses it back in their faces. Thunderburst. With this, Ravenbeak will scrape his clawed hand across his chest to build up stored energy within his armor, all before throwing it forward as a huge wave of damage that can knock out several opponents at once. In Metroid Dread, this attack was performed as a screen-filling attack that could...
This would just be omitted from his moveset. Or maybe it could be like the startup move to his final smash, or something along those lines. But as like an actual attack, it would more than likely not be a part of the kit.
While here in Smash, it's a ranged projectile that will rush across the screen at incredible speed, making it very hard to dodge and a great tool to use against those being reckless in the neutral. Thunderburst's attack animation is also completely armored, so the only way one can knock Ravenbeak out of this attack is to grab him, which might prove dangerous thanks to this attack's strength. Once Thunderburst is used, Ravenbeak will be unable to use lightning armor again for 15 seconds, regardless if it hits a target or not. While that's the case, manually canceling lightning armor or running out of Eon will only put the ability on cooldown until there's enough charge, meaning a couple of seconds at best. Lastly, there's the final smash, and surprisingly, it was actually quite the challenge coming up with an attack that actually served as a big finishing move, since a lot of Ravenbeak's abilities have been shown to be just that. However, while he might not have ever used it himself, Samus did acquire this ability by absorbing Ravenbeak's energy, so it's only fitting that Ravenbeak can use it himself. The Hyper Beam. While Samus and Dark Samus utilize screen-filling beam supers as well, both of them fire their
yes, it's zero cannon, except pointed upwards.
To start the final smash,
I'd probably add more into this with like a combo of some sort, and then finish with the beam, make it a little bit more cinematic. But the overall basis of the final smash should more than likely be roughly the same.
Ravenbeak will charge up a massive beam before swinging his arm upwards, attacking in front of him with a very wide vertical slash. Any opponent caught by this attack will be knocked up into the air and remain suspended as Ravenbeak releases a massive sun-like orb, similar to the one seen in the third phase of his boss fight. After a couple seconds of build-up, Ravenbeak will raise his cannon to the sky and unleash an enormous beam of energy, holding it steady with one arm and dealing a huge amount of rapid damage to all caught opponents before they're launched skywards. When the attack concludes...
Oh, I forgot how fucking dumb it looks when you run with the beam active.
Ravenbeak's victory theme will be the same as the other Metroid villains, Ridley and Dark Samus. Not only does this work for Ravenbeak, considering he's the main villain of Metroid Dread and arguably the main villain of the entire series, but the tone of the theme itself arguably fits Ravenbeak more than the other two characters. Victory animation number 1 will have Ravenbeak drop in from above, similar to the way he leaps at Samus at the beginning of Metroid Dread, all before standing up straight and striking a pose similar to his main render from Metroid Dread. It's his most iconic pose, so that alone works as a victory animation. Victory animation number 2 will have Ravenbeak flash shift across the screen before coming to a stop and unfurling his cape, all before striking a sinister pose for the camera. Finally, victory animation number 3 will have Ravenbeak sit down on his throne in Itarash, crossing his arms and looking into the camera with serious disdain. This is a reference to the pose Ravenbeak has in the lead up to his boss fight.
This is my Angie chair.
Taunt number 1 will have Ravenbeak create a ball of energy in his free hand, it crackling and pulsating before he grits his fist, causing it to burst outwards. This is simply just Ravenbeak showing off his power, although it is purposefully designed to look like a victory pose used by Gil in Street Fighter 3.
I wonder how many people would have gotten that if I didn't directly say that that's what it was. Like, I sneak in fighting game references all the fucking time into my movesets. And if people play them, they definitely will know what they are.
Taunt number 2 will have Ravenbeak perform a regal bow as he chuckles, a gesture he's shown performing before he slaughters the Thoha tribe in Samus Returns and Metroid Dread. Maybe he simply gives a bow before he's about to commit a series of atrocities. Finally, taunt number 3 will have Ravenbeak point at his opponent before performing a come here motion with his hand. This is a taunt Ravenbeak performs during the first phase of his boss fight. And much like in Metroid Dread, Ravenbeak will give off a fake parry flash when the taunt is performed, and if his opponent tries to attack him while his taunt is active, he will immediately jump backwards out of the way.
Yeah, those all seem... A lot of this stuff, again, is inconsequential, so if it's good or bad, it's not really that much of a concern. But they all seem perfectly fine. They would just get more visuals to go along with them. I don't remember his colors being super great. Yup, they aren't super great. Again, mainly because I just didn't fucking care about colors. They just had to be there.
Color number 3 will change Ravenbeak's armor to a variety of gold and light yellow while his cape becomes a royal blue, a reference to both the golden Chozo soldier and the golden robot Chozo soldier from Metroid.
I think you could have him looking up maliciously during his bow. That's probably something I'm going to add.
Color number 4 is a
Or maybe he does like a sneak attack after he does it.
Emerald armor and changing his cape color to a vibrant purple. While there have been concepts
Like if you try to hit him when he's bowing, he does like a counter.
color scheme isn't inspired by it and is meant to
That
be
does like
its own thing.
2%,
Color
3%
number 5
damage.
will change Ravenbeak's armor to a dark blue and give him glowing blue accessories along with a black cape. This color is a reference to the Chozo ghost scene in Metroid Prime 2. Color number 6 will change Ravenbeak's armor to a bright orange and yellow blend while his cape becomes a striking white. This color being a reference to the Ruins test boss seen in Metroid Zero Mission. Color number 7 will change Ravenbeak's
Oh, that's the
armor
worst
to a
one. I
jet
just
black
darkened the
and
fucking
change his
model.
eyes to a striking yellow, all while darkening the red in his cape. This color references the Torizo, Chozo statue-like enemies encountered in both Super Metroid and Metroid Fusion. Finally, color number 8 will feature another brand new color, this being a blend of purple and green while maintaining his red cape. This color can essentially be referred to as the gravity suit version of Ravenbeak's armor. With Metroid Dread, we have
So essentially, this moveset is just a case of kind of the opposite that I have with a lot of my movesets. A lot of my movesets tend to go through extensive rewrites just because I want to make sure they're as great as possible nowadays. Like, Dr. Eggman, for example, is the one that's gone through the most, and he's gone through like nearly 30 at this point. Like, most characters I write go through at least 4 to 5 different rewrites nowadays. Just so I can get the best potential moveset I can. Ravenbeak never went through a rewrite, and I think he desperately needed one in some way, shape, or form.
There's no character that fits that mold more than Ravenbeak. Of course, we have no idea when the next Smash Brothers will happen, but it feels like there's a finite amount of big potential reveals for Nintendo.
That, for the time, it was definitely not as bad as it is now, but it's just average at this point. And it shouldn't be average. Ravenbeak should not have an average moveset. He should be fucking, like, he should have an amazing moveset because he's an amazing character, and he deserves it. And I will rectify that problem eventually. Hopefully sooner rather than later, because I do, like, I think I do want to do him after I do Doomslayer, who has to be number 1. He has to be number 1.
To be the first to see video updates, announcements, and extra content that I create. Finally, if you like these movesets and are interested in getting one for the Smash Brothers character of your dreams...
Mario, we're not talking about Marble, we're talking about Smash. Please, thank you.
You'll receive a custom moveset made just for you. That's all I have for you.
You're kind of all over the place. I need you to bring it down to like a 6 or an 11 right now.
I hope you're looking forward to what's in store for this holiday season. So until the next time I see you...
I agree, this is a cool moment.
Take care, and remember to have a good one.
But yeah, I think this moveset's just average. Compared to what I had, compared to even stuff earlier in this year, I think that there are things that I did better. And I definitely think that Ravenbeak deserves to have his moveset like remade and given the time and effort that should have gone into it when I did this. But I didn't because I wanted to have something as soon as possible. You still review news. Nice fucking dyslexia. You still review movesets submitted by people, right? Yeah, cleared for battle. It's happening next weekend. But yeah, Ravenbeak was just average, in my opinion. There are definitely movesets from this year, from the year this was made, that were better than Ravenbeak. Now, I'm gonna look at one more and then I'm gonna take another break. And I think one that I need to look at because it's pissing the living shit out of me, pissing me off, is Inteleon. Inteleon is a very interesting instance of people just not being able to understand how important a character's personality and aspects of their design are to the way they should play in a fighting game. And also, he's also a fucking victim of what I thought wasn't around anymore. But essentially, you know how a couple of weeks ago I was mentioning that I think people that gatekeep speculation in the Smash community should be dragged by their fucking seat of their pants and thrown out of the community? Well, in the last speculation cycle, I'd argue that one of the biggest instances of gatekeeping in speculation was if you didn't have Rillaboom or you didn't think Rillaboom was the most likely newcomer from Gen 8, you were fucking vilified. Like, holy hell. You were scum. And you know what? It brought down the Cinderace video, and surprisingly enough, it was still around when I made Inteleon. Like, I don't know why, but it was. And I still stand by the fact that Rillaboom never had a chance and it was always going to be Cinderace or nothing. Like, 100%. Inteleon's playstyle makes zero sense. You are objectively wrong. I will stand by my statement that you are objectively incorrect. Because everything about Inteleon is literally built off of his actual character and what he's based on. But yeah, this video received backlash mainly because of both Rillaboom, and I made a comment at the end where I basically called Loxton delusional because he because he thought that Sceptile had a chance of getting into the game over Mewtwo. And, you know, I was banned from his channel back in 2014 for standing up for Mewtwo being included back in Smash over fucking Sceptile, and basically him touting that he was right, I was wrong, and then just blocking me after having to deal with a couple of his fucking clowns. And by clowns, I mean his fan base. I'd also like to mention that it was like a month before Mewtwo was announced to return to Smash 4 as DLC. So, as Charlie Sheen would say, winning! But yeah, the feedback about Rillaboom was like obnoxious. People just don't seem to understand that there are no patterns like that in Smash. It doesn't matter if we don't have a fully evolved grass type starter. If the characters that are not grass type starters are more popular and have more potential, then I'd argue that they're the ones that are getting in first. Like, people literally just wanted Decidueye because it was grass and not anything else. Like, Rillaboom, people literally just wanted because it was the grass starter. They didn't really take into consideration that out of all three of them, Rillaboom was arguably the least popular in most parts of the world. If they want another grass type, they could add Ogerpon. Ogerpon, Meowscarada. There's a lot of good grass types they could add, but they shouldn't add a grass type because we don't have a grass type. They should add a grass type if it makes sense. And Meowscarada does make sense. But Rillaboom never did. And I stand by the fact that the days of Rillaboom support for Smash Ultimate was the worst gatekeeping that this game, that the Smash Ultimate speculation cycle ever fucking had. Like, you were not allowed to support Cinderace or Inteleon, or you were scum. It's basically what it was. I fucking hated every instance of it. And no, I don't regret saying that Cinderace was more likely than Rillaboom, because it was. But yeah, we're not here to talk about Rillaboom. We're here to talk about a Pokemon that, while I think Cinderace is the most likely of the three, if I were to say which character had the most potential as a fighter, I'd argue that goes to Inteleon. Because Inteleon is surprisingly quite malleable, and the playstyle that I gave him definitely makes complete and total sense when you understand what this character is based on. This character is not the sniper Pokemon, it's the secret agent. Yeah, I don't remember this being inherently problematic. Yeah, another instance of a video that happens before a notable change in style, because with Vaporeon in the next video, the attack trails would get a massive increase in quality. And basically, it's funny that Pokemon is always it's always a Pokemon character before a fucking quality change happens on this channel.
Inteleon is a calculated and refined rushdown character who excels at breaking down his opponent's defenses before turning it into huge damage, either by causing his opponent to make a crucial mistake or by creating his own openings thanks to his character mechanic. With a strong blend of speed and reach, Inteleon is capable of turning even the smallest opening into a torrent of damage. But when you're a character that relies on precision, the only thing that can hold you back are the ones holding your controller. With a notably low weight value and a tall frame that's quite easy to juggle, making mistakes as Inteleon can be a costly affair. But as an Inteleon player,
I'm not thinking that far ahead, Ultimate Dragon. If the grass starter of Gen 10's interesting, maybe.
Chase them down and give them
But I have no interest in appealing only to grass starters. I think that idea is stupid.
Inteleon stands as a tall, humanoid character, his size being comparable to characters like Captain Falcon and Kazuya. Being classified as the secret agent Pokemon, it's not surprising that Inteleon's fighting style carries a level of calm finesse, with his main weapons being his long legs and massive tail. However, an agent is nothing without their gadgets, and Inteleon's claim to fame is the various ways he can utilize the water jets in his fingertips. Inteleon is capable of launching water out of these jets at a speed...
No, I think Inteleon should maybe be lighter than that. I don't think he should be 83. I fully disagree with you.
Snipe shots. However, here in Smash, Inteleon's water jets will be pushed even further to create new types of weaponry, ones that are designed to feel right at home with Inteleon's super spy motif.
He should not be heavier.
Strong, Inteleon is capable of focusing the pressurized water in his fingertips into a...
Oh yeah, this is my instance. This is me attempting to create something new and unique and fun for Inteleon as a species. Instead of just, shooting, he can use it to create like a fucking water sword, which I think would be fucking neat. Not to mention also, making use of water bombs like his previous evolution, because I think that having aspects like that added on to the evolution that comes afterwards is nice, and they shouldn't just be left in the dust just because he evolved.
To deadly blades he can use to cut into his opponents. These blades will provide a decent amount of offensive pressure thanks to their relatively quick speed and notable disjoint. And when mixed with Inteleon's ability to analyze his opponents for weak points, opponents hit by these attacks will be left feeling the effects long after they deal damage. Next up, Inteleon will make use of a trick its previous evolution, Drizzile, is capable of performing. Namely, creating explosive water bombs from the moisture in his hands before launching them at his foes. However, instead of simply lobbing these bombs like Drizzile, Inteleon will also be able to make these bombs explode midair by sniping them, which will increase their explosion radius and damage. It's only fitting for the evolution to do things bigger and better than their previous form, after all. Aside from these main two abilities, there are a variety.
I like how the entire team is named after Elden Ring characters, except for the Inteleon, which is named after a boss from Yakuza.
Using his tail to manipulate the trajectory of his shots. He always seems to have a couple of tricks up his sleeve, making it all the easier for you to catch your opponent off guard. In terms of mobility options, Inteleon has 2 jumps, along with the ability to crawl, wall jump, and wall cling. Remember how I mentioned Inteleon's ability to analyze his opponents for weak points? Well, that wasn't just a simple throwaway line, as it actually makes up the basis for Inteleon's character mechanic, which I've titled Crippling Blows. As Inteleon deals damage to his opponent, be it by up-close blows or by sniping from afar, he will inflict a stack of crippling blows to his target, this being shown as a blue star above their head that will have its 5 tips light up for each hit. And once it maxes out, Inteleon's picture will flash as the star will transform into a glowing caricature of Inteleon's head. At this point, Inteleon's next attack against his opponent will deal extra damage and knockback, all while his specials will gain extra attributes against the afflicted foe. But it's important that you be quick, as a fully exposed weak point will only last for 5 seconds before the effect wears off. This effect has the potential to be a very dangerous setup tool, especially since Inteleon is capable of performing long combos that can lead into a full stack of crippling strikes. But again, precision is key above all else, and if Inteleon fails to keep momentum in his favor, all his hard work could go to waste very quickly. What this means is that your opponent has a chance to fight back against this mechanic, as taking damage as Inteleon will cause him to lose his focus, and in return, lose stacks of crippling blow, with it only taking 15% for a stack to disappear. Still, this is set damage against guaranteed stacks if you manage to land your...
Like, what is wrong with that? That ability is literally based off of a Pokédex entry for Inteleon, where Inteleon is able to analyze its targets for weak spots and then take advantage of them by basically crippling them. It is literally built into the DNA of the Pokemon. And yes, it makes sense for Inteleon because Inteleon is a secret agent. He is up close and personal and fights with martial arts, befitting a secret agent. He is essentially the closest thing you'll ever get to James Bond in Smash.
Hits correctly, with some attacks either granting you extra stacks or outright granting a full stack of crippling blows if you manage to land it. Long story short, the odds are in your favor, quite befitting for a secret agent Pokemon, if I do say so myself.
I agree with myself, Self. Good job, Self. Thank you, Self. You're welcome, Self.
Along with moves such as jab combos or other target combos the character might be capable of, with the only hit counting towards a stack of crippling blows being the final hit. Now that you're up to date on how Inteleon's game plan is structured, let's now talk about the moves to keep that structure intact and move on to Inteleon's normals. As previously mentioned, Inteleon's fighting style is designed to feel like that of a refined master of combat, all while adding in a suave edge to complement Inteleon's secret agent Pokemon. As a result, Inteleon will use a variety of chops, rapid kicks, slashes from blades of water, and strikes from his tail for his normals, along with a couple of extra goodies he has up his sleeve. Inteleon's neutral combo is Infiltrator Combination, a 3-hit combo featuring a quick chop, elbow strike, and a kick. This combo can also branch off into an endless combo featuring a series of rapid strikes from Inteleon's tail, all before he sends the opponent flying with an explosive flick from his finger. Overall, it's a simple sequence of attacks that deals a decent amount of damage off of a quick initial blow, making it a decent neutral tool thanks to the length of Inteleon's limbs.
Like, I think the big problem with Inteleon is not many people have designed movesets for him, and not enough people, I think, have, accentuated the fact that he is not a sniper. He is a secret agent. He is literally built to be a spy-esque motif with up close combats like this. He is not just shoot from a range, and to be honest, just shooting from a range is boring. And the way that I implemented Snipe Shot into this moveset adds so much more to this character than just being stand and shoot. Because that's not what he is. That's not what he ever should have been. And I don't care what his stat spread is in Pokemon, because we're not playing Pokemon, we're playing Smash Brothers. Thrown up by his Gigantamax form? That's Gigantamax, not regular Inteleon. In that case, why is there no Rillaboom moveset where he becomes the drum?
Inteleon's forward tilt is Fen Cutter, a 2-hit target combo that will have Inteleon show off his Water Blade technique, cutting into his opponent horizontally before launching the opponent upwards for the second blow.
What's the question?
His range and speed make it a great combo starter, and if the player chooses to, they can cancel the first attack by jumping, holding shield, or rolling. While this means that the player is...
How do you come up with the names for certain attacks? I just do. There really is no special answer to it. It just happens.
Sometimes it's just safer to not take damage. Inteleon's up tilt is Rising Tide, a 1-2 attack that will have...
While I definitely wanted to work on this moveset for a while for Inteleon, the model that I had to work with was not exactly the greatest. So I couldn't move his body in specific ways that I want to, and as a result, you get poses that fucking look like this. The Scarlet and Violet model is notably better. So even if I don't think Inteleon needs a revamp, if you ever got one, you wouldn't have instances of this. I'd also probably just make this the tilt and forget about this.
Inteleon knocks his opponent off the ground with his tail, all before catching them in midair with a rising kick. His tail being used for support as it extends his kick range. Much like his forward tilt, this attack is an excellent combo tool and can be used as a reliable anti-air option. But unlike Fen Cutter, the first hit cannot be cancelled, meaning it's far less safe on shield, and even more dangerous on whiff. Inteleon's down tilt is Slippery Sweep, a low-hitting sweep attack that will have Inteleon kick out his opponent's balance, all while wrapping his tail around his leg in order to extend the attack's range. It's a solid poke thanks to the length of Inteleon's tail, with this move having two different launch trajectories depending on whether the opponent is hit by the first or second half of the tail. The first launching the opponent straight up into the air, while the second will launch at an angle away from Inteleon.
I do appreciate the references to British things in the Galar starters. Funny thing enough is that I actually had a reference to the 2006 World Cup where Zidane, sorry, the French football player headbutting the guy. Yeah, I used that. I literally named Cinderace's forward throw Kiss from Kalos, because Kalos is based on France, and it was basically just the fucking headbutt.
At earlier percents, the player can use this move.
Very few people caught that.
To its vertical launch range, but aside from that, it's a fairly weak attack that won't be securing kills until very high percents. For his get-up attack, Inteleon will attack either using a spinning kick or a whip from his tail, all while attacking with a slicing chop for his ledge attack. For his smash attacks, Inteleon will bring out some of his more powerful water-type abilities to drown his opponents in a deluge of damage, all while mixing in a bit of his acrobatic prowess to add a bit of style to his kill options. Inteleon's forward smash is Liquidation, this attack having Inteleon slash in front of him with two water blades at the same time, and once the water blades connect with one another, they will create a violent burst of water that will launch the opponent away with heavy force. This is one of Inteleon's strongest kill confirms.
That would look so much better with today's effects and the fact that I can get a better model.
Making it a powerful edge guarding tool. Also, if the water blades connect with the opponent before they explode,
But I think that's perfectly fine.
Increased damage and knockback. Inteleon's up smash is Flip Slash, this move having Inteleon leap off the ground, cutting through the air with a pair of stylish kicks in order to launch his opponent.
I would probably revamp this
This is an excellent way to
to,
opponent trying to land or
not be Genocide Cutter, but at least the pose work here looks fine-ish. It's mainly just because of the fact that I couldn't move his hips.
Thanks especially to its speed and the additional range Inteleon's tail provides. But compared to its other smash attacks, its knockback is notably weaker with the lack of a push effect. Still, don't let that deter you from—
Does Inteleon even learn X-Scissor?
Or if you catch your opponent near the top of the screen.
I don't know.
Finally, Inteleon's down smash is Muddy Water, a powerful double-sided attack that will have Inteleon stab his hands into the ground, all before activating his water jets. The force of the water will then cause a wave of mud to splash up from below, covering both sides simultaneously and launching opponents away with heavy force. This move is an excellent way to cover get-up options at the ledge or punish—
I would probably just turn that into regular water instead of being muddy water.
Blocks that will shove back opponents that are just outside the attack's range, making it difficult to punish without either a projectile or a notable disjoint. As a Pokemon with a notable amount of acrobatic finesse, it's no surprise that Inteleon is more than prepared to take a fight to the sky should the situation arise. Utilizing a variety of rapid kicks, water blades, and tail strikes to knock his foes out of the air. Combine that with his membrane that allows for him to glide through the air, and you have all you need to be a true terror of the skies. Inteleon's neutral air is Slicing Gale, this move having Inteleon extend his glider membrane, stalling his aerial momentum as he performs a spinning kick. This kick will knock back nearby opponents as it cuts through—
Inteleon gets Fell Stinger and U-turn, not X-Scissor. Yeah, that makes sense.
Overall, this is a great combo tool due to—
I'm pretty sure I gave Inteleon Fell Stinger in this moveset.
Landing and edge guarding tool as well, but do remember they can still be beaten out by disjoints. Inteleon's forward air is Tactical Assault, a target combo that will have Inteleon throw out a pair of quick kicks, launching the opponent away after the second kick. This move's speed and lower knockback growth makes it one of Inteleon's best combo extending tools, but said weaker knockback also makes it a rather difficult attack to kill confirm with unless your opponent is off screen. Still, the second kick can be cancelled early by fast falling, which can open unique combo paths if you follow it up with a grounded normal. Inteleon's up air is Geyser Thrash, a powerful overhead strike that will have Inteleon use a pair of water blades to cut any opponent above him, launching them from the force of the blades separating. This is Inteleon's best aerial kill confirm, with its strength being close to, if not on par with, the up airs of characters like Fox and Snake. But said strength is only really shown if the player manages to hit with the move's sweet spot, as the sour spot will have notably weaker damage and knockback. Inteleon's back air is Water Whip, a long-range reversal option that will have Inteleon spin around in the air, attacking with a roundhouse kick as he wraps his tail around his leg, extending the move's range and increasing its damage as Inteleon reveals the hidden knife within his tail. This move will...
Oh yeah, that's something I did not utilize enough.
Making it especially deadly if the player spaces their opponent effectively, but even the sour spot can be useful thanks to its range. Finally, Inteleon's down air is Downdraft Dive, a unique type of fast fall aerial that will have Inteleon extend his membrane, all before diving down through the air. If an opponent is near Inteleon when he begins to dive, they will be spiked by the dash, with the dash's hitbox remaining active until Inteleon touches the ground or goes a certain distance. If the player is able to remain airborne during the end of this move's attack animation, Inteleon will instantly transition into a glide animation, the player being able to alter their flight direction by moving the analog stick. Although holding up for too long will stall your momentum and cause you to go into freefall.
I wish there were more moves in Smash that had, you know, stuff like that, where you can transition into another stance or something along those lines by like using the move at an opportune time or holding a button. Like, I wish that there were up smashes that you could go airborne or, you know, transition to being airborne at the end of the move. Or something along those lines. I accidentally called this move down tilt. Yeah, it makes sense.
Inteleon will grab his opponent with both hands, all while performing a knee strike for his pummel. For his throws, Inteleon's damage output is rather average compared to other characters. But what makes them such an important part of Inteleon's kit is the fact that all 4 of his throws will open weak points on his foes, counting between 2 to 3 hits of weak point exposure depending on which throw is used. Regardless, mixing throws into your game plan can make your damage output much stronger. Inteleon's 4th throw is Flick Shot, a simple yet stylish throw option that will have Inteleon perform an explosive flick, launching water from his finger at the perfect time to launch his opponent away. In terms of damage, this throw is about average, with its main strength coming from its ability to push an opponent off stage and into a possible follow-up attack or a kill confirm. But the 3 stacks of crippling blows it puts on your opponent more than make up for that lack of power. Inteleon's up throw is Torrent Blade, a 1-2 combo attack that will have Inteleon strike his
What's the
opponent in
comparison?
stomach,
Basically the main one of the main inspirations
for
for the moveset, in terms of how I wanted the character to feel in terms of combat.
Of crippling blows. But aside from that, this throw serves as a combo starter at lower percents and a potential kill option at much higher percents. Inteleon's back throw is Stagger Soaker, a powerful repositioning tool that will have Inteleon slice downwards with a water blade, staggering his opponent briefly. In this moment, Inteleon will then flip the opponent in order to launch them away. Overall, this throw
Amon is a Yakuza character, yes.
Throw, with higher damage and knockback growth behind it. But in return, this throw will only inflict 2 stacks of crippling blows compared to Flick Shot's 3. Finally, Inteleon's down throw is Monsoon Slash, an impressive showing of Inteleon's speed as he rapidly strikes at his opponent, causing them to drop to their knees. In this moment, Inteleon will perform a downward blade slice to bounce the staggered opponent off the floor, inflicting 2 stacks of crippling blows in the process. This is Inteleon's designated combo throw, it allowing the player to either get a combo going or line up a potential kill option if they use this throw to max out their crippling blow meter. It's now time to talk about Inteleon's specials, and seeing as
I remember Snipe Shot being really well designed. It's been a while since I've seen this.
In terms of his specials kit, Inteleon is built around controlling small but important...
But yeah, I think those throws were pretty much fine.
Diverse options including a projectile, a command grab, 2 mobility options, and a powerful repositioning tool. And that's not even getting into what these moves can do once he has his opponent fully exposed. Starting with his neutral special, Inteleon will make use of its exclusive attack from Pokemon Sword and Shield, Snipe Shot. By pressing and holding the B button, Inteleon will kneel down and extend his arm forward, his nictitating membrane going over his eyes as he starts to take aim. In this state, moving the analog stick up and down will alter Snipe Shot's trajectory, the direction being shown by a small marker above Inteleon's hand. And once you're ready to fire, all you have to do is release the B button. Snipe Shot's projectile is incredibly fast. So fast, in fact, that it can cover the range of Byleth's Fail Knot in about 6 frames. But while it's incredibly fast, it has some rather low priority to compensate. On top of that, its speed means it isn't active for very long, meaning that precision is very important when using this move. It's also advised that you take care when fighting an opponent with a reflector, as this move's speed will make it nearly impossible to react to if it comes back your way. Thankfully, there's more to Snipe Shot than simply taking aim and firing, as such a move will either encourage opponents to rush you down during the move's long startup or make as much distance as possible to increase their chances of not getting hit. Thankfully, Inteleon has a few tricks up his sleeve to deal with opponents trying to run away from his shots.
Yeah, this move has utility options.
Immediately after the initial press and holding either forward or backwards on the control stick, Inteleon will be able to perform one of two attacks that will increase his mix-up potential, these being Aqua Tail and Agility. Starting with Aqua Tail, this is the defensive option of the two, with Inteleon...
The eyes aren't closed, he just has a membrane over them.
Strike. This attack's strength is fairly average, and once the attack animation concludes, Inteleon will slide backwards and enter a unique Snipe Shot pose. Pressing B again in this pose will have Inteleon instantly fire Snipe Shot in a set direction, this shot being able to act as a combo attack if the player manages to land Aqua Tail. But in return, this shot's damage is much weaker than the standard Snipe Shot to compensate. Despite that, it's still more than strong enough to help Inteleon confirm offstage kills. Or just kill in general.
Nah, he's got something that goes over his eyes. It's basically to help him aim.
This will essentially do the opposite of Aqua Tail and have Inteleon rush forward, charging shoulder first to deal damage. Agility will also sport a unique Snipe Shot follow-up attack like that of Aqua Tail. It's shooting at a unique angle that's more for horizontal follow-ups when compared to Aqua Tail's vertical follow-up potential. While these options might keep your opponent on their toes, we've yet to talk about how exposing your opponent's weak points changes your specials. And what better place to start than with Inteleon's exclusive move. If your opponent has been fully exposed, Snipe Shot's regular fire...
Like you see, it goes over his eyes.
Allowing for it to instantly bypass shields and gain a massive increase of damage if it manages to do so. Now, let me repeat that so it doesn't raise questions later. Snipe Shot's damage will get a massive increase in damage if it hits an opponent who has their shield up, not just a natural massive damage boost. While it will gain some extra damage naturally, it's only by catching your opponent off guard or making bad decisions will you be able to make the most of Snipe Shot's abilities. Do keep in mind, however, that your opponent can still perfect shield this attack, but the risk associated with it might not make the risk worth the reward. Moving on to his side special, Inteleon will show off the assassin side.
Again, I think that Snipe Shot's perfectly fine.
Dangerous neutral tool.
I never saw Snipe Shot as a tool that has Inteleon sit still and just shoot. I think that there should have been some extra utility to it to discourage people from just trying to jump you or potentially just trying to run away.
Fell Stinger. With this, Inteleon would perform a rushing dash forwards, attempting to grab onto the closest opponent. If he manages to snag an opponent, he'll either grab them by the throat from the front or in a chokehold from behind.
That animation does not look great. I probably should have made it a little bit more violent, but thing is, I want it to be readable, but I want it to be believable. Like, part of me just wanted to be like, he just like fucking like raises them off the ground with one hand from how much force he has from just like shoving his fingers into your spine. But I don't think that would fit his refined spy motif. I think it has to be like a move where he basically just like stabs you in the ass while he's like holding you down so you can't do anything. I'd have to, if I ever did redo Inteleon, this animation would have to change, but I do not know how I would change it. Because there are ideas to change it, but I think if I did, it would go too much against the personality of Inteleon.
Pull the water blade out. The force of this causing the opponent to be launched away as the water blade disperses. This command grab will also work in the air, with Inteleon launching his opponent straight down after the initial attack.
If Snipe Shot hits the opponent, does their shield break or does it ignore shield? Ignores it. The text was a little bit incorrect, I know. But it's basically, if you have your shield up and you get hit by it, it doesn't matter. You're going to take extra damage if you're trying to shield it. You can dodge it, but, you know.
Attack. This move's damage is fairly average as far as command grabs go, with its main strength coming from its ability to reposition the opponent and set them up for more potential damage. But this move's real strength comes from the extra effect this move gains against an exposed opponent. If Inteleon manages to grab an opponent in this state, he will perform a unique animation where he'll drive his blade into his opponent's chest. This stab dealing increased damage compared to the original and forcing them into a crumple state, much like Kazuya's Demon God Fist.
Oh yeah, I didn't pose that for some reason.
Push his opponent back down towards the ground and shove them into a hard knockdown state, much like Snake does with his down throw. This is one of Inteleon's best combo starters and kill setups, thanks especially to the fact that the opponent can only look on in horror as you perform a follow-up attack. And because of this, it's arguably the strongest exposed option that Inteleon has. However, while that's the case, it's still a move that the player has to line up carefully, as while whiffing won't make the exposed effect disappear, you only have a short amount of time to confirm that grab before the effect wears off. As a result, it's best to try and combo into it from light-hitting attacks, much like you would with Terry's Buster Wolf. Moving on to his recovery special, Inteleon will use his water jets to rocket himself through the air, covering a long distance in very little time with Aqua Jet. With this, Inteleon
that's perfectly fine. I like how I somehow predicted that this would be used on Inteleon, because they have an animation in Pokemon Unite that would come out, I think, like... Inteleon came out in Unite, I think, last year, and one of the Battle Pass skins for him basically... Oh, fuck, voice crack. Basically, it basically showed him doing just this to, like, launch himself out a window. And it's like, ah, yes, I see. The developers of Pokemon Unite watch my videos.
All 5 of his fingers at once to launch himself in a direction chosen by the player. Compared to moves like Fox's Firefox or Ridley's Wing Blitz, this move's movement speed is much faster than others of its kind, but in exchange, its damage and knockback growth is very low. Although this move will create a small burst of water around Inteleon if he uses it on the ground. While it might be a weak attack, it still has its uses in Inteleon's game plan, with it being a great way to chase opponents launched up into the air as it does not put him into a freefall state at the end of the dash. However, it's not surprising to know that Inteleon has a trick up his sleeve for those thinking they can easily challenge this move in the air. For if the player inputs the B button again before Inteleon reaches the end of Aqua Jet's trail, he will perform the move's unique follow-up attack, Air Slash. Air Slash essentially works as a faster, more powerful version of Inteleon's neutral air, with Inteleon slicing around himself at incredible speed, creating waves of wind to launch nearby opponents away. This is an excellent kill confirm to use on an opponent that's near the top of the screen, thanks to the fact that its launch angle is practically 90 degrees straight up. But it's important to remember that using this move will put Inteleon into a freefall state, leaving him wide open to damage if he misses. As for how this move affects...
I don't know if I would keep that. I think just Aqua Jet on its own is probably more than enough. I don't really think that needs to be there. That could probably go if I ever were to rebalance this.
Exposed opponents, Aqua Jet will gain an extra charge if Inteleon manages to hit his opponent directly, allowing the player to use Aqua Jet again in the desired direction without having to touch the ground. This second Aqua Jet will cover less range than the first, but in return, its cooldown will be much shorter, essentially turning this move into a combo extender much like you'd expect from, say, John Talbane's Wolf Cannon. Its damage is still...
Oh, I gotta get a Darkstalkers reference in there somewhere.
Able to land a combo ender so you don't waste your opponent's exposed status. Finally, for his down special, Inteleon will utilize...
Funnily enough, it's the British one.
A two-part attack that's designed to leave his opponents guessing and capitalize on either hesitation or poorly placed aggression. Acrobatics. With this, Inteleon will perform a spinning leap through the air, jumping in either a forward or backward arc while tucking his body into a somersault. Inteleon will be invulnerable to damage during the move's first few startup frames, making this an excellent out-of-shield option if the player is able to time it properly. But it's important to note that it's more than possible for opponents to predict a jump and chase you with an aerial of their own. Thankfully, there's more to this move than a simple command jump, where if the player presses the B button again while in the middle of the jump, Inteleon will toss out a pair of water bombs from his hands, these bombs exploding after either contact with a solid surface or traveling a set distance. Also, while the water bomb is active, the player can tap the B button again in order to have Inteleon snipe the bomb in midair, causing it to explode early and increase its damage and splash radius. These explosives can heavily punish poor neutral placement, all while also being a great get-off-me tool if Inteleon is pushed into a corner. But if the opponent is exposed, the effects of these bombs will change. Normally, these bombs will launch the opponent away in the opposite direction that Inteleon is jumping, but if the opponent is exposed, the explosion's trajectory will instead be changed to the same direction. As a result, what was once a disengage tool becomes a combo starter, and it's specifically designed to combo into all of Inteleon's aerials. Next is the final...
I think that that's perfectly fine. I think the idea of a command jump is something that, while we only have one character that uses it, it could be used in different ways, and I'm kind of sad that we haven't got more characters that have stuff like command runs and command jumps, just to, you know, add some more flair to their designs. You know, you got a mobility option that can also be used as a combo option. I think acrobatics works perfectly fine for a down special for Inteleon, especially when you mix in the bombs. I don't know if Inteleon can actually use those bombs, but he should be able to. Again, I don't think that Pokemon should just forget how to do something just because it evolved.
Smash. And like Cinderace before him, Inteleon just so happens to have the perfect way to send his opponents pining for the Blast Zone. This is G-Max Hydro Snipe Headshot.
Oh god, even more fucking British references. Fucking pining for the fjords.
Final smash starts, Inteleon will undergo a Gigantamax transformation, becoming the tactical Gigantamax.
That wasn't the intention, I assure you.
Inteleon will then leap off the stage, wrapping his tail around the stage's width and setting up his sniper's nest. At this point, a reticle will appear on the screen, the player being able to move this reticle around with the analog stick in an attempt to line up a shot. Once the reticle scrolls over an opponent, they will be marked with a blue target-like icon, with the player being able to mouse up to 4 opponents at a time. Once this window of time has allotted,
yeah, this is a dead parrot.
Will lock onto the marked opponent's positions and fire an immensely powerful beam of water that will deal massive damage on contact, launching all marked foes away. Once they've been marked, there's very little an opponent can do to prevent being shot by Inteleon, with only precisely timed sidesteps or rolls being able to bypass the incoming damage. But considering the window to dodge is even tighter than that of the Dragoon, chances are high they'll only end up with them being shot. Once the shots have been fired, Inteleon will leap back onto the stage, deactivating his Gigantamax form and returning to his normal pose.
Yeah, that's all perfectly fine. I don't see anything really wrong with that final smash.
Inteleon will share his victory theme with the
It's very in character for Inteleon.
This being a remix of the main series theme. While I do wish there was some sort of difference between each Pokemon's victory theme, it's a fitting tune that will remain relevant as long as Pokemon continues to go on.
I hate that fucking ultimate shortened victory themes. I really do. Feel like a section of that song is just fucking missing.
Victory animation number 1 will have Inteleon fly into view of the camera, his membrane extended before sliding to a stop and striking a battle-ready pose. Victory animation number 2 will have Inteleon fire off a series of water blasts, all before turning around towards the camera and blowing on his finger, mimicking the way one would blow the smoke from the chamber of a gun. Inteleon will then strike a pose similar to his promotional art from Pokemon Sword and Shield. Finally, victory animation number 3 will have Inteleon casually walk into view.
Also, don't mind the really cheesy names for some of these.
Blast of water. As the water runs down the
License to
camera,
Frill.
rushing close before striking a confident pose. This, of course, is a reference
I'm
to
gonna
the
gill you,
opening
Luigi.
in Inteleon's Secret Agent Inspirations. Taunt number 1 will have Inteleon lean back, resting his hand on his hip as he points a finger forward. At this point, Inteleon's nictitating membrane will cover his eyes and he'll let out a small smirk, all before returning to his...
I would animate that if, you know, the mouth could move.
That he has them in his sights. Taunt number 2 will have Inteleon perform a finger gun animation, pointing his hand forward and pretending to let out a shot. After pretending to fire, Inteleon will then blow on his finger and return to his idle animation. Finally, taunt number 3...
I love this taunt. I'm very proud of myself for coming up with this. He just makes a seat. He is the chair.
With his hand before returning to his idle animation. For his colors, Inteleon will reference several other Pokemon that were introduced in Sword and Shield, along with a few extra references that lead back to his secret agent roots. Color number 1 is Intellion's regular...
I remember Intellion's colors actually being pretty okay.
Blue, ocean blue, yellow, and black. Color number 2 will have Inteleon take on the colors of Toxicity, a popular poison electric type that will dye Intellion's scales a light purple while his frills and suit become a blend of dark purple and yellow. Color number 3 will change Intellion's scales to a deep gray while his suit and frills become a blend of black and white. This is designed to make it look like Inteleon is wearing an actual tuxedo, much like you'd expect a certain numbered agent to be wearing, if you know what I'm saying. Color number 4 will have Inteleon take on the colors of Duraludon, changing his scales to a dull silver while his frills and suit become a blend of navy blue and red. Color number 5 will have Inteleon take on the colors of Dragapult, changing his scales to a deep green while his frills...
There's a lot of colors at once.
Aquamarine, red, and beige. Color number 6 will have Inteleon don his shiny colors, with his scales becoming a deep blue while his frills and suit become a blend of sky blue, white, and pink. Color number 7 will have Inteleon take on the colors of Sandaconda, changing his scales to a bright white while his frills and suit become a blend of various shades of brown.
I hate how they hold the fucking ball.
Color number 8 will have Inteleon don a unique color, this making Inteleon's entire body a jet black while his eyes and frills will become a vibrant green.
Also, nobody really got this, but this is a reference to Sam Fisher from Splinter Cell. I know I make like a tongue-in-cheek joke at the end of this by like Chaos Theory, which is, you know, the subtitle for the second Splinter Cell game, but nobody got this. This is a color based on Sam Fisher. That's what the green is. The green is based on his night vision goggles.
This is a reference to yet another iconic secret agent character, although this one has its roots planted in video games. You could also consider this Intellion's answer to Greninja's shiny colors, but anything else would just be Chaos Theory. Out of all the franchises in Smash, Pokemon is definitely the one that feels like it has the most issues with its representation, with the majority of their newcomers coming from what could
never heard of Splinter Cell until just now.
Trend, which is
it is a pretty old series.
We're still in Generation 8.
It's pretty much in limbo.
But with the end of Generation 8 on the horizon, it seems like all chances for characters like Inteleon have come and gone. And as of now, all we can do is look back at what we could have gotten and let our imaginations...
I guess references to the other stars didn't work well on Inteleon. I just kind of wanted to stick to lizards, to reptile references, and, you know, give him, you know, the black tuxedo because he has to appear somewhat like James Bond, because that James Bond was also GoldenEye 007 James Bond was also a pretty hefty reference for this moveset, which is why Inteleon almost never, you don't see Inteleon punch, you see him use open hands, because, you know, slappers only.
Newcomers from Galar, I still stand by the thought that it would have been Cinderace, given its popularity, importance in the anime, and a huge abundance of merchandise based around it. But out of all the newcomer options, I do think that Inteleon offers the most interesting moveset potential. As for Rillaboom, it's clear that while some people genuinely like the Pokemon, it only got popular because it was completing some kind of imaginary trifecta that the Smash community has been attached to for years now, with the Grass-type starter balancing out the Fire-type Incineroar and the Water-type Greninja. It happened with Sceptile, it happened with Decidueye, and it has never been something I've supported nor understood. And it honestly ruined a lot of interest I could have had for several characters.
It's true. I still stand by that.
To anyone that says it's not realistic, and the chances of Rillaboom ever getting a video in the future is pretty much zero at this point.
Yeah.
I hope being wrong about
yeah. Fucking the people that were like so obnoxiously toxic about Rillaboom are the reason why he never got a video. Like, just straight up, that is the main reason I never did a video on Rillaboom or Sceptile. It's just like, no. You people are insufferable. And you do not deserve a handout from me.
Sceptile in Smash 4 didn't hurt your ego too much there, Loxton.
That is the thing that accounted for like 50% of this video's dislikes. That little line right there. Because, you know, I'm sorry the dude's ego is so large that me saying that Mewtwo is more likely to come back, which, it was enough to not only have him directly tell me I'm wrong, but be attacked by his fan base and then have him come back around to reiterate that I'm wrong and then block me. So yeah, go fuck yourself, Loxton. I always found you pretentious. People call me pretentious. You should go watch his content.
As of now, Inteleon will probably be the last Galarian Pokemon I cover on this channel, as while there are other Pokemon aside from Rillaboom that could have made for interesting fighters, it's better to look to the future and prepare for what Gen 9 has in store for us, even if I have a sinking feeling that Gen 9 will be neglected just like Gen 8 before it. If you like what you saw, be sure to like, subscribe, and press that little bell icon to never miss a future upload. And I
Loxton, like the PokeTuber. Yeah, him. Back when Smash 4 was on the verge of coming out, he did a video about Pokemon coming back, and he basically was one of those people that thinks that Mewtwo was replaced by Lucario, even though that was objectively never the case. So he made some really bad, like, straw man arguments about how he never has a chance of coming back, and that Sceptile was so much more likely as a DLC character. Well, I don't know I do not know why I continue to find these people. Like, first Shokyo and then that. But I win both times. Get fucked. No, but seriously, the fact that, like, the dude blocked me because of that is just, it's so hilariously childish.
On my backlog, I've been
Sorry you went through that. It's not, it's like 10 fucking years ago. It's still just funny to fucking think about. It's not like he, like, sent his rampant fan base to my channel and, like, literally cyberbullying me for years, have them cyberbullying me for years on end, basically drive me away from creating content for, like, a good, like, 3 or 4 years. Like fucking Shokyo did. Fuck that loser. But yeah, I don't think there was anything wrong with that Inteleon video. I legitimately did not find very many issues with that Inteleon video. And any issues I did find was mostly just the animations, body language. Like, the attacks were perfectly fine. Don't ever post that again, Mario Brothers, or you're going to be timed out. Again, I told you to chill out. Who the hell is Loxton? He used to be a YouTuber that did a bunch of different content, but ever since, like, 2016-ish, he's basically become he's basically just become a PokeTuber, which, you know, those guys really known for their quality. But yeah, like, I don't even know why, like, he was so up his own ass about it. It's just really funny that, like, everything he said was wrong. Like, everything. I didn't even fucking remember that until this fucking video brought it up. God damn it. Because you're in a public place, Mario, and act like it, please. Thank you. I won't tell you again. There's a reason why I've had VODs where every single one of your comments are removed by the system. But yeah, I think that Inteleon moveset was fine. It makes perfect sense for the character to play the way I designed them to. I must wait until Quaquaval. I'm super excited for that one. Yeah, Quaquaval needs to get fucking finished. He has been in development hell for so long. Like, holy hell. But yeah, I don't really... Here's the thing. I looked into the person that sent me this video telling me that they should be a half zoner, which I never agreed with. I know, has high special attack stat, therefore they must be half zoner. But no, I don't agree. I think the aspects of Inteleon that stand out the most in a combat sense are its ability to, find weaknesses and exploit them, which is exactly what its playstyle does. Which, you know what, since we're like so deep into this, I think we've come to a point where it's safe and far enough into the stream to talk about that, where I talked about at the beginning of the video, sorry, the stream, about that comment I received. Because hilariously enough, the person that said that Inteleon should be a half-zoner is also somebody that I saw condoning the fact that Delzathan made Meowscarada a half-zoner. And when I found that out, the fact that he said that made complete and total sense. For all the wrong reasons. Now, it's not unusual for me to see people defending people they like to watch when I say something isn't good. And while I really couldn't care less about what the fan base of other creators think about me, as I know that given both their general age and understanding of this kind of stuff, they more than likely aren't in a position to give an educated response to what I have to say. But when it comes to people like BrawlFan, it was mainly just defending the sake of the moveset's quality. And my opinion on his movesets that I reviewed stand. But at the end of the day, it was simply a non-issue. But when someone has to go out of their way to defend the horrible actions of people, that's where I have to draw the line. Long story short, one of the comments I received from the review stream was someone trying really hard to blow off the awful stuff that Delzathan was guilty of while maximizing my supposed faults, and trying to equate my own actions to worse than his. And it was just fucking delusional. Like, embarrassing. And I can completely understand why YouTube flagged it potentially for spam. Like, I get why it was said. It's clear the dude is a big fan of Delzathan, and he couldn't process being a fan of someone as awful as he is, and he needed any excuse he could get his hands on to make himself feel better about the situation. It's a textbook example of denial brought on by grief, and it's clear from how desperate he was to try and play off Delzathan's faults that he could just not process the possibility of him being a bad dude. Well, sorry not sorry, but Delzathan is an awful individual, and while I'm not normally one to judge people for watching someone else's content, as what you do in your own time is your own business, and if you're normal about your interests, you deserve to be treated as normal in return, I'm definitely going to call your character into question if your first response to this kind of stuff is to immediately attempt to gaslight the opposing party into believing that they're the bigger problem. It's sadly a common tactic that a lot of the current generation is guilty of attempting in online arguments, and it does not work on me. I have been on the internet way too long for that stuff to work on me. You're wasting your time. I'm sorry. You cannot gaslight me. I am ungaslightable when it comes to stuff that I know about. Like, if you just owned it and said something like, yeah, he's a bad dude, but I like his content, I honestly think I'd have more respect for you than you attempting to try and downplay the issues. Because even if that might be a problem in and of itself, it's still honesty. And that honestly goes a long way. It's not like the dude is a murderer. He's just a massive asshole who treats people like garbage for the smallest of reasons and refuses to adapt or accept outside information that goes against any sort of narrative he has constructed because he's a massive narcissist. He is the embodiment of rules for thee, not for me, and I'll ghost the conversation if you disagree. He hasn't done anything that's worthy of being in jail over, but that shouldn't really be the limit where people are considered bad enough to scorn. Also, one part of the comment that I found hilarious was the statement that he wasn't here to defend himself. Well, knowing what I know about Delcithan, he wouldn't have attempted to defend himself. He'd just run away. I even mentioned this during the stream. As what could he say? You can't say you didn't say those things. You can't say you didn't pivot a well wishes to Toriyama into a means of propping yourself up. There's nothing you could say. Taken out of context also doesn't work, because there's enough screenshots to get the full context across. And considering the conversations are still there, I can just go screenshot the full conversations at a moment's notice, and the outcome would not change. But simply put, if Delcithan has any sort of problem with this information, he knows where to find me. My DMs are open. He's not banned in my chat. He can defend himself at a moment's notice. But I know he won't. That's it. Nothing else needs to be said. And, I'm not apologizing for being right. And to those of you that might be calling me an asshole under your breath, I accept your compliments. As while it costs nothing to be nice, it requires passion to stand up and say something is wrong when people become complacent. And complacent is definitely a term I'd use to describe a majority of the current day Smash community. While I don't like to associate with the Smash community, I do value the game's quality and will never be afraid to speak my mind about the game and where it should go. For example, Smash Ultimate plays like ass. There's next to no knowable skill ceiling on 90% of the cast, let alone a skill floor. Mechanical depth is healthy for the game and should not have been taken out of the series. They will never reboot Smash, and Steve is not OP. You just don't want to pick up a counterpick character. That's it. That's all I had to say. That's all. I didn't want to mention this at the beginning because it would have taken away too much from what we were here to do today, but since I think I'm pretty good for the time being, like the day's pretty much done, yeah. So what I plan to do is just to hit the 6-hour stream mark, I'm just going to sit here and do Q&A for the next 10 minutes. I'll put on some music in the background so that it's not, silent. So yeah, go ahead. Ask questions. I'm listening.
Why are you locked in the bathroom?
Fucking phone. How's progress on Echo creation? I scrapped it. I kind of decided that if I wanted to do some of these characters, I would more than likely just give them actual videos. So stuff like... So for example, Shadow was originally going to be a part of Echo creation, but then I decided let's make him an actual full-fledged character. There's also a couple of other characters that I'd like to turn to fully fleshed characters from that and not just be echoes. But yeah. The video is scrapped, but the ideas that were part of it will still be used for things in the future. Did you say you have a Discord? Yes, it's in the description for the video. The link may or may not be dead. It shouldn't be dead because I put it in with no limit, but you know, it's weird like that. Are there any other vids that you scrapped? Yeah. I had like a challenge series revolving around the Kazuya AI, like the Kazuya 50-cent challenge or something along those lines. I don't remember what the stakes of the challenge were, but it basically became not super fun to edit, so I just dropped it. There's very few things I have there, like just like full-on scrapped. A lot of the stuff that I have that's it's incomplete is just sitting there incomplete, and that's it. Mainly because I want to go back and potentially finish them someday. That's why I have characters that have been in like development hell for 3 fucking years. Roster suggestions? What do you mean by that? Do you think the Echo Fighter format is too limiting? Because most Smash Echoes have very minor differences from their base. I don't think it's limiting, I just don't think that enough is done with it. Because they could do so much more with it, but again, only really Ken understands what his goal is as an Echo Fighter, and taking the aspects of the character and turning them into something unique enough to be their own character. As in the things we do in the Discord. I'm not a really big roster guy. Sadly. I'm more of an individual character person. If you were to add a new mechanic to Smash Bros., what would it be? My suggestion would be air dashes for some area-oriented fighters like Ridley or Meta Knight. Like a single new mechanic. Because part of me just wants to say, re-add wave dashing, but no. I would want it to be some sort of combo extension tool, something that gives a character more things to do on the hit. I think the thing that I would probably add or revamp is the shield system in some way, shape, or form. I think that the idea of shields being something that covers the entire character all around has never really been great. And I think that now the characters can't run through each other. I think having shields that can potentially... that leaves characters open from behind to allow for potential mix-ups would be a hell of a lot more interesting than what we have now. Like, if shields in Smash were like the barriers from BlazBlue, then I think they'd be more interesting as a system. Last video was about Pokemon. Is there another Pokemon besides Quaquaval you plan to design a moveset for? Yeah, there's a couple, there's like 3 or 4 Pokemon that I have just sitting in development. Ogerpon, Okidogi, Iron Valiant, Blaziken. I think those are the main ones. Aside from anything else I may or may not start. Are you familiar with how Combo Devils does shields? I am not. I haven't been super up to date on Combo Devils since they teased their announcement a few months ago. They don't post a lot either, which is sad. What is the progress on the Ashnard moveset? I'd say about 65%. But I want all the movesets to be done before I start posting them to Patreon. They will be ready before the end of the year, I guarantee you. Also, as an added thing, speaking of Patreon, that I forgot to mention earlier in the stream, I took some time yesterday, and now all the poses are caught up to date for release-wise. People that are subbed to that are part of my Patreon, you just got access to all the stuff for like Jonesy, X, and Zero, and you're gonna have more coming in 3 days, and then three days after that. On the 6th, you'll have access to the first 3 batches of stuff for this year, and on the 13th, you'll have access to all the movesets. So you'll have access to everything, including the stuff for Scout. And then after that, I'll be releasing all the assets for a character 3 days exclusively to Patreon members after the video release, and then a week after that for public use. Combo Devils has octagonal shields with 8 segments, but only 3 are active at a time. So you angle the active segments according to blocking low, high, and lows. Thought you'd like that. That sounds really awesome. That sounds like something to be really cool in Smash, but I think they'd be too complicated for little Timmy to understand. How is progress in Halo 3 ODST? I actually got back into editing that. That video will be coming out on the anniversary of ODST. This year is like the 15-year anniversary of ODST. So it'll be coming out on that day. I think it's the 22nd of September. But yeah, that is like very close to being finished. I recently like went back and trimmed it down, cut out a lot of the fluff that wasn't necessary. I cut down like by like 30 minutes. It was like over 2 hours, and now I think it's like an hour and a half long now. Heard you're working on a Mimikyu moveset. How's it going? That's also roughly around 65% of the way done. It's like I worked on Ashnard and Mimikyu at the exact same time. This isn't a question, but your art of Wanane is adorable. Thank you. That is a character of Joe's that I was commissioned to do. She also has a couple of his Twitch emotes also feature her as well. Are you familiar with any Pikmin or Xenoblade games? Yes, I've played Pikmin 3. I want to play the other Pikmins. Might have to, find ISOs for the first 2. Pikmin 4 I'll probably pick up eventually. And yeah, I'm familiar with Xenoblade. I've played every single one of them. I have only finished 2 and 3 though. I should go back and finish X. Well, it's a Joe character, but I still gave her the design. The design is technically mine. The visual design of the character is mine. What's your favorite Pizza Dude Men guys for Smash Vid? Probably Mr. Sandman. I think Mr. Sandman is probably one of the most interesting ones that he's done. It strikes the right balance of being creative, but also has a very nice, comedic undertones with moveset Miles basically not understanding what his fucking character is the entire time. I also think that the Surfx moveset he had commissioned was also very good. I wasn't a Xenoblade fan during the Wii U era. I never got to play Xenoblade X, and I'm not getting a whole ass Wii U just to play it. I understand you. I wouldn't either. And I don't know if they'll re-release it. They probably should. It would probably make them a lot of money. But yeah, Xenoblade X was an interesting game. I never beat it all the way through. I think I got to the part where I unlocked the robots and I kind of stopped after that because it was just taking too long. Like other stuff came out around that point and I just like lost interest. If you complete Xenoblade 3, can I ask you what your opinion on the Rex picture is? Rex is a fucking Giga Chad. That's why that's my opinion on the picture. Good for him. Good for him. Also, Chad Rex in the DLC is also great. I really like his character design. How is progress on Sukapon? Sukapon has been a character that I've been working on in between other characters. So if I ever get to a point where I just get tired of working on something and I want to work on something else, I usually just pull up Sukapon because he's fairly simplistic. Sukapon is like, I'd say roughly like 45% done right now. But yeah, we have officially passed this 6 hour streaming mark, and we've the event is now over. And I think that was a good spot to end on. We got all the characters on the thumbnail, so no false advertising here. And yeah, I guess after that I'll just be on me way, go eat dinner, and get back to work on Scout. Scout will be coming out. I'm aiming, I know I said in the update video that I don't like giving dates, but I'm aiming for like a August 28th release window. Somewhere around there. At least a decent amount before I have to do Clear for Battle on the weekend. If it's too close to Clear for Battle, I might make Clear for Battle unlisted until the next video comes out. But I'll have I'll make a playlist for it so you can just watch everything. I've also decided that instead of just making everybody have to put it so that editing is on for everybody, I probably will just like review the work of everyone, write down my feelings on everything in like a Word document, and then post the Word document in the Cleared for Battle section. And my feedback for each person will be labeled under their name, so it'll be easy for them to find and understand. It's probably the best thing to do for now until find a more effective way to handle that. So yes, even if you don't get reviewed on the 31st, you will be judged in one way, shape, or form. I also usually tend to be better with written responses than I am with vocal responses, so in some ways you're winning, in some ways you're not. But yeah, I hope you all have a good night. Thank you all for attending. I enjoyed this. This was fun. Looking back at some of the older stuff that I've done. And again, no alcohol necessary, but I think I might need a lozenge because my throat is starting to feel sore from talking for 6 hours. Which is just a byproduct of the fact that I don't really talk very much during the day to begin with. But yeah, I hope you all have a good one. I'll be seeing you very soon. Next thing you'll be seeing from me is the Scout video. Thank you to everybody who submitted in the poll for him. I promise he will not be boring. And, you know, bonk and stuff. Okay, bye.